intake up. Okay. Yeah, more was quite literal also here. So more of a interactive discussion with your participation. You know, the current global crises, they can't be addressed just targeting one area of work, whether it is biodiversity or climate change or land degradation or economic development or indigenous people or gender integration, all needs to go hand in hand. And where we all get stuck at times because we are all specialists, we love what we do, we get so narrow focused in our approaches that we forget there can be an integrated approach. There can be systems approach we can employ. And for that, it's not just that few individuals get convinced or converted. It needs to take place at all levels, from policy alignment to investment alignment to action alignment. So only then things will change. Otherwise, from maybe 24 hours, we all are working so hard in our areas. And then, result is in front of us. I don't need to go and share all the statistics with you, what's going wrong. You all know much better than me in your own areas, what is going wrong. But how to fix it? There's no silver bullet. As I always say, these terms, win-win, silver bullets, they don't exist. Silver bullet is in fiction to kill the werewolf, not anywhere else. And same, because we love our work. So, when we are so much in love, love is blind. We don't see that there are other things also which exist. And perhaps we can collaborate. So today's discussion is all about how to collaborate, how to break the silos, how to learn from each other, how donors can revisit their investment strategies, how they can integrate biodiversity, climate, indigenous people, gender in it, and then how academia can support the processes, how civil society can come together to implement on ground, how policy processes can have that integration to move forward. And I'm very happy all the panelists today, they are representing those areas here. So let's start with Celine. Celine is working with Global Affairs Canada, trying to integrate biodiversity, climate nexus, indigenous people, having gender integrated approaches, having over 20 years of experience working with Global Affairs Canada and with Government of Canada, with CIDA also, was also part of the embassy in Mexico, in Peru. So I have a lot of diverse experience. So I'll hand over to Celine to take us forward this discussion.
Thank you so much, Ali, and thank you to the IUCN for organizing this, and thank you to everyone for coming on a Saturday morning. So I'm going to explain a bit who I am and what my team does and how we came to be doing the programming that we're doing. So I work in a division we call Environment and Climate Partnerships. It's in Global Affairs Canada, which is a foreign ministry that includes foreign affairs, trade, and development. So we're trying to integrate also in our own institutions at that level. We recently restructured so that we would bring climate change adaptation and biodiversity under one roof. So we're trying to make our own structures reflect what we're trying to do in our programming. I'll start with a little bit about what Canada is doing at the domestic level, because I think that's important to note. And then I'll dive into the area that I work on, which is our international work. So earlier this year, our Environment Minister, Stephen Guilbeault, released Canada's 2030 Nature Strategy. And it's basically our roadmap to implement the KMGBF. And it includes a vision that goes across the country to work across sectors on our implementation. And it's built on many existing domestic initiatives, and I won't list them all, but basically it's building from what we've already been doing and gives us all a roadmap for the next few years. The minister also tabled draft legislation to establish an accountability framework for the federal government on implementation reporting on what we're doing. So that is making its way through the legislative process. But I'll turn now to what we're doing on the international side. So I work in the development part of our foreign ministry, and we have 5-year increments of international finance commitments. And in 2020, when we were preparing for the 2021 to 2026 5-year period, we did a lot of outreach to civil society, indigenous organizations, academia, private sector. We did a lot of outreach to ask what our next climate finance commitment should focus on. And the idea was, how do we support communities in developing countries that are dealing with increasing impacts of climate change and biodiversity loss? And what we heard a lot of is that nature-based solutions were a great thing to focus on, that they were an entry point to work with women, with youth, to help people preserve the ecosystems that they depended on locally for their livelihoods. So we decided to try and support that with our funding, and the livelihoods was really important for us. We're trying to make sure that we talk a lot about nature, and that's sort of the easy thing to talk about when it's climate change and biodiversity. But we're trying to make sure that we never lose sight of the livelihoods part of the conversation, and so we're trying to kind of build that more into how we speak about what we're doing. So basically, we wanted to have programming that provides protection against climate change, supports biodiversity conservation, supports food systems and other productive systems, and helps people earn a decent living, so that they would be involved in this work. So what we did is we have a 5.3 billion climate finance commitment that goes from 2021 to 2026. And we decided, as part of our G7 Nature Compact commitment, that 20% of the 5.3 billion would support climate change adaptation projects that use nature-based solutions to contribute, and that contribute biodiversity co-benefits. So over 5 years, that's about $1 billion worth of programming. And then heading into COP15, we wanted to make sure also that we had dedicated funding for biodiversity programming that is not specifically about the kind of climate drivers of biodiversity loss. So our government announced $350 million in new funding to be able to help developing countries implement the KMGBF. And I get to work on the intersection of those things. So part of what my team does is something called Partnering for Climate. And it's about $300 million to work with Canadian organizations on climate change adaptation through nature-based solutions in sub-Saharan Africa. And that work has a very strong gender equality component to it, and biodiversity co-benefits. Another envelope that I'm responsible for is called Indigenous Peoples Partnering for Climate. And that's the result of something that we heard when we were doing our outreach back in 2020, which was, if you're going to work with Indigenous peoples, and you have to do it differently. So there has to be special earmarked funds that is for that, so that you're not expecting organizations that may be very overstretched and have different capacity to be competing with very big traditional partners of Global Affairs Canada. So we did that. We set that money aside. We hope soon to be able to announce some programming that came out of that. But what was really special about that, and I'll just take a quick second to talk about that, is we designed how we would use that money with Indigenous organizations in Canada. We had never before done that in the history of our organization, because normally we'll design a call for proposals on our own and then release it into the world and see what happens. In this case, we knew that we didn't internally have the expertise to know how to design a call that would be appropriate. So we sought exemptions from all sorts of rules that we normally have to say, in the spirit of reconciliation, we must be able to work with partners before we release a call for proposals, so that they help us know what it should look like. And I'm very proud of the work that we did, and I'm hoping that we'll be able to make announcements about that soon. In the meantime, we have a full portfolio in sub-Saharan Africa under the Partnering for Climate initiative. And it's a portfolio of projects of about $300 million across 25 countries in sub-Saharan Africa. 18 Canadian civil society organizations are involved. They work with 75 African partners, 16 sort of co-implementing Canadian partners, and 14 international organizations. They work across a range of ecosystems and support sustainable agriculture, forestry, fisheries, nature-based value chains to work on reversing biodiversity loss. And as I said earlier, because of our feminist international assistance policy, there's a very strong gender equality component in all of our programming. All of the projects have to meet a certain gender equality standard, and there was a carve out to, or not a carve out, a target to have a certain amount of the programming have gender transformative goals, and we surpassed what our target was with what we were able to select from the proposals that were sent to us. So we're really pleased that we went way beyond the target that we had set. And then what comes a little bit more to why I'm here today is we could have just had a portfolio of projects and called it a day and looked at the results and you know, hopefully been happy with the results. But we thought it would make a lot of sense to have a sort of knowledge component, community of practice components around our programming. Because one, there was a recognition that the partners that we were working with had not necessarily had support from the Government of Canada for that kind of work in the recent past. So we wanted to bring people together so that they could do real-time sharing and learning and sharing of best practices and, you know, sort of basically comparing notes, but having it be something that the Government of Canada was supporting. It wasn't just sort of organic between organizations. So we have worked with the International Institute for Sustainable Development through the Nature for Climate Adaptation Initiative, which is sort of a knowledge initiative that is supporting our programming. And I have some brochures for an online training in my bag that I can distribute. I'm sure you have some also that you can give out. So it's basically free online training. It's available in English, French, and Spanish on nature-based solutions. And we support that along with the government of Germany, the IUCN, and IISD. Another thing is this project that we have with the IUCN, which we will hear about. We call it NABSA. It's Nature-Based Solutions for Climate Adaptation Monitoring and Impact Evaluation Project. So the idea here is that we wanted our partners to be able to benefit from the knowledge and expertise of the IUCN to help them with their projects, help them troubleshoot, give them guidance as they're implementing their projects. And I'm going to say win-win, I hope that's okay, but I think in this case there's a win-win, which is our partners benefit from IUCN's expertise, and the IUCN benefits from testing their global standard on nature-based solutions in our programming. So there's a great component there. And then we have a community of practice, which the Government of Canada supports, and our colleagues from IISD are essential to supporting that community of practice. That came about between Global Affairs Canada and the Canadian Coalition on Climate Change and Development. And the idea is to bring together civil society, academics, private sector, whoever is interested in the nature-based solution space, to share knowledge products, and there we have webinars, they're available online, and there's sort of a niche that this community practice has, because there's so many community practices available around the world, is that we thought that the Canadian community practice would bring gender equality as a really important subject, where we've been, you know, investing very heavily in international assistance, and we have members of Indigenous organizations on our steering committee. And so there's a lot of knowledge sharing on how to work appropriately with Indigenous partners. So that's the picture, the programming, and the knowledge and sort of community component. And I think I will stop there so that we can hear from the rest of the panel. And if anybody wants to talk after or needs a flyer for the course, you can see me after.
Thank you, Celine, for sharing the perspective and also pointing out that, you know, it's good to see donors are also learning that one size fit all won't work. So for indigenous people, the policy changes, because it's easier said than done. So good to see that Canada is walking the talk. So we will come back to you also to get to know more about it. But now I move to Natalie Seddon, who is the professor of biodiversity and founding director of Nature-Based Solutions Initiative at the University of Oxford, and over 25 years of experience working in academia and range of working with ecosystem-based adaptation approaches at the policy level, at the implementation level, also knowledge sharing and all this. So a lot of work is going on. So we will hear more from you. That do you think there is evidence from the field that how biodiversity, climate nexus, and this laws, other biodiversity laws, they are all interlinked, and are there benefits working with nature? Because again, we at times get so carried away using a term, and then the how and then impact assessment, so those things remain a question mark. So over to you, Natalie.
How about this one? Yeah, great. Okay, thank you very much, Ali, and thank you very much to the IUCN for the invitation to be here this morning and for you all for coming along. Really fascinating and really heartening, actually, to hear about the work you're doing. It does sound, has the potential to be genuinely transformative. And I think, really focusing on, we've been thinking about nature-based solutions for a long time, and sort of from a research perspective, I think the last 5 years or so has seen, I hesitate to use the word exponential, but you know what I mean, a massive growth of scientific research explicitly using the term nature-based solutions and exploring the effectiveness, the societal, the ecological, the economic effectiveness of working with nature, especially in a warming world. Huge growth of studies in that. And I think actually for me and my understanding and my team understanding of where the evidence is, I think there's a wealth of evidence now supporting the very powerful role of working with nature for the adaptation benefits they bring, and particularly the importance of working with nature to reduce our exposure to climate impacts, even increasingly some of the more extreme impacts of climate change, as well as the importance of nature-based solutions for supporting resilience by diversifying livelihoods, interventions such as agroforestry, growing evidence there that those sorts of interventions can really help secure, if not improve, yield in drier, more variable climates. And a really interesting area of research, which I think is critical, and I'll come back to it at the end, is the role of nature in building adaptive capacity, in building our readiness for whatever comes next, and in reconnecting us with nature, particularly reconnecting westernized societies that are disconnected from nature. And I strongly believe, and I think there is strong evidence to support that disconnection from nature underlies the cognitive dissonance that enables us to continue to work in silos, enables us to continue doing harm to the biosphere and the climate system, even though we know it is an existential challenge that we face, even though we know that our societies and economies depend upon a flourishing biosphere, of which we are an integral part. So I think that is where, for me, some of the most exciting research is in adaptation, in societal benefits at a kind of more fundamental level. Well, we all know that the focus, certainly much noise, there has been much noise around the role of nature-based solutions in climate change mitigation and a real focus on carbon benefits. And some of that has been based on, there's been a lot of work and a lot of global modelling. And I think that global models have been important in setting the general direction of travel, a recognition of the importance of not overlooking the health of the biosphere when it comes to generating policy steers and practice on addressing climate change. And many of us working in the biodiversity space have really been focusing for many years on the UNFCCC and to ensure that nature is not overlooked. But I think actually, there have been massively overinflated estimates of the mitigation potential. I think generally, though, there's lots of variability, and that depends on all the assumptions you use to generate the estimates. But broad consensus that it's around, 10 to 15 gigatons of CO2 per year that's possible were we to scale up the restoration and protection of nature and the sustainable management of our working lands. This is around 27% of anthropogenic carbon emissions. However, we know that we don't get that unless we also do the radical transformation of our system and we reduce our demands for greenhouse gases and we decarbonise in other ways. More interesting have been the more local, regional, national modelling exercises, which show that there is a great deal of variation across different countries on the importance of a real focus on NBS as opposed to other more technological approaches to dealing with climate change. So recent work in our lab by Elina Soteroni, a Brazilian mathematician, looking at integrated assessment models for Brazil, and scenario modeling for Brazil shows that Brazil can meet 80% of its climate targets if it halts deforestation. And so really supporting Brazil in its efforts, about which we had in a brilliant event yesterday, many efforts in Brazil to halt deforestation, and that halting deforestation is so much more important than technological approaches, than biomass, than BECCS and other unproven carbon dioxide removal technologies. But in other countries that have high historical emissions and almost no forest cover, like my own country, the United Kingdom, less important. So it's really important not to sort of have these be too, to have a more nuanced country-based, place-based approach when it comes to understanding the mitigation potential of working with nature. And more recently, in terms of sort of more whole economic or economy-wide benefits, we've just published some work. In fact, I say published is a preprint and it's coming out in PLOS Climate next week, showing the economic recovery potential of investing in nature-based solutions. So the job creation potential, the income generation potential of investments in nature. And this was a sort of a systematic review of reviews. So a real sort of good sense of the global evidence for if you invest as a country, if you invest in nature, you will get those benefits, those job creation benefits. And many countries are, of course, and understandably focusing on economic recovery, and we know that if we invest in nature-based solutions, particularly through sustainable land management approaches, agroforestry, coastal restoration, things like that, you can generate a lot of jobs, which is what governments want to hear about. So let's not overlook that. But really, I sort of get increasingly frustrated about talking about the mitigation benefits of nature-based solutions or the adaptation benefits or any other benefits, because as Ali pointed out, it's the holistic benefits. If we work well with nature, as part of nature, respecting indigenous knowledge, which is often very rich source of information about how we can work with nature effectively in a warming world, if we recognize ourselves not as pests or as conquerors of nature, but as co-creators, as stewards. So our role of human beings is to be careful stewards, and we know from many indigenous knowledge systems and projects that have been led by indigenous peoples and information about how indigenous peoples have been co-creating ecosystems, even in what we might call as intact ecosystems, for millennia, and have rich knowledge about how to do that over many centuries of observation and learning. If we do that, then we know that we get all these benefits from nature. And it might be sort of frustrating to hear about some of the negotiated text around, well, is this carbon dense? Is this good for adaptation, or is it good for mitigation? Nature is good for everything if we look after it well. And so to close, because we've got lots of people to hear from, I think I want to, that if we really think about this holistics piece, because if we don't, we embed trade-offs. And there are some really alarming things going on in the world of climate solutions, which are harming the biosphere or have potential to increase harm to the biosphere, by which I mean scaling up biomass, and scaling up biomass for energy, which isn't even net negative emissions, it's net positive emissions, especially when the feedstock is sourced from overseas, which it often is for many countries, including my own. And if we rely on unproven technologies, which require vast amounts of land, such as BECCS, we risk undermining that which we all depend on. And so this synergies piece, which is emerging in COP, is a really important one. So even if you're just firmly on the protect biodiversity for biodiversity side of things, we have to still engage with what's going on in the climate space, because we do not want massive investment in technologies which undermine the biosphere. And that's why we need to double down on what nature-based solutions are, as being people-led, respectful of human rights, recognizing that we are part of nature, and also protecting biodiversity locally, not protecting biodiversity somewhere else, which is why biodiversity offsetting fundamentally, in my view, doesn't really work because biodiversity is very place-based. But if these interventions support local people, support local rights, and support biodiversity, in my view, and according to the UNEA definition of nature-based solutions and the many years of work on nature-based solutions by the IUCN, that is what a nature-based solution is. It recognises our role as stewards. So if we can really double down on that definition of nature-based solutions as we think about it with regards to the decision text emerging from this, that's really important, and hopefully really strongly addresses head-on some of the concerns we have in our indigenous communities about commodification of nature, the co-option of the term nature-based solutions by fossil fuel interests and so on, all of which we as a nature-based solutions community recognise and respect. So yeah, just to close, one very quick comment. I think really thinking about nature-based solutions not as tools, I don't like the word tool, not as projects or even policies, but as pathways to a more reciprocal bond with nature. And I think if we do that and we can develop policy with that in mind, we will get the flourishing future that we all so desperately want. So I'll leave it there, but thank you.
Thank you, Natalie. Yeah, it's critical, as you said in the end, that we need to recognize it's just not a tool, because at times then we get stuck. Okay, let's do this. It's, I would say, sort of a mindset, the whole methodology that integrated approaches would work. Otherwise, doing one thing, something else is getting impacted. And again, as I said earlier, everything has an impact. We need to minimize those trades off. And this current, as per us, current knowledge and other nature-based solutions provides that pathway to work towards that, and then involving everyone. And to do that, capacity building is so critical because, again, putting up a methodology, another thing which has scientific robustness, as you said, okay, that's critical, but also a new way of doing that. So capacity building, knowledge sharing, knowledge dependent. So Veronica Liu, you have been working for over 10 years, in the policy as well as knowledge sharing and knowledge generation, and currently working with ISD on a project which is working with, GAC to promote that. So would you share your experiences, how in the local context things are working or not working?
Absolutely. Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here, everyone. Thank you very much for inviting me here to share my perspectives. I'll talk a little bit about this community of practice, just building on what Celine introduced from the Partnering for Climate initiative. And it's quite unique, the way that the government has promoted this approach to implementing nature-based solutions through implementation, but also capacity building, and trying to build communities as well around sharing and learning on implementing nature-based solutions, and providing a safe space to discuss the real challenges on implementation on the ground. And so the community of practice is a platform that brings together all the practitioners in Canada that are focused on nature-based solutions implementation abroad, but also at home, but also inviting a rich variety of different perspectives so that we can expand and provide sort of our community's view on nature-based solutions and bring in the values component. We all value nature in different ways, and as Lean mentioned, we're working with Indigenous organizations. We've developed a steering committee, so it's not just IASD, but it's also the Métis National Council, it's also the Assembly of First Nations, it's also the Canadian Coalition for Climate and Development, and many other diverse organizations that are part of our steering committee. And so we are trying to develop a sort of joint vision that brings in all the different values of these organizations in Canada to help enrich the perspective of internationally focused global communities of practice such as FEBA, Friends of Ecosystem-Based Adaptation, and also complementing the work that IUCN is doing on capacity and capacity building through their NAPSA initiative that Vera will speak about shortly. So it's about learning and sharing and exchange, and we've done this through a variety of different ways. So for example, we've been holding these hybrid events in Canada with different partners, ensuring that they are accessible by everyone. We've developed a website, we're updating it constantly, and we've also held events both in Canada, but also trying to share our perspectives from in Canada with the international community. So we also held an event, and the first day of COP as well, trying to shed light on what the real experiences are of implementation on the ground of the Partnering for Climate projects. So all credit to the Government of Canada. Of course, Global Affairs has been a very open and willing partner and have been very honest about sharing and exchanging and hearing from the different implementing partners some of the real challenges. So for example, we've heard that it's important to have sort of a long runway for planning and implementation to really have impact on the ground for biodiversity, for gender. And we all know that it's really hard to work on short project timelines. And how do we as a community get around these very real issues? We've also been looking at inclusion and developing, sharing different tools that that have been really important for sharing knowledge, such as that have been developed under FIBA. So, for example, I will speak about this in turn, but there is, for example, guidance on the ecosystem-based adaptation guidelines. We've been building on that, developing knowledge products, getting feedback from our community on that, and trying to find ways that we can learn and exchange on the NBS Global Standard and bringing that into the projects that organizations are implementing on the ground. So I would say that, it would be very, important as well, just going back to what Natalie was saying and what Celine and Ali have reinforced as well, that it's about, pathways and a holistic vision and really trying to integrate these diverse values of nature into what we call nature-based solutions or ecosystem-based approaches. And so we've been working together and learning together as a community, and it's important to really make these connections, I think, and provide that safe space for communities on the ground. And hopefully we can continue to do that, working together and scale up this community of practice.
Thank you, Veronica. So the how is being, we are learning from each other, collaborative efforts, building on each other's expertise and then bringing them together. And all this also calls for that how to finance it, how to generate more resources. So we have Claire Cockett with us, who is leading, Claire is leading WWF Nature-Based Solutions Accelerator team based in UK. And so would you share what you're doing, how you're bringing private sector also financing into this sector, which is so much needed, because public sector can, demonstrate how we can move forward, but the sustainability, unless local communities, private sector, public sector, we all come together, sustainability will always remain questionable. So over to you, Claire.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me also. So as you said, the Nature-Based Solutions Accelerator, just to really briefly introduce it, it's led out of WWF UK, but it's a collaboration, a philanthropic collaboration between HSBC, WRI, the World Resources Institute, and WWF. And our goal is really to help scale nature-based solutions. WWF's role particularly within this is helping to unlock new resources for nature, particularly through access to private investment, but also through kind of knowledge sharing, as we've heard as a theme. And I guess it's worth saying that obviously, as we've heard, as we know, nature-based solutions support resilience in ecosystems and societies, but I guess it goes both ways. Like, in order to support resilience in the nature-based solutions itself, it needs to be resourced. It needs to, have, stewardship and there is work involved. And obviously we've seen from UNEP estimation of needing 11 trillion investment in nature-based solutions by 2050, and yet at the moment there's a huge gap. So if we can try and plug some of that gap and bridge that and really scale up the resourcing for nature, hopefully we'll get there faster and better. So I guess in terms of our focus in the Nature-Based Solutions Accelerator, we provide technical assistance to a small set of projects around the world who were chosen through an open call for proposals, chosen because they were assessed to be high integrity nature-based solutions against the IUCN Global Standard, which is just so helpful, that they had the management capacity and the kind of organization that they were suited to private finance, and that they were resourced, that they would be able to get there in the time frame that we're working in our project, that they would be meeting WWF's environmental and social safeguards requirements, and that we as a team in the accelerator would actually be able to add some value. If they were fine on their own, then there was no point joining the accelerator. So in terms of what we are doing, so maybe I should say first, just to give you a bit of a flavor of the projects that we are working with, they're pretty diverse. They are spread across the world, different kinds of project developers behind them. Some of them are NGOs, some of them are kind of companies, social enterprises, focused on different kinds of NBS. We've got, for example, regenerative cattle ranching, water resource management in the UK. We have mangrove restoration, seaweed farming, just to name a few. They're looking at different markets and different revenue opportunities within the projects, or between the projects. So it's very diverse, and we have to flex according, to whichever project that we're working with. But also, it gives us a real opportunity for learning, and hopefully relatable cases that, wherever, if you're based in different places in the world, you can say, well, actually, we've seen this working here, or we've seen this similar project to ours. So hopefully relatable, because we want these to be case studies that others can learn from. In terms of what we're doing, as I said, we have some small grants which help, particularly around kind of local market assessments or local kind of consultancy support that they may need. And we also have technical assistance through the team, the specialist team. We have NBS specialists in the team, but also private finance specialists, helping in two key areas, I suppose. One is around high integrity nature-based solutions design. So again, taking the projects through the IUCN standard. Some of them are more familiar than others with that. Helping to think around kind of participatory processes and thinking around affected stakeholders, thinking around mechanisms, grievance mechanisms or whatever that might be needed around the project for the long term, just to ensure it's really got high integrity. Thinking around metrics and baselines, what's the benefit each of them are looking to deliver for society or for the environment, and how they will baseline those or measure them in time, and then right through to the commercial side, because it's bridging between high integrity and bankability. So thinking through, for example, market assessment, thinking through the costs that are involved in actually delivering the project, thinking through the markets and the ways they can route to market, access those markets, and also the kind of revenues they may be able to generate, how long they may take, and so on, which in turn informs that case for investment. And the goal really is that they will be, probably early next year, as many of them as possible will be able to go out themselves, building on that process, and being able to go out themselves and seek private investment and hopefully secure it. And I guess maybe just to round off this kind of introduction, obviously we've talked about nature-based solutions and the resilience. As we go forward, fundamentally, for investment in nature-based solutions, we really do need to make sure these projects are place-based, of their context, sensitive, but ultimately for private finance and for resilience, we really do need to think on a landscape scale. So increasingly, as we move forward, we're really keen to try and support that visibility of nature-based solutions within a landscape plan, within a landscape strategy, because obviously, really thinking through what's needed in the landscape and having a kind of a portfolio of nature-based solutions, if you like, that supports resilience and of the NBS, because obviously you're thinking around all the different pressures and on things in the landscape, but also supports aggregation from an investment perspective, because often you do need slightly larger sums to really unlock the more commercial kinds of finance. So anyway.
Thank you, Claire. It's so critical that when we invest, we need to know what impact going on, and then also especially bringing in not only private sector but also even public sector in developing countries, because they want to see what is the cost benefit analysis of our investment. They have options whether to invest in hospitals and schools and roads, why to invest in nature where so poverty is there and all that. So if we can showcase that there is marketability, bankability, when we invest in nature, that will help in poverty reduction, in health systems also, that will also improve because so much is dependent on the health of the local ecosystem. So all these, so your tools will surely help towards that end. Having said all these, and we heard these examples, but they will all remain in bits and pieces if policy is not aligned. That how policy alignment with this work is taking place, how that's being taken forward, how CBD is looking into climate change and nature-based solutions. So Tristan has been in this sector for over 20 years and has been working with multilateral systems and other, and now with CBD taking forward climate change, biodiversity nexus, dry land. So over to you, Tristan, to share the efforts at policy level and how it's being taken forward.
Thanks very much, Ali. Good morning, everybody. Thank you to IUCN and partners for inviting me to be part of this discussion. Certainly with the adoption of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, and in particular within Targets 8 and 11, the recognition of nature-based solutions and or ecosystem-based approaches it's an excellent step forward in terms of recognizing that these approaches exist and that it's up to parties, therefore, to consider how they're going to be used. There are certainly positives to that, but there are also some, I don't necessarily use the word negatives, but I think shortcomings with the fact that it's just referenced within Targets 8 and 11, because as we're hearing, nature-based solutions are not just related to climate, but those two targets where it's referenced is very, very clearly specifically related to target. But it's about how we as societies as a whole, our relationship with nature, how we are treating it, how we are respecting it, and then how those benefits can flow. Yes, in an anthropocentric, in an anthropocentric view, which is an issue for some members of the those negotiating, but the reality is for many parts of the world, that's the kind of perspective and worldview as such that needs to be taken into account. But it's that translation then of how are they interpreting the GBF as a whole, recognizing that it's supposed to be indivisible, not necessarily just focusing on 30 by 30 because it's the big media grabbing headline target, but also not just focusing on nature-based solutions in the context of Targets 8 and 11 in their national translations, but thinking of the framework as a whole. How does it relate across all of the targets, including the likes of Targets 1, 2, and 3 around restoration and protected areas, etc., and 18 and 19 related to the finance and how we're looking at our economic systems as well, but also then relating to 21, 22, and 23 on knowledge and participation and gender and some of these considerations. How are these factors coming in? And then, of course, there's also Section C, which are the cross-cutting considerations, which has things like whole of society, whole of government. It has human rights-based approaches. It has respecting indigenous peoples and their knowledge and culture and practices and rights, etc. I mean, these all have to be translated effectively into those national policies, those national strategies. And what we're seeing with some of the initial targets and the NBSAPs that have been submitted so far, recognizing that the main stock take will be at COP17, but when we're seeing that, yes, absolutely, there's the recognition of the importance of nature and certainly nature-based solutions to a certain extent as part of approaches in sort of cross-sectoral considerations, how it links to health and to climate and various things like that. But it's what do they mean by when they're using terms like nature-based solutions? What do they mean by that? Are they taking those cross-cutting considerations into account when they're developing the implementation plans to go with that? But of course, one of the big issues that the CBD has certainly faced is that sort of siloing of and not just CBD, in fact, across the sort of the conservation, the nature sector as a whole, is that we have been siloed into nature, important for certain things, otherwise it's nice to have, But yeah, otherwise we're going to focus on economic development and all the other things. And so we need to see that reciprocal of, yes, we're recognizing the importance for across sectors, across society as a whole. How is society as a whole recognizing nature in response? And it's interesting to see how this conversation is developing, for instance, under UNFCCC, going from, well, in particular Glasgow, but certainly down through the years, but in particular starting with Glasgow, and especially last year in Dubai, how the framework was recognized within the GST decision, which is the first time, as far as I'm aware, that a CBD-related process has been recognized under our sister Rio Convention, which is certainly an excellent start in terms of negotiations. The development around the global goal on adaptation and the recognition of the role of ecosystems within that. And then, of course, that joint statement that came out on climate, nature, and people, and just thinking about all the different partnerships and initiatives and efforts that are happening and how to bring those together in a cohesive manner, and taking advantage of the fact that Dubai did bring a lot of people and a lot of different threads together. And now what we need to see is how is that going forward, and how is that turning into the support that parties need, in terms of the fact that these processes are party driven, they are the primary audience as such, but what is that whole of society role within all of this? And there's certainly huge value for the work that IUCN have done around nature-based solutions, and yes, it was then taken up within UNEA. But the global standard, all the work that NBSI has been doing, and very interested to see this paper now coming out, because money does talk. So it's going to be a very interesting piece. WWF with your breaking the silos and all that about linking what's the role within NDCs and NAPs and thinking about, well, what for these other policy processes, how are we bringing the NBSAP link into those? Because frankly, while parties might well be putting the right words on paper as they are setting their national targets or even revising their NBSAPs, it's about that implementation, and there needs to be that the support mechanism in place. There's been a lot of talk about the role of the private sector, which obviously is very important for various different reasons. But there's also a lot of hesitancy about how do you bring them into that conversation, building that trust, ensuring that what they are saying is what they're actually doing, greenwashing and all the rest of it. But even if it isn't, even if it is just misintentioned, that they are trying to do the right thing, they're just not necessarily doing it properly, accidentally as such. I'm giving them giving them plenty of excuses, but that there are ways and means to hold them to account, and that is from civil society putting the pressure, making sure that consumers are aware, etc. But it's also the governments themselves are providing the legislative incentives that need to be in place. And Target 18 about reforming subsidies is essential to that. So yes, we can talk about the role of nature and all the rest of it, but the reality is we need to be restructuring our economic systems, but also our societies as a whole, if we're going to actually achieve this long-term vision of putting us living in harmony with nature. And I like your point about that it's a pathway rather than a tool as such. Some people might go, oh, it's a pathway, I'm not sure about that, I want the answer straight away. But it's true, where we are on a journey, and we need to make sure that people are coming on board in the right way, and it's how we're bringing them in and trying to build that trust as such. How do we get the private sector to engage with Indigenous peoples, for instance, in a way that both kind of feel that they can? How do you sort of, what's the intermediary there that allows that to happen? And hopefully the likes of nature-based solutions can be part of that. But there's just, we've mentioned very briefly the negotiations yesterday around item 25 on climate change, and even the negotiators are somewhat, to a certain extent, misinterpreting the intention with nature-based solutions, which slows the process down, shall we say, in the nicest possible way. But yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Tristan. And Tristan, also part of the publication you seeing on that screen. So yeah, could
Sorry.
you?
Yes, I have it here on my list. I hadn't realised that it was being projected, but absolutely. One of these, well, a number of consortia are involved in providing that sort of technical support. And for instance, the FIBA, the Friends of EBA, which IUCN provides the secretariat for, produced this paper looking at, well, how does target ecosystem-based adaptation fit within, in particular, targets 8 and 11, because they are the climate ones, but then also considering the rest of the framework. There have also been a couple of others that I should also mention that came from PEDA, the Partnership on Ecosystem-Based Disaster Risk Reduction, and there's an ongoing what's called inclusive conversations, trying to look at what does human rights-based approaches mean in the context of biodiversity and climate action, because again, it's a pathway. We need to be bringing people on board and helping them understand what does EBA mean in this context, eco-DRR, HRBA, things like that. Yeah, so I just want to mention that. Thank you very much, Ali, for reminding me.
Yeah, thank you, Tristan. So this is again an attempt, collaborative work with CBD co-chairing this work with IUCN and CKDN and RARE, others coming together to unpack how target 8 and 11 we can work towards that, and this work will continue for COP, Climate COP also, and CCD others. So please keep visiting this page, and this QR code is there where we are trying to break these silos and link with biodiversity, climate and land degradation together with the achieving these objectives. Again, another thing, the how of it is always a question mark. So working together with Global Affairs Canada, IUCN with partners, others working to, the how and others. So I will say Veronica Ruiz, so another Veronica in the panel, has over 15 years of experience working in resilience aspects and other. So share how NAPSA is taking it forward. That's another initiative where we are trying to break the silos, working with civil society, donors, and private sectors in almost every area of biomes, from coastal marine to dry land to water management to mangroves and other. So over to you, Veronica.
Thank you, Ali. I never realized that Global Affairs Canada, you have the two umbrella projects and they both led by two Veronicas. Just realized now. So as Ali is mentioning, IUCN is coordinating the NAPSA project. We are providing support, as Celine, she was mentioning, to 19 projects under the Partnering for Climate portfolio. So one of the work that we are doing is like really listening to the project. What are your challenges? What are the barriers that you are facing? And by doing so, we have been able to think about like, okay, how can we work together, but also how can we break the silos? So I feel like I'm collecting all the feedback from all of you. So right now we are in a situation that we say like, okay, let's create something, but not create, to co-develop and co-create all together using the whole community of practice from Canada, but also the community of practice that we have in IUCN. We have an extensive network. So how we can use all these communities in developing something that is really needed, not another tool, not something that will remain in the shelf or a report or whatever, but really listening what are the real needs and what is going on already, not to reinvent the wheel. We always say not to reinvent the wheel, but also how can we do this together and break the silos. And when I say breaking the silos, I really meaning it in not just meaningless words. So I will just share with you. So IUCN, we are working together in this co-creation and co-development process on we didn't give a name yet. We are under discussion on the name. We are creating this product, which will really will be the how to implement nature-based solutions for adaptation projects, and really thinking on the different steps of the climate adaptation process. But
we are bringing additionality. We always think like when we are designing all our projects, it's like, what are the kind of actions that I can work on? There are so many, right? And then sometimes we are blocked and we don't know how to move forward. So having a catalog, what are the different actions that we can work depending on the different sector we may be working on? Imagine we are working on agricultural context. So what could be the potential actions that we can use there? But of course, there are too many options. So how we can prioritize? But thinking also about like climate change. Climate change is a moving target, and this is I learned and using quoting Ali here. So it's very important too to think about like what will be the potential climate scenarios, because if we think about the IUCN standard, we have criterion 7, which is adaptive management. So we need to think about climate change, and this is changing. So why we have to think also about climate change and to connect and make in place this nature, climate, people nexus is to really be able to prioritize the actions, and also to think about what are the risks in implementing those solutions. What are the social risks? Don't forget, as Natalie, you were saying, like the social aspect of nature-based solutions. It's not only about biodiversity, it's much more than that. So what are the social risks? Are these viable solutions? And then we link it with the work that Claire, she's working on the MBS accelerator. And then also thinking about what are the potential risks at the environmental ecological level. So once we have all of this, then the question is like, what about the impact? What is the real impact? Are we making any real impact? So then is when we come with the very, it was one of the most pressing needs from all the projects that we are working on. It was in terms of like how we report on indicators. We don't know how to report on certain indicators because we have a very short window. So we really need your support in having this. So the idea is also like this product that we are working on, we are calling it so far the operational framework, is to have a set of indicators, to propose indicators at 2 levels. We have the high-level indicators, and this is connected to the Global Biodiversity Framework, is connected to the Global Goal on Adaptation. We think that working on projects on the ground, we are not contributing at such high level, but we are, and this should be in a certain way connected. So with this operational framework, we are trying to set up and enable this understanding and how projects they can really contribute to these high-level indicators, and also how they can also make progress in contributing to a global well-established initiative like the ENAC partnership, which IUCN is also the secretariat. But all of this also is the real importance is to link with the policy level, because all these projects that not remain just projects on the ground, but really they have a huge potential in contributing to global policy, national policy, and so on. I won't take more time, but if you want to know more.
Thank you, Veronica. So hopefully we will have really good some example, Tristan, to take back to parties. That's what we are trying to do here, looking at evidence from the field, how it's contributing towards certain indicators with robustness and validity and reliability of that, and those contributing towards some higher indicators, and then target 8 and 11 especially, and then others target also, and then also that will inform GGA also aspect. I am leading at Sharm el Sheikh Adaptation Agenda, the nature track. So through that we will also take it, because globally while working on all this, we found out there are no universal measure metrics. We all using different things, don't want to invest in nature, but they don't see impact. And then we have only anecdotal aspects and other things, but not scientifically robust aspects. So this is an attempt, and we would love to work with all of you and you all also. This operational framework in the first 0 draft will be available online. Please look at IUCN, NAPSA, and then operational framework. And we will be in touch privately also with many of you, that how we can make it, we won't say it that universal, but working with you all, that how it can contribute and showcase its effectiveness. So it will be out very soon. Its 0 draft is available, and we will be with you. So Niall, I'll stop here and come to you all. Any reflections, queries, questions, or sharing bit of your work, but 1 minute per speaker if there are. You want to share anything, reflection, or your disappointment on, okay, nature-based solution is just talk only and nothing happening on ground. So open to you all. Please feel free. We are interactively learning from each other. These are just 7 people sitting here, but you all have your own experiences and other things. So anyone wanna share anything? How you are trying to address nature-based solutions, biodiversity, climate nexus, overall? Anything? No? Yeah, please.
I can get it started anyway. The icebreaker of the morning. And sorry, I was a little bit late, so I missed the first couple of speakers, but I heard on the way here that it was very interesting and vibrant content. So I'm Nicole Rycroft. I'm the executive director at Canopy. We're a partner of the IUCN, and we'll actually have a session tomorrow here in this same venue, so please come and join us at 10:45, where we'll be speaking around material substitution and how, in spite of all of the incredibly important effort that is going into conservation and building conservation-based economies, that collectively the work to transform supply chains and to actually diversify the fiber basket so that we're less reliant on forests for fiber so that we can actually keep them standing to meet the ecological targets that we have, that there is the need for both of these streams of work to move forward in a deeply coordinated and jointly kind of financed and resourced way. And just I think the interesting conversations at the nexus of biodiversity and climate and nature-based solutions is around financing. How do we finance the on-the-ground efforts that are happening? How do we help finance the building of these alternative conservation-based economies, as well as how do we actually finance the infrastructure transition and transformation that's required to move away from take-make waste production that's reliant on carbon-rich forests to actually building the mills that will use waste textiles, that will use the millions of tons of agricultural residues that are burnt each year, or industrial food waste as substitutes. And so I think that's a big part of our work, has been on market pull-through and the innovation pipeline and working with the conventional producers around changing business as usual. And now it's around what are the creative mechanisms to actually help finance that stack in different regions of the world. So we're curious about this finance space.
Thank you for sharing, because innovation is so critical. Whatever we are doing, mostly it's theoretical basis. So taking it forward with these examples you shared, the research, financing and other things, so innovation is critical. Anyone else want to share any point? Okay, yes, please.
So, sorry. One of the things that we see from corporates is this message that sort of the global layers, the data layers that you can pull on the state of nature are meaningful in some way. So corporates will say that you can use global data layers and it'll tell you something about the nature on the ground. But the reality is that they're often decades old. The resolution is sometimes very poor, 10 kilometers by 10 kilometers. Best case, maybe it's 1 kilometer by 1 kilometer. People do ridiculous things like stack layers on top of each other, then claim that makes them more accurate. Like ridiculous things. There's a need for a lot of this to be ground truthed. And it's entirely possible now to do this. But one of the real issues is that actually the way you sample on the ground also has to be very carefully thought through. How on earth do we start collecting across entire supply chains in a way that, because the cost I think kind of goes away when you get to scale, where the data is actually comparable. Even if different groups did it, and you could draw comparisons from one region to another region and from one year to another year, how do we solve this issue of the, standards in regards to actually data collection and sampling, which is not a sexy topic, but actually I think super important?
No, very critical question, $1 million, because that's where, investments and other ground truthing and data and other thing. Yeah, it requires, I think, the whole session. Anyone wanna ask? Yeah, yeah, his answer. But we are working with NASA and, we're trying to have CIS plus, but I will talk to you during networking. We have 10-15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Great question. Hello. So yeah, I mean, the resolution of the Earth observation data is improving all the time, enabled by some drones, so there's drone technology and so on. So it is going in a good direction. But I do agree that currently we are relying on data sets that, when you get to the field, seem to be desperately out of touch with the on the ground reality. I think the first thing that is happening and increasingly needs to happen is, yes, we can't do all places everywhere, but what we can do is a good sample across different ecosystems and different landscapes, and then start developing the calibration of the Earth observation data. So so that we can, in situations where we can't get on the ground work, we can do a better job than what we're doing at the moment. But it's definitely sort of more at the cutting edge of things. And then when you have to bring that to Earth with the social data as well as the biodiversity data, the complexities are obviously there. But we do have, do believe that we have some technology and good science that is improving that. But in the meantime, I think one thing we sort of touched upon, but this is idea, it can't really be called, we need these really robust, and the language is really dull, but monitoring evaluation frameworks in place. And we need to be learning by doing, and we need to be doing experiments and learning from mistakes. Mistakes are fine if we've learnt from them. And in the investment landscape, I suppose one of the sort of zeitgeist shifts would be around investing in experiments and investing, therefore, potentially in things that go wrong. But nothing goes wrong if you learn from it, right? And so any investment in an on-the-ground project is pointless unless it's got that in place. So I think we will, as nature-based solutions scale, and I'm hopeful that they scale with these frameworks so that we can have a very place-based, and we can actually, although it sounds unrealistic, we can increasingly get very place-based tailored work. And the whole role of citizen science in that is important. The whole role of engaging and building capacity for communities on the ground and farmers and indigenous communities that are really open to working in this way, to try and collecting data and learning from it. So I feel like, yes, it's difficult, but I feel like there are signs that we can actually do this at scale and get that ground truth data, because I agree, going back to your original point, relying on the Earth observation data is actually quite a dangerous thing to do.
Thank you. So we will have more. Yeah, okay. One last question, and then we will have 10-15 minutes for coffee, and then we can have discussion with our speakers and other. Yeah, no, please, one. Yeah, last question.
Hello. Yeah, hi. Thanks. I'm Andy Dave from British Columbia. We have a fund. I'm curious about how Global Affairs is thinking about the best use of the fund, and how you're structuring your criteria around how to apply it in a way that's going to generate some real results on the ground and the kinds of outcomes that you want. There's obviously a ton of things to fund, but how do you get to really accelerating change?
Okay.
Yeah, thank you. So we have a portfolio of projects in sub-Saharan Africa. That's the Partnering for Climate initiative that's been referenced a couple of times, and the website for the call for proposals is still available, and I can make sure that you see that. And I mean, we were looking for content that showed that applicants were familiar with the IUCN standard and a human rights-based approach, gender equality requirements. So there's it was the quality of the nature-based solutions plus. Under the framework of the Feminist International Assistance Policy, we're looking for certain things. And we were also trying to make sure that we had a portfolio that had many ecosystems represented in it, and that we were working in a broad range of countries, and partly was a reflection of where Canadian organizations had existing partnerships and experience and knowledge and networks, so that because we didn't think it would make sense to be starting from scratch. to the extent possible. So we were building on things, past programming that we have done, because we had some track records that we could see to see that it would make sense to scale initiatives. So it was a combination of those things, but I'd be happy to share information with you separately.
Thank you, Celine. So we have to stop here, but overall NBS is just, it's not that, because so many things have been done in the past. We need to learn from everything. And this is a journey where, conservation sector, if I can say this as a sector, one missing thing is reflection and post-mortem of our work. Many a time we just put lessons learned and hide behind those. And many a time those even lessons learned are just copy and paste from previous reports. So that's where we need to do some self-reflections also. Where we are, how so much investment, whatever investment is going on, we are all asking about investment is lacking and, it's only this much or that much. But is the current investment being implemented effectively? We need to ask all of ourselves, what's not working, because all the time just sharing positive things, and less all our failures, we hide behind those, need to be further promoted that, okay, this is what not working. And again, something which didn't work at one area might work somewhere else. So it's not a rigid jacket of failures or successes, but let's also start sharing our failures. For the last 5-7 years, I am failing to have an event where we can share our failures. But let's see, so where we can, come together, because that's, every other sector, if medical center, something goes wrong, board will sit together and they will see what went wrong. So let's also be courageous. And for that we need maybe donor supports, others also. It's not, making mistakes is okay to make, mistake, but keep repeating the mistakes, that's not good. We are using taxpayers' money to work somewhere else. So let's also do some reflections, how best we can do the course correction. But one thing is clear, current model is not working. We need to look and then take forward. Okay, the last word, and then we will have coffee here. Yeah.
Just one thing that I forgot to mention earlier, but this perfect segue. So I just wanted to mention, so just in terms of reflections and learnings, and so obviously markets are a blunt instrument. So in unlocking private investment to NBS has potential tensions, and just that spirit of reflection and learning. So our team have been doing a research piece over the summer, interviewing project developers, NBS projects, interviewing investors to understand how it's actually going at the moment, those early test cases. And obviously we are kind of seeing opportunities, but also some tensions, potentially like mismatched expectations or time frames or risk, balance of risk. And we have a report coming out towards the end of this year, so probably around the next COP. So watch this space, keep an eye on our website and keep an eye on COP, and there'll be some more opportunity to really dive into how it's working and how we can learn, as you say.
Thank you, Claire. So thank you, everyone, and thank you, the panel, for sharing all these challenges and opportunities which are out there. So looking forward working with you all to have this journey together. Thank you.
Hello. Thanks for joining us today, folks. We're going to get started in about 1 minute, and I will remind you that this session is being recorded and live streamed, so we're reaching a much broader audience than the folks who are fortunate to be here today. Okay, welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us today for this exciting panel about scaling nature-based solutions at the intersection of health, education, and nature. My name's James. I'm going to be facilitating. And we have a pretty awesome panel. They're going to be really looking at the pace and the scale required to face the triple crisis and the ecosystem of integrated solutions. So I'm looking forward to this. We'll just start off with a very brief introduction. On the far side here, we have Jenny McCaffrey. She's Vice President of Education and Health at the BC Parks Foundation. We have David, who's UNESCO Chair for Biocultural Diversity and Education. We have Stefania, who's the Chief Education Officer, Chief of Education and Learning at the California Academy of Sciences. We have Andy from the London Natural History Museum. We have Tracy, who's the North American Director for IUCN. We have Isabel, who's here with the Center for Global Education, and she's a local student from Cali, Colombia. And we have Eli, who's the Director General for Biodiversity Policy and Partnerships at Environment and Climate Change Canada. So pretty fantastic panel. We're very excited. We're going to start off with you, David. And if you could just speak a little bit about the critical importance of culture in both biodiversity and learning.
Sure. I'm pleased to be here. My name's David. I'm a professor at Simon Fraser University, and I work with UNESCO. I'm the chair in biocultural diversity and education. And this is really, I think, answering the question, you know, that term which was developed by Louisa Maffei, an anthropologist out of Berkeley, and has been adopted by UNESCO, you know, for several years now, acknowledges, and sometimes people think I'm talking about a lovely metaphor, biocultural diversity, but actually there are lots of studies that show that both culture and nature are complexly interrelated and have evolved. So indigenous cultures and cultures around the world, diaspora communities, those cultures actually arose out of ecological conditions in different places. And it's very closely related to sustainability, because if a culture survives in a place, like say, for example, the Haida culture, 10,000 years old, they must know something about how to successfully live sustainably. And if they made wrong choices, their culture would be erased. So that's kind of the theory of biocultural diversity, and that underpins all my work with my research and with my work with professional development with teachers. So just to give an example of that, I don't teach on campus. I teach in the field with pre-service teachers, with in-service teachers. We do field schools in places like Haida Gwaii, Indonesia, Tanzania, where they are actually immersed in these local cultures. And we use a two-eyed seeing approach, so every time I offer a program, it is co-taught. I am the Western eye, and I have an indigenous person who is my equal co-instructor, and we sometimes argue in front of students, and we contrast different worldviews, and we learn in real time, in situ, in real communities, and in real seeing format. So when you read the document, you're going to be exposed to seeing format. So when you read the document, you're going to be exposed to indigenous cultural ideas and indigenous knowledge alongside Western knowledge. And I'm very excited about what that means for teachers in the province to actually take what we call the First Nations principles of learning and take that from a document which is really like theoretical to actually a physical practice that teachers begin to use on a daily basis. And I think that's going to be the way we scale this up in the long term.
Fantastic. And could you just mention, David, the postgraduate field schools that you do, the training educators that you do, that's not just in Canada, you do that in other parts of the world as well, correct?
Yes, I have had a very long-standing field school in Indonesia. In fact, my co-chair, because UNESCO requires a north-south relationship in the UNESCO chair program, so my co-chair is from North Sulawesi in Indonesia. We've been working together for 20 years. And, so when I go down there with Canadian students, for example, we pair up with Indonesian students and we co-teach the program. I'm actually trying to give it away and develop capacity for the local university there, which is Samratulangi University, to offer the field school independently of Simon Fraser University. That would be the ultimate goal if I've been successful in that. And we have a new field school that this time last year I developed and we were running in Tanzania, in Arusha, in partnership with the Aga Khan University, and we have a new relationship there between SFU and Aga Khan, and that's very exciting. Arusha is one of those hotspots for biocultural diversity right in the middle of Kilimanjaro and Serengeti and Ngorongoro crater, so amazing. I can't say that I have to work too hard. I think my work resembles play sometimes, which is
vision for education at California Academy.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you so much for being here and giving us the time to share the lessons that we have learned and the knowledge that others have given us. Just to give a little bit of context, the California Academy of Science in San Francisco, we are a natural history museum. We have a research division, but we also have an education division. Our mission is to regenerate the natural world and the human-nature connection. And as in the education division, really focus on that part and the regeneration of the human-nature connection. And I see us as builders between the science and the community and being people that generate programs that are both in the formal and the informal spaces. So to answer your question, James, I think I'm just going to share key ingredients, key things for this vision, a vision that's really informed by transformative education, a field where we have frameworks. It includes education for sustainable development and global citizenship education. But key things that our teams are keeping in mind when they're designing and when they're launching programs are, number one, contextualization. We cannot grab frameworks and just implement them exactly as they come. We try to identify what really needs to change so it can serve better our communities and our beneficiaries. Student-led, student-centered. It doesn't mean that's not going to have academic rigor. It just means that we're really allowing the students to be participants of the learning process, and as holders of the knowledge, we're there guiding and kind of just, allowing them to perhaps make mistakes, but go back based on the knowledge that we have. Using a systems lens, which is very hard. I always have to remind myself to just kind of step back and see the whole picture that allows us to really identify not just the different causes and consequences of whatever social, environmental, or economic issue we're trying to tackle through a program, but also whom else should be part, right, of this conversation. And then last but not least, you mentioned bringing indigenous partners and local partners and allowing these people to be part of your design process, traditional ecological knowledge, and really making sure that you are inviting communities that have been historically, traditionally marginalized. And that can be students from lower income zip codes, but also Black, Brown, and Indigenous communities. So the benefits are enormous. You're building a stronger community. You are fostering intergenerational knowledge and work, which it's really disrupting the status quo of traditional education. And I would also say that you're making learning relevant and exciting. When you're bringing these type of content and these experiences, who doesn't want to go to school or after school programs where the content is connected to your reality and you're allowed to be an architect, a shaper of these ideas. So some of those key ingredients that we're using for the new vision at the education division. Thank you.
That's excellent. Just a quick follow-up, just before we get to Andy. Being a natural history museum, an aquarium, a biosphere, does all your learning happen in the building?
No. So we're very special. And maybe I'm biased because I work there, but we have public programming, education happening. We connected with our exhibits. Some of them are semi-temporal, like long-term, and some are just temporary. But everything that we put on the floor, we make sure that we have some sort of interaction experience, so people can not just see and do when they see the aquarium. They also have an opportunity to make that connection with what they're seeing, but also for someone from our team to say, hey, this is what's happening in terms of actions of solutions. And these are some ideas of how you could become part of those action solutions. So that's on the public floor. And then in the external community, we have two routes: the formal education. So we do teacher professional development, teacher support, and also curricular development. We have a really vast bolt of lesson plans and videos that I invite everyone to go to our website. They're open source, they're phenomenal, and they can be adapted. So you really can identify like, this doesn't apply to my reality, but you can just add and change. And also the informal piece, like after school programs and working with families, and really tackling the nature gap, which is something that our communities in San Francisco and the Bay Area in general are experiencing. And it's something that's very common, I would say, across urban communities.
Fantastic, thank you. Andy, so the London Natural History Museum, can you just tell us a little bit about the scale and speed at which you've rolled out the UK National Nature Park Initiative, and also how do you know if it's actually working?
Yeah, no, thanks. So it was a little bit of time in the planning, and it was able to leverage expertise that the museum had developed in terms of citizen science, outreach into schools, working with a few schools relatively closely on different projects in the past. But the National Education Nature Park has the ambition of tangibly improving English biodiversity and improving the well-being of the school kids who are going to be bringing that change about. And we're a year in, and the aim is to have as many of the schools in England as we can already signed up and taking part. And in the first year, we've got over 3,000 schools and further education colleges taking part, which is great. But what's particularly great about those 3,000, so sort of evidence of it working, if you like, a third of them had never done anything like this before. This isn't the usual suspects. This isn't the schools that have the kind of institutional knowledge and perhaps enormously supportive, influential, affluent parents who are able to really support the school. These are schools who've never done anything like it before. So money. And it's a relatively easy application process, and it's not a competitive application. And we found that one of the barriers to uptake, again, evidence for working and a limitation at the moment, is loads of schools seem not to have believed that it's not competitive. They did not feel empowered to apply. And I think that's in the context of initiatives where you can fill in an application, and schools like that never get the money. They just don't get the money. So the main way that schools that did apply heard about it was not from the Department for Education, who are the funders, who've been splendid, and they were very clear and they were very straightforward. It was by word of mouth from trusted colleagues. No, the application's really simple. No, and there's loads of support, and the money's there, and it's not competitive. They get back to you quickly, and you can get going. And so, yeah, 3,000. And the aim is that then the schools, one of the reasons the application process is simple is they don't have to have a detailed plan of what they're going to do, because what they have to do with the money is come up with a plan of what they're going to do, safe in the knowledge that they can then do it. And it's horses for courses. So in some settings, if you've just got tarmac, then probably you're going to have big flower pots of nice smelling herbs that are good for pollinators and make it look nicer. And that's the start. And you turn what was a complete desert into a stepping stone for pollinator populations, for instance. And more experience, because kids in some of the deprived schools, this is their main recreation space. And if all it is tarmac, that's not great. And if they have no agency, that's terrible. We have a huge problem with eco-anxiety in school kids, population in general. Here, they get the chance to work out what they think they'd like to do, plan it together, and execute it together, dividing up the jobs amongst themselves. So they get that sense of agency, and they get that sense of connection with nature, which they don't have. They've grown up overwhelmingly in urban, often in very urban settings, and they've never really had that connection with nature. And education in England has become more and more desk-bound and less and less hands-on. There's a danger they're almost not connected with very much at all, quite frankly. So here, they're learning the national curriculum, they're learning their science, they're learning their geography, they're mapping the school habitats, they're surveying for nature, counting how many pollinators visit. They're doing data science with that. They can be doing art lessons in that space once it's done. They can be doing technology lessons. There's a school that put in a green wall and then used a thermal imager to see what difference it was making to the temperature on this wall with an overheating classroom on the other side of it. And the wall was 10 degrees cooler with the green wall there than the bit that hadn't got the green wall on, and the room inside was tangibly better as well. So they're getting the message that, yeah, things are quite hard, but I can do something about this, and they get enough understanding and knowledge to also care more. And the original driver behind this was they value nature more, not economically, but it's a thing they consider as good for their quality of life. And then in terms of the early outcomes, so it is only a year in, it is green shoots, if you'll pardon the expression here, but all of the outcomes that are not just on the baseline because there hasn't been time yet, they're all positive. So kids, teachers are reporting kids' better behavior, better well-being, really engagement. They love the lessons, particularly kids with special education needs, disabilities and behavioral issues. I mean, I'm an ADHD sufferer myself. They get to be outside. They're doing outdoor learning for the first time, a lot of them. They're loving it. The teachers are really enjoying it too, but there is a problem here, again, of empowerment, that the teachers don't feel that nature, nicer environment, kids are reporting how much more they like spending time in the newly greened bits. So, you know, there's one school where they had just a completely tarmac fenced off area that's now lined with plant pots, and it's really, really pretty. So it's not only science lessons you can have there, you can have art lessons there, you can have poetry lessons there, you can write stories about it, engaging the kids all the way across and giving them that agency. And they're really, really optimistic about the outcomes. And the teachers have said the apps are really easy to use as well. The pupils really enjoyed the planning, the discussing, the problem solving together. Not much experience of having done that before. So it's been a real success, but it's such a shame that we weren't more aware of some of the barriers. We thought we'd overcome them by making sure it was not competitive funding, but schools didn't perceive that because it's not been their lived experience. So as with all of these things, we're delighted at how it's gone, but we wish we'd known a bit more before we started and we could have made it better. But it is, as far as we can tell, working.
Absolutely. That's great. Thanks, Andy. Lots of inspiration for others there, and certainly the scale is just fantastic.
Yeah, it's 1 in 8 schools
already 1 in 8 schools. Fantastic. Okay, moving on to Tracy. Tracy, can you speak a little bit to the IUCN's role? Here we are at COP16, and many of you will know there's an aspiration for a global action plan for biodiversity education that IUCN and UNESCO are sort of leading the charge for. Can you tell us a little bit about that action plan and the role IUCN has in nature education?
Yeah, thank you, James, and welcome everyone to the IUCN Pavilion. If you haven't been here before, please come back. We have an entire program that you can see posted there. It's been going on and will continue throughout the end. And if you have questions, the folks are up front. And thanks to the organizers. Thrilled to have you as a member, and the panel is really wonderful and amazing. And thanks, James, for including us in this important conversation. So IUCN is a membership-based organization. We have some 1,500 members globally. And we also have 7 commissions. And the commissions are volunteers, which is pretty amazing when you think about it. Some 16,000 people across the planet who've decided that they want to share what they know. So they're basically allowed to join if they have expertise that matches. And there's one commission that's particularly relevant perhaps for what we're talking about today, the Commission on Education and Communication. So this commission has done some really amazing work, everything from the Nature for All campaign, which reminds people that you protect what you love. So once you understand it and you love it, you're going to be more motivated to protect it. And a bunch of other initiatives that I could go into, but James has asked me a specific question about the policy work. So IUCN also helps support the global conventions like this one. So the Convention on Biological Diversity, and we were hopefully useful in providing some messaging and content to help determine the framing for the Kunming Global Biodiversity Framework, Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And one of the things that we really, really wanted to see was a bigger focus on education. So if you're here, you're already interested and committed to that understanding. And so in the framework itself, here's some language that, that basically says in section C, implementation of the framework requires transformative, innovative, and transdisciplinary education, both formal and informal at all levels, including science policy interface studies and lifelong learning processes, recognizing diverse worldviews, values knowledge systems of indigenous peoples and local communities. So since that was endorsed and now it's basically the framework for all of us to try and adhere to, what we've been doing with the Commission on Education and Communication is trying to work on getting a global education plan adopted. So wouldn't that be amazing? So now we have the framework, but what do we do with it? And that's the whole point of this entire GBF, is that we need to do something with it. Time is short. 2030 is around the corner. So the idea of this effort is to try and get this global education plan endorsed. And there's lots of additional information on it, but for now I'll just say it has kind of the 4 pillars. One is policy, so you need to have very powerful and meaningful policy for education that's at all levels of government. The other one is places. So education has to be grounded in places, and we've heard a lot of amazing examples of how you learn what's around you. So you need to connect with the nature that's in your backyard. You need to have these outdoor experiences. I love the green wall. That's really cool. And so this place-based understanding needs to be a part of this. So we've got policy, places, and then people, of course. None of this matters without really understanding the places that you're from, your culture, your history, and trying to also make nature relevant for people. And then the last is pedagogy. So this is not my area of expertise, but it's pretty obvious even to me that you need to have this better understanding of how to get nature into the education systems, so both formal and informal. So there's some great papers on this. Happy to share more information also on the Commission and other parts of IUCN. Thanks.
Fantastic. Thanks, Tracy. So moving on to Isabel, this is like the two ends of the spectrum, from the highest level of policy to where the rubber really hits the road with a young person, falling in love with nature and being an ambassador for nature. So Isabel, thank you for joining us and hanging out with all these boring old people. No. Can you tell us a little bit about your personal connection to nature and the manifesto, the work that you and other students have been doing here at COP16?
Of course. Hello, everyone. I'm Isabela. I'm a local student here at Cali, at Colegio Jefferson. Well, is this working? Yeah. Okay. So, well, for example, at my school, we have a forest which used to be like an eroded rocky land, and it was reforested. Because, well, the world's most endangered ecosystem is the tropical dry forest, and the school made a pact with the government that we were going to protect it. And at my school, we're not only protecting it, we're using it in education. So, for example, well, mostly little kids go there, for example, for biology classes to observe the... many people may have... protecting nature as their main interest, their main purpose. Some may have art, technology, but they all relate to preserving biodiversity. So my school really enables us to do that, yeah. So here at COP16, well, we're a group of young people, children, and we did a declaration that has 3 focuses, which are education, policies, and like local communities. So, well, the focus on education is basically what I kind of described, using nature, implementing it into our education. Because, for example, well, when you're in a big city, Cali is not really a big city, but when you're in a big city, like with no green spaces, you get a sensory overwhelm. You're overwhelmed by like all the noises, like all the the urbanization, for example, and that leads to anxiety, stress. But when you have, for example, an open classroom, it's better for your concentration. You can really learn better. You can like breathe the clean air of the trees and really connect with nature. So yeah, that's for education. For policies, well, we need the government's help, of course, so that schools can do this, so that it's to integrate their worldviews, because it's really special how they think that we are a part of the ecosystems. And well, a lot of people think that they need to be like resources need to be exploited in order for economic growth and whatever. But we are really part of nature. Like humanity is part of nature. We are nature, and yeah, we need to protect it.
That's fantastic. And I just, on a personal level, it's so humbling to hear such an eloquent speaker in her second language.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So no pressure, Eli. I wish you the best of luck. Eli, thanks for joining us. And, there's a lot of Canadians here. Obviously, Canadians feel deeply about the importance of education and nature, and so we're proud of that. How is Environment Climate Change Canada connecting people and policy for nature?
Thanks for the question, and good morning, everyone. Where's my teleprompter? They told me that I'd have one. So Environment Climate Change Canada, for those who don't, that's the federal government department. It is the lead department on those issues, obviously, but it's not necessarily the department that does it all. So one of the key roles of our department is really, I'd say it's a convening role. It's a coordination role, so that we work across the federal family, working with provinces and territories, working with Indigenous peoples, business, civil society, etc. And that's actually how we develop the National Nature Strategy, so our NBSAP essentially. It was bringing all those actors together and developing this roadmap to 2030. And I would say that is like the main way we connect policies and people. And of course, we're talking about education, so I'll highlight, one of those initiatives, which falls under Target 21 about building awareness, and that is the National Framework for Environmental Learning. So this is an initiative still being developed, set to be released by 2025, and it is basically about increasing awareness about the main environmental issues, biodiversity, climate change, pollution, and so on. Hopefully this is the type of initiative that helps address, the eco-anxiety issues that have been mentioned before. It helps, young students, because it's from kindergarten to grade 12, gain that understanding of the issues, the drivers that are, creating some of those problems, but also understanding what actions they can take. So it's a way of gaining agency. And hopefully shape, their decision making over time, and shape also just basically how they consider those issues in their daily lives. And I think as a part of that, I would say, again, talking from my perspective, I would hope that this kind of initiative, all the building of all the awareness building we're trying to do, might also depoliticize issues. Like biodiversity and climate change over time, hopefully. So that's essentially it. I would note, though, it is as a framework for environmental learning. The federal government is not actually in the education sector. These are we have provinces and territories who lead on that. But I'll link it back to my my personal experience growing up, and just as I think about these things, being involved in these panels, it's really made me consider, like, how did I even get here, right? And why am I on stage with all of you? And I come from an immigrant family. We immigrated to Canada when I was quite young, and growing up, environment, not a thing that my family really thought about, and I don't think it was really properly taught in schools at the time either. But I do recall when I was young, and because I'm curious, watching these documentaries on TV about, maybe it was about deforestation, or I even recall one about like the Chernobyl disaster and how it like poisoned a whole half of the country, at the time, and they freaked me out. I'll admit. Now they didn't necessarily change what I was doing, again, as a young child or young adult and growing up. And I actually, was a business major, and I was planning to be on Bay Street and wear white collar and pinstriped shirts and trade stocks. But I guess what the point I'm trying to make is that kind of awareness and education planted a seed, because eventually I thought, okay, well, that's great. I decided to do a pivot. I thought my business background was actually really useful. And then I decided to continue my education, do environmental economics master's, and then somehow fell into different jobs in the government, working on climate change and now working on biodiversity. But those things always they stayed with me, and maybe they didn't right away impact me. I guess I didn't feel eco-anxious at the time, but they planted a seed. And I think that's, again, one of the key things that when I think about this seemingly small initiative about a national framework for environmental learning, I think is a good step in the right direction and hopefully helps shape other people's lives and decisions.
That's great. Could you just a quick follow-up, could you just talk a little bit, you mentioned, we're a federated country, it's there's some complexity to how to implement something like the GBF.
Yes.
So inside the federal government, your department, leads and coordinates like the folks from oceans, the folks from national parks, the folks from natural resources, but then
Health,
also, and others probably, and also coordinates with, civil society NGO organizations nationally and locally, but also the subnational governments. So how's that, what have you found that's really effective in trying to bring all those perspectives together, and unite them behind nature?
Funding, usually.
We can stop there.
That's always the tricky part. Honestly, it's being able to show that there's a coherent thread in all this, and a coherent framing, and some leadership. That when you're trying to develop that strategy, and it's also a recognition that they are, like, it's a partnership. They are all key actors in this, and it's not the federal government telling them what they should do. And I think that's really, frankly, not just in this thing, but in any initiative you're trying to advance. It is that convening role and that recognition of the expertise of others and what they bring to the table as a partner. So.
Fantastic, thank you. Okay, last but not least for this section, Jenny. If we could pass the microphone over to Jenny. So Jenny's got the toughest spot because she's got to follow all of these people. So, Jenny, BC Parks Foundation has a really grand vision for learning by nature and really sort of taking on a leadership role that benefits British Columbians and nature in British Columbia, but really has ripples beyond that. So could you speak a little bit about your vision for learning by nature?
Absolutely. And yes, I'm totally intimidated by all the incredible leaders on this panel. So thank you for being here today. For those of you that don't know, the BC Parks Foundation is on a mission to create the greatest system of parks and Indigenous protected areas in the world. And we do that through 3 focus areas of work, which are health, education, and conservation. And when I was writing my notes, I originally wrote pillars, and I thought, this is so silly. They're not pillars. They don't stand alone beside each other. They're totally overlapping. And that's the way that we work. And at our best, we're at the center of all of those things, and we're integrating health, education, and conservation. And so we use all of the programs that we do as strategy to move people from awareness to action and actually making that change. So nature education is really an incredible opportunity to create a culture shift. And I think that's where nature becomes mainstream. That's what we're going for. And biodiversity conservation is just another cultural norm. So we do have an ambitious goal. We have an ambitious target to support biodiversity, to support protected areas through transforming school grounds into nature spaces. So our dream is that every child, I'm going to say the world, but I'll start with BC and Canada, is learning about nature, in nature, on their school ground by 2030. And that those school grounds are linked up with these parks and protected areas that host all of this incredible biodiversity that we're talking about here at COP16. So the second part of the title of this was around scale. And I think that's a critical piece, because all of this is wonderful. But if we cannot scale it at a really speedy pace, we're never going to meet the commitments that many countries have signed on to by 2030. So I love how Isabella said it's not a need. It is a need. It's not a want. This is not something that's just nice to have. This is really critical. So this isn't a new idea. obviously, many people have been greening school grounds for decades. But I think what is interesting about right now is that we're looking at this in a new way from a really different perspective, and we're changing the messengers. We know that doctors and teachers are incredibly trusted, certainly in Canada and around the world. And as messengers, they can communicate these incredible messages about biodiversity really, really effectively. So that lens is, I think, what makes this stand apart in the nature education world, and we can use this as a tool to solve some of the major challenges that society is facing today, like the triple crisis that we're all facing. So the research tells us that time in nature for everyone, but of course kids, makes them smarter, happier, and healthier. But they're also way more likely to engage in pro-environmental behaviors later on in life. So we have this incredible link to action that we can plant that seed right from very early on. But the other perspective piece is that we layer on these other challenges that we're facing as a society: the youth mental health crisis, equitable access to nature, certainly in Canada and BC, reconciliation through land-based learning. There's all of these other really important reasons to do this work. And then we have wonderful side effects, like an increase in biodiversity. I just love the results that you're seeing, Andy, in the UK. It's incredible. Increasing climate resilience on school grounds. We know that in the amazing work they're doing in Paris, that during the heat domes, communities came out and used school grounds and those shaded areas to protect themselves. Schools are a hub. They're the center of the community in many cases. They're not just used by students and teachers, and so they're a really unique opportunity to do that whole of society approach. All levels, we really need to build that support and action in all of society, not just in this group that gets to be here, which is a great place to be. So I think the 30 by 30 commitments that Canada has made, BC has made, and we've seen globally are offering us really a unique opportunity to draw those connections and make these collaborations across all sectors, and really work together for a much greater impact at scale. So this is really, I think, a whole of society solution. And I love, Eli, that you shared your story, because I've been listening, and I've talked about this before. I've heard so many stories, personal stories about people's connection to nature here at COP. Not a huge surprise, I'm sure. Every one of these stories, people have a smile on their face. They have usually a really positive, beautiful connection to nature, and they want to share their story with a connection to nature. And I believe that nature education and this integration of health and conservation, it's really a way that we can make sure that the next 7 generations, as many of our First Nations partners tell us in BC, let's go past 7 generations, but at least for 7 generations, we're seeing those smiles when people talk about nature, rather than, you know, a tear. We certainly want these stories to remain positive. And Andy, actually, a few days ago, you were speaking about that joy, and I think that that's such a crucial part of this, is that nature brings so much joy to people, and we want to keep that going. So there's a lot of ambitious targets set for biodiversity protection, and it's going to require really bold action at a pace and scale that is equally ambitious, and I don't think we can wait. So that's why I'm here. Thanks,
Excellent.
James.
Thank you very much. You know, one of the things I really appreciate about BC Parks Foundation, and if you're not familiar, I encourage you to check them out, is the pragmatism. So, you know, we don't always have all the answers, but in this case, we know enough to act. So the way that BC Parks Foundation sort of leaps forward and moves a lot quicker than some of the more established big NGOs is really an inspiration. So, you know, we really appreciate that. Okay, the next section, we've got a couple of questions here that I've been given in advance, which we're going to ask to the whole panel, and we'll hopefully get 2 or 3 people to answer. You don't all have to answer every question, and then we'll go to questions from the audience. Okay. So the first question for everybody, and just jump in if you want to respond, is why is scale an important factor in all of these initiatives? What is it about scale that's so important?
Yeah, I think there's a long history of, what I would call like bespoke, kind of case study projects that, fizzle out when a teacher moves or maybe an administrator changes and is less supportive. So talking about scale and system-wide reform is really important because we have to build capacity. It's not enough to change individuals' behaviors or attitudes because they keep bumping up against the system. So the system has to change. We have to subvert the system or flip it so that these things become easier to do and supported when we have the inclination to do it. So I think that's why scale is important. We're beyond lovely case studies of, oh, this might work. We need to think big.
That's great. Yeah, I think Isabella touched on it a little bit as well in terms of we have these bright spots, we have these pockets of excellence, and it's great if your child, or for the children who happen to be fortunate to be in those experiences, it can be remarkable and transformative, but that should be a right for all children. We need all children. We need to move from, wow, that's exceptional, to, oh, that's normal.
So a lot of the effort that the team have put in is making it as self-sufficient, so the materials are as supportive as possible, trying to remove as many sources of friction to action so that the team don't have to engage too often, because otherwise we would become a limiting resource. And so that it's definitely working. The thing that most people hear about it by word of mouth, that's the sort of chain reaction. No, it's really okay. You don't need, and if you do need some support, you've got £10,000. You can buy in. So it's high leverage, and that I think is a bit that was missing in our institutional thinking about how we were engaging, and having more of the business perspective of acting at scale with pace than we'd had before has revolutionized, I think, our approach to that. And it allows that impact to be magnified surprisingly quickly.
I think that it's a great point, that business dimension. When we look at the economies of scale, so the financial cost to build one natural playground or one outdoor classroom in comparison to 1,000. So that's a big component of this. We need to optimize those investments whilst, ensuring that we have that equity of access.
So one thing that we haven't mentioned yet, the need to go to scale, is that we know the world is burning. And we're all here because we have really, really hard targets to meet by 2030, and then an additional scary tipping point at 2050. So we've got a lot to do. And a really important value of getting to scale for education is we have to transform hearts and minds. Mm-hmm. So we are already preaching to the converted here. Everybody is already aware that the world is burning. We're all on board with trying to do something about that. But there's a lot of misinformation out there as well. And one study that one of our members, Rare, did recently, it was a global study, and they asked the question, they used Meta, so Facebook, to ask millions of people about what they knew about climate change. And it turned out that the good news was that there's pretty decent awareness that this is a problem, but most of the people surveyed, something like 70%, said that climate change was equally caused by nature as it was by people. 70%. It's like, ooh. So we have a lot of work to do to getting the right information out there to all of us. So beyond the converted here, but the rest of the population, young, old, and in the middle, so that we can have this shared understanding. And education absolutely plays a critical role in that. Everything from the experiences that we're all sharing here of how we got involved as young people or became interested and passionate, and that led to fact-finding and kind of making your own path to find out the real story and the reality behind the world is burning. but also more formally through schools, the green walls, these abilities to have engagement directly with the outdoor classrooms, and up through universities as well. So a lot of us were privileged and got to do field studies and field work, but that's not the norm. Universities, you have to kind of seek that out. You're not going to get that if you're a math major or a business major. So there's a lot of work for us to do, but just to say that, yeah, scale is critical. Otherwise, we're just not going to make the impact we need in the time that we have left.
Yeah, it's a real genuine urgency. I'm going to move on to the next question because we are pushed for time and we do want a chance for audience questions. So can any of you speak specifically about how your work really integrates health, education, and nature? So Jenny talked a bit about the overlaps, and I imagine like a Venn diagram, but what are the things that really connect and really genuinely integrate health, education, and nature?
Well, I mean, your question is related to the previous one, right? We're talking about systems design and making sure that we are thinking of everything that should be part of a program that is really created through a solutionary lens. So to give an example, some of our work right now with the formal education space, providing teacher support. We are designing a series of modules where we are helping teachers that are working with very limited resources, not a lot of support from their administration, and teachers that have been certified in 16, 18 months to become a teacher and be able to teach all the subjects. So very little preparation. How do they include, how do they weave in their very overcrowded curriculum content that's not just about biodiversity and also about climate change, but and the four has two pieces that are really important: what's being done in your community, and then providing the platforms for those students, for those schools to take meaningful action. So that opens the door for partnerships within health, the health industry and health providers, but also with those that are working in science, in conservation, and in regeneration of the natural world. So it's complicated because you have, as you mentioned, some schools that are very well supported, and you have the champions, the teachers that are excited. So really thinking about how do we design something that's scalable, that's replicable, and that can really be uptake by any type of school. So the part of what we are really highlighting these teacher education programs is that they need to start from a solutionary standpoint, really not think about, we got time, we have like 7 years, right? And that's that. But starting with, these are examples of things that are happening in your community, and then do what Tracy just told us at the beginning, transdisciplinary. So those examples are perfect entry points for science, for math, for social studies, for language arts. So really with one example of something that's happening in your community, you can begin, that's your solutionary kickoff, and then you can weave it into all your subjects, and you're going to be able to also connect with others that are doing work more specific in health, related to nature interactions, but also like raw research. So that's one example. And yeah, we're very passionate about that and connects with what you do.
I want to answer the question just by a real life example. My wife is an elementary teacher. So she has grade 2 kids in Chilliwack. And, you know, some of the activities that I've helped foster with her at the local school was like a school garden, or nature walks and nature journaling. So there's a very real connection with student well-being, for example. You know, often school classes, they have all these designations from ADHD to, you know, we won't, you know, anecdotally, teachers that I work with have observed that those designations disappear when you're outside. Often those kids become the leaders and actually be the high performers in those kind of settings. So there's an intersection there between health, well-being, And the way I approach this, I'm very worried about the doom and gloom scenarios, because you can't go into a grade 2 class with a doom and gloom message. That is counterproductive. When I work with teachers, I tell them the environment is not content. It's just good pedagogy. So that's the perspective I take, which is more different. Is like, do you want to be a good teacher? Because if you're a good teacher, you're going to create experiential activities where people learn in real world settings, not theoretical examples of what could be, but what is in your community and what's needed. So I think those intersections between education and health and nature are very real. It's the system is...
Health Canada co-funds the building of natural playgrounds with the province of New Brunswick. And Environment and Employment and Social Development Canada funds the Canadian Conservation Corps, which is arguably one of our biggest nature education programs. How does that happen? Like, how does a person from, a bureaucrat in ECCC, and a bureaucrat in Health Canada, and a bureaucrat in Employment and Social Development Canada, how do those things really occur? No pressure.
Wow. How do they occur? I guess I'll go first. I'll say, I'll be one of the first to admit we've got a lot of work to do in the federal government on better integration. We talk about a whole of government, but we're not fully there yet, right? We still have a lot of people doing their thing, and then, they connect maybe, or they set up meetings. And more meetings and more meetings, but I would say the development of a nature strategy is one example of starting that work, of starting that integration, of making sure the right people are talking to each other. And now we're at the stage where, we've got this roadmap, and now it's our role to actually bring all the departments together on a regular basis and say, okay, how are we implementing this one? And what is the next phase of this, or what else can we do? Because it's, not all the initiatives are in the current strategy, right? It is a roadmap, so there has to be some new initiatives to get to those targets. So that's like a starting point. But governments are governments, and they tend to not act as fast as we would like them to be, because they're very large bureaucracies, like the UN. So there is still more work to be done on improving that integration. And hopefully, when you have that sort of cross-cutting piece to always point to, and to your North Star to guide you, then from there you can put in place some better processes.
That's good. One of my favorite sort of cross-cutting things in the Canadian government is we have a youth champions network. So across the federal family, we have individuals who are identified, in addition to all their other jobs, to be a champion for youth. And I think that's one of those good kind of cross-cutting mechanisms that we have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
That's my new job as well.
Okay. I think Jenny wanted to speak to this. Did you want to speak to this, or should we move on? We're going to move on. Okay. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was going to pass the...
Oh, she was going to pass it. Okay, so how are we doing for time? We're doing okay for time on this. So the next question is, what role do youth play in whole of society solutions that will be required? So when you think about youth, and I guess in this case I'm talking children and youth, what is the role that you see that they can, best contribute to those whole of society solutions?
Okay, so I think that, when we were making the declaration and sharing all the ideas and everything, we concluded that we say that children are the future of the world, and that the world will be like at our hands to decide about it. But children are now the present, so we need to be like educated. So yeah, I think that like for now that's the main like role, to be educated. For example, well, we proposed also awareness campaigns using, I don't know, social media, whatever, to spread knowledge about what is really happening, like the real issues that we are facing around the world. And I think that's really what's most important right now. It all lies in education. I think it's the real key for the future. Yeah, because, well, I don't know. Maybe adults grow up with like certain ideas, and it's more difficult to change their ideas when they're grown up. So we need to, like, since they're kids, to like educate and really impregnate with knowledge their lives. And well, that connects with education about like in nature, because when they grow, they can, I don't know how do you say this in English. I'm having the words in Spanish, but they can identificarse con su entorno. Yeah, like identify with their territory, with their environment.
Right.
And I think that's very important, yeah.
Excellent. Thank you. It's funny you say, you know, it's all about education. For the really old people in the room who might remember a TV show called The West Wing, Sam Seaborn said, education is the silver bullet.
I'm going to share with some humility here because I'm very impressed with your articulation of the ideas. And I want to share just a little story because I've been the lead writer for a reform for BC's environmental learning framework. And I would have to say that the most articulate group that we partnered with or had a consultation with was a youth group called Climate Education Reform BC. Very active high school based group. They have self-organized into like an NGO and a society. And they actually were writing letters and petitioning the Ministry of Education and Childcare to revise this environmental learning framework. They ignored my letters coming from the university, but somehow when youth speak, it has more power. So the point I wanted to make with some humility is that it's not that we have to educate the youth, it's that we have to get out of the way. You know, there are all these like systemic things that are in the way. I think youth are probably more in tune with the problems than most adults. So, and I see that in your comments, and I've seen that in BC.
And just to echo, they should be co-creators, co-designers. We really need to stop thinking as youth that we need to give them the knowledge. We have to give them a seat at the table. I have also seen the most extraordinary solutions being designed and launched by youth from indigenous communities, from urban communities, from rural communities, and they are very in tune. They're phenomenal ambassadors to their families, to their communities. People listen to them, and they see the world in a way that sadly perhaps most of us or adults have lost. But we really need to be, as adults, humble and stop seeing youth as the generation that needs to be educated, and they should be our co-designers and co-architects.
I completely agree with that, but I'd also just like to add, touches on your point, I think, David, that one of the things that such powerful youth advocates and activists give, one of the reasons that the words land is that there is no spin. By the time you're 57, you kind of can't help it because you've had 40 years of being taught how to land a message that has a chance of landing all right, that the audience might be somewhat willing to hear. And so your opening bid is a compromise. It isn't enough. And we need to listen. And I agree. Get out of the way if all we're doing is slowing things down.
I would only add to that we also need to. Oh, go ahead.
I believe, yeah, that youth, like just by young people speaking, that speaks innovation, that speaks creativity. And yeah, we really need to be listened, and we're really thankful by this opportunity, of course, in which we made the declaration and everything. Yeah.
That's good. I guess I'll just build on that if we don't engage diverse voices of youth, we are squandering the diversity of intelligence, the human capital. We have a massive problem, or a series of massive problems to solve as humanity. Why would we leave people on the sidelines that could help find solutions? All right.
Can I just, but one thing that always kind of sits in the back of my mind, we have these conversations, but let's not forget to help them.
Mm-hmm.
It's a huge amount of pressure. I mean, I can imagine, I haven't been young for a long time, but I can imagine if I had this opportunity that you have, I might feel a little bit like, that's a big burden. It's a lot. It's a lot to take on, and it's not your fault that the rest of the generations have left you this massive conundrum. So we need to help you. We need to give you what you need to be successful, a seat at the table, but also resources, so that you have real ability to make change.
Great point. Let's go to audience questions. We have 15 minutes remaining. So if we have any questions from the audience, how are we going to do this? I'm going to take this microphone and come and find you. Okay. First, we have another microphone. Excellent. Go ahead.
Hi there. Thank you for a fantastic session. My name is Tara Moreau, and I work at the UBC Botanical Garden in British Columbia. But I actually want to talk about a school gardens project that we've been trying to fund since about 2007. And we know it works. And we heard from Eli, that these seeds of education take a long time to sort of grow. And our greatest challenge in trying to fundraise for school food gardens in low-income schools is that we're always asked by funders, well, what are you doing that's new? And I feel like innovation has been the greatest challenge to our program. And I'm just curious about when we know this works, nothing's new, we're going to continue doing this work that we think is, and we know is making an impact, but it's a long game work. And so I'm curious from the panel about how do we're always trying to redesign, re-communicate what we're doing that's innovative, that is essentially the same thing, connecting children to growing food on school grounds. But how do we get around it? And I think we've been talking as a nonprofit, volunteer run predominantly, how to scale. And I think the question is scale, how do we actually educate for scaling? And I don't have the answer. I don't know how we scale, but I'd be curious for thoughts about sort of, do others see innovation as a threat to education? Because I do. I see it as something that holds education back. But how do we maybe be innovative as educators in bringing forward this message of scale?
Jenny has
to say. Thanks for being here, Tara. And I'd like to point out that the UBC Botanical Garden is a partner on our Nature Prescription Program, PARX. And I bring that up because I 100% hear what you're saying. We know it works. People have been trying to do it for a very long time. It's been successful in some places, especially where the Parent Advisory Council has money and time and can raise the funds and can do the work. I think the innovative piece that we're all talking about today is the perspective. And so no one has tried to go to a funder, well, I'm saying no one, but I don't know this for sure, has not said, I want to build a school garden or a nature space because I want to solve the youth mental health crisis. The reasons have been learning outcomes. They've been very focused in a small way on that education piece. And I think now with these 30 by 30 commitments and lots of other reasons, we have so many different perspectives to address the many problems. So it's not just the youth mental health, but it's also equitable access to shade, to nature. It's all the things.
That's great. Next question.
I had a comment for
go
this question as well. And this is an opinion. I'm not an expert on funding, but as a university academic, one thing I've noticed, and maybe what I'm luckily is behind my success, is I've always, after doing a project, that maybe was special funding or project funding, rather than considering it a continuing special project, I've looked for base funding, like finding a way to say, oh, okay, this isn't like a pilot study or anything. This is the way I'm teaching this course from now on, and arguing for base funding and trying to subvert the system, because it's exhausting trying to keep writing proposals to get funding to do something that works. If it works, then make the case to the central administration that this works and this is the way, whatever project that was. I know you fight battles like that. I know a lot of people linked to the Gardens program, and I know you've been fighting this. I have to defend my field schools every year, but it is base funding, so I don't have to write research proposals, so that is lucky.
Fantastic, thanks. And then, we had Mike, and then we'll come to you, and then we come to you.
So, knowing that in Canada for the last 25 years, the average kid has spent less time outdoors than the average prisoner in Canada, and that we have, and that's an actual stat by law. The average prisoner has to spend an hour outside every day. The average kid in Canada spends 59 minutes out day, according to the Canadian Health Outcomes surveys. So we've got a whole generation of adults who don't like nature. How do we make sure that the teachers who are teaching, who just don't like being outside, are going to teach this stuff and take their kids outside and learn how to do this stuff?
We have to include it in the formal curriculum. You have to include it in the national formal curriculum, and you also have to include it in the requirements for becoming a teacher. So the pre-service and the in-service training, it needs to get to the point. The Berlin Declaration has helped us to move us in that direction, where we are including, or countries have committed to include environmental education as part of the core subjects, so next to math, language arts. But those two are really powerful, and that's just my answer, entry points to ensuring that those teachers that perhaps it's not that they don't like nature, they just grew up like that. And also they're overwhelmed, they just don't have the resources, and they have a principal that's telling them like academic standards, academic rigor, scores for tests. In the US, it's very much score driven. I don't know in Canada. But if you include it in the formal curriculum and in the certification, like the curriculum for the pre-service teachers and also the professional development for the educator force, then you're really preparing the teachers and you're kind of making it mandatory. But you need to work with policy and you need to use frameworks, and all those things together can ensure that that becomes a reality. You have it in countries, in parts of Australia, Finland, Sweden, they're doing that already. Germany, it's part of the policy, and that makes things a lot easier.
Thanks, Stefania. We're going to be pithy because we've got a few questions and not much time. Go.
Hi, thank you so much. This has been such an interesting panel. I'm here as a representative of the Government of Canada. My name is Céline. Hi, Eli. I'm at Global Affairs Canada. And I'm wearing two hats, though, and I'm coming also to all these sessions as a parent. And I care so much about my own child having the education that I think that she needs. She's very young. I give her that education at home, and I'm trying to get her school to be more involved and to do more, because the answer I got initially was, on Earth Day, the little kids will draw trees or something like that. And I said, well, no, it has to be the whole year and it has to be sort of part of living. But the reaction was, at the kindergarten level, they're too young to be doing this. And I thought, no, that's exactly when to start. but the teachers seemed to be on board, but they didn't feel like they had the tools. So I'm just curious if there are organizations that have sort of specific things that are targeted at the really, really, really young kids in the school context.
So the National Education Nature Park is also for kindergartens, for preschool. Those settings, though, the uptake is lower, and there's definitely, it's a sector which struggles with staffing ratios, and there may also be risk assessments. If you take your class outside, there is admin. Now, that would be enough to stop me. I love the outside, but by God, I hate admin. So there are these points of structural friction that hinder the uptake and the outreach. Because I agree with you, it should start right from the get-go.
Write it down. Mission 4.7, the world's largest lesson plan, and climate to subject. They're all going to give you examples from TK all the way to 12th grade. And I just want to speak to the Canadian context a little bit. I also have children in the Canadian school system, and I think this to me speaks to the power and need for scale and pace, because it exists in lots of great schools, but it's because they've got champions and it hasn't been integrated and they haven't been supported, and in many cases they're just scared. Maybe it's behavioral issues, maybe it's lack of knowledge, but by building something that is scalable and integrates and co-creates with teachers, I think we just
And
need
humans
that
have
now.
done this before. 300 years ago, mathematics was not part of education anywhere in the world. And yet today, it would be pretty rare to find an education system that doesn't think we should teach kids about numbers.
I don't actually think it's the teachers that need the training. I think it's school administrators, school district.
But however, I'm concerned that it's the first time I hear of this organization, which could mean that maybe not much is being done to disseminate the information relating to the activities of the network. And I'm surprised that more about 160 countries are actually involved. But I don't know whether this is concentrated in the developing world, or, and to what extent are the emerging market economies and developing countries involved in this or are aware of this? Thank you.
Good question.
I mean, I think that's the importance of getting this more embedded into the GBF. So that's kind of the idea of having, so that it's a good start, because as of now, there's some very strong language about the importance of education to encourage biodiversity conservation and deal with the triple planetary crisis. So if we can get even more specific implementation commitment to have a global education plan, that's then the platform that all of the country governments who are part of the CBD can directly use to say, well, look, our country endorsed this. You might not know about it, but it's in section C, paragraph blah, blah. So here it is. It's a commitment that we've made since we've endorsed the CBD as Botswana. So we need to figure out how to follow this. And then there will be a lot of organizations, so IUCN and many others, who will help. They'll reach out and say, well, here's some support to help you work with your government and figure out what's the plan. How do we include this in our MBSAPs and the other things that you have to do under the CBD? So that's one piece, but there are others.
Thanks, Tracy. Last question. We've got less than 5 minutes.
Well, thank you. I'm Dana. I'm a student leader in IUCN Bolivia. This is my first time at this amazing event. Well, I wanted to ask you, we're developing a biosensor for mercury detection caused by illegal mining in Bolivia, and it's also impacting the Amazon, so it's a big deal. And we know that young girl people, it's a bit complicated to, try to solve this whole problem, but we wanted to make some changes, like maybe like little but huge changes. my question is here. In IUCN Bolivia, we have an area of education, and you really caught my attention when you're talking about education, right? Like a third world country, we do not have too much things how to develop a biosensor, like getting things from other countries. It's a lot of money, it's a lot of time, and we do not have that much money. So, and you really, really caught my attention when you said education is key. And I'm asking to you, right now, we're not really, really working with indigenous communities, but in the next years, we want to work with indigenous communities. I wanted to ask you, to all of you, or maybe some of you, that what is the most commonly mistake about these programs that work with indigenous communities, when they are trying to talk about the science topics, this, biotechnology, science topics in general, what is the most commonly mistake that these educational programs have experienced, so we can know what they're going to face in the future? That's my question.
Assuming that you know that that's what they want.
From the examples, hola, mucho gusto. From the examples that I have seen in Central America with Merinoe and Bribri communities, it has been the lack of a partnership, a good marriage between Western science and traditional ecological knowledge, conocimiento indígena y incluyendo el idioma y la cultura local. No ponerlos en competencia, pero asegurarte que les estés dando el espacio a ambos, making sure that your biosensory or any type of educational program or even community program that you're designing, it's really in that marriage, because we need to make the space for both, but the local knowledge and the cultural piece of that knowledge should be the one guiding. So the mistake that I have seen is that it has been seen as a competition rather than a harmonious marriage, if those can exist.
We haven't got time. Thanks to Stefania. And, one of the things that's very interesting about people like Stefania is we all need to be better at living cross-culturally. So here we have somebody from Costa Rica leading a fantastic program in America, married to a Canadian. That's part of why she lives cross-culture, and we all have to get better at understanding and living cross-culturally. I am going to wrap it up. We are at time. These people are going to stick around for a little bit. We encourage you to ask questions, follow up, reach out to them. They're all fabulous people who'd love to hear from you. What I'm hearing is, we have big, urgent, complex problems that humanity needs to solve. And I'm hearing from these experts, we need to solve them in holistic, integrated solutions. We need to look at nature education as a solution to society's problems and not another problem, another burden to carry. We must engage everyone, and we must really think about how we can bring those allies, the most trusted professionals, the doctors, the teachers, the scientists, to help us learn a path towards a better future, but also remember that society's done this before, so we need to both teach and learn, but also remember in our journey forward. Thank you very much for coming. This has been great. Sure.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started here. Thank you for participating. My name is Vance Martin. I am the founder and co-chair of the Wilderness Specialist Group in the IUCN's World Commission on Protected Areas. Everybody here knows that joke, that acronym. Joke was the wilderness. I'm also the chair for the purpose on the board of directors for the Union of Nature Foundation, which is one of the main points of our presentation today. A lot of you know me as having founded and built out the Wild Foundation for 40 years. Handed that over to a new team. Thanks, Gary. Handed that over to a new team a year and a half ago. Amy Lewis, Jen Meyer, Adam Hansen, great team. Amy's the CEO. And I'm on to my next phase, doing lots of interesting and cool stuff. I'm very happy to be involved with the Global Rewilding Alliance. Mark Holley, the chair, and Carl Wagner, the managing director. And I'm with the Peace Parks Foundation on their board, and just doing as much as I can in this phase of my life. It feels good. I don't think retirement fits into the picture the way things are. And it's not my kind of picture anyhow. So the run of show today is we're going to start off with a brief, about a 15-minute presentation of a brand new IUCN publication. We're very happy to share this time with our WCPA and other colleagues to present an exciting new publication. And to start that off, I'd like to introduce Madhu Rao. Most of you know Madhu, but for those of you online that might not, she's the chairperson of the World Commission on Protected Areas. She's a doer. She's a good chair. And it's an absolute pleasure to work with you on the commission and to have you here today. Thank you, Madhu.
Thank you, Vance, and a very warm welcome to all of you. And I want to start by saying a big thank you to both Vance and our colleague here for allowing us to launch this really important report. A bit of background on this. Back in 2016, we had an IUCN resolution which called upon the Commission to develop technical guidance on protected areas that overlapped with ICCAs, or Indigenous Traditional Territories. And this was well before all the discussions for Target 3 had begun. And of course, even though it has taken us 6 years, more than that, almost 8 years to get to this point, it's actually more relevant now than ever. So I'm very, very pleased to say that after all these years of commitment, effort, voluntary effort by a large number of authors, many of whom are here, and I'd like to recognize them, we are very pleased to announce the launch of this guidance, which is not there, but it's here, which is recognizing territories and areas conserved by Indigenous peoples and local communities overlapped by protected areas. I'd like to give a big hand to Terence Hay Edie and Stan Stephens, who have sort of led the effort. Terence, there you go. We also have, I don't know if Carmen is in the audience. Carmen Miranda is an author. Amiali Ramos, Anima Patak are the volume editors. But we do have another author here, James Fitzsimons. So I think it's an extraordinary effort. And I really hope that parties and all stakeholders will download this document, because what it has is extremely relevant to Target 3. And the reason I say that is because one of the biggest questions that's on the table at the moment is the overlap between protected areas, OECMs, and indigenous territories. When is that overlap relevant? What can we learn from existing overlaps, etc.? This is a huge question for one of the biggest targets of the GBF. So I'm very pleased to say that this volume has extraordinary significance to inform our commitment to implementing Target 3 of the GBF. So I'm going to stop there. But before I do that, I also want to take this opportunity to embarrass Vance a little bit. Vance is our co-chair of the Wilderness Specialist Group of the World Commission on Protection. He told you that. But he was recently awarded a Lifetime Achievement Award by the Commission for all that he has done for wilderness. So please join me in congratulating him. The volume is, as with every other technical guidance from the IUCN WCPA, freely available for download. And I thank both of you very much, Chiel and Vance, for allowing us to use your side event for this launch. Thank you again.
Well, thank you very much, Madhu, for that introduction, and thanks, Vance, for making this time available. We really appreciate it. I have to see who's out in the audience, because I'm really hoping that the editorial team members will start arriving. Carmen, are you there yet? No, Ame, Terrence. Well, we had hoped, Terrence is here, we had hoped that we've been working on this volume for 6 years. And we had hoped that this might be the first time all of the editorial team has been in the same room at the same time during that 6 years. And we thought we might pull it off during the next half hour or so. Some people are about to go to the airport. Some people are about to present in other sessions, but I'm hoping everyone will be here. But maybe I'll call them out when they arrive, if they arrive. So this is a talk on the importance of recognizing and respecting territories and areas conserved by indigenous peoples, or ICCAs, or territories of life, as some indigenous peoples and local communities and the ICCA consortium like to refer to these places. And its importance to achieving Target 3. And I will explain how it's important in a couple of different ways. It's also the chance to introduce the volume, and as Madhu said, it is now available for download. You've got the QR code here from IUCN. The print edition will officially be released next week, but we have a few copies of it here today, and Terrence Hayeti has those copies. And then I will give an introductory presentation, and then we'll have a case study from Australia from James Fitzsimon, which is one of the case studies in the volume. All right, so what are ICCAs? Well, this term has been in use by the CBD for 20 years. A lot of people aren't familiar with it yet, but it's an umbrella term for all the different ways in which indigenous peoples and local communities conserve their territories, lands, and waters. And there are countless local and indigenous language names for these ICCAs, but if you were thinking about it broadly, you could say that many of them fall into one or more of three different categories, which are conserved territories and commons, including places like community forests, but also entire indigenous territories, sacred places of all sorts and sizes, and protected areas that are governed by indigenous peoples or local communities, including protected areas that they have self-declared on their territories, lands, and waters. So ICCAs can be appropriately recognized in several different ways, as many of you have heard. This volume looks at all of these, right? It's not just about the overlaps. So you can recognize an ICCA as a protected area, as an other effective area-based conservation measure, or OECM, or as a conserved territory and area, or as a specific type. Some countries have national laws that enable the recognition of sacred places under national law. Yeah. So the recognizing conserved territories and areas of different types may become a third pathway for realizing Target 3, and it may become a very important one. Top photo was from Canada. The lower one is from Italy. There are ICCAs all over the world. All right, implementing Target 3. So there are two ways in which recognizing ICCAs is important. First of all, the thing that's captured the most attention is the potential to greatly expand the global conservation area through recognizing ICCAs as protected areas or as OECMs. But there's another aspect of Target 3 which is also absolutely critical and which goes to the quality of governance and the recognition of rights in those systems of protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. The Target 3 calls for equitably governed systems that recognize indigenous and traditional territories and recognize the rights, including the territorial rights, of indigenous peoples and local communities. I'll come back to this in a minute. So the idea of expanding systems through recognizing ICCAs is, I think, pretty familiar to everyone by now. It has enormous potential. You see different estimates. You see estimates that there is double the amount of land in the territories, traditional territories of indigenous peoples and local communities as in all of the protected areas and OECMs in the world databases today. You have estimates that there's as much land in ICCAs outside of protected areas as the entire terrestrial protected area global system. You also have estimates that at least a quarter of all the land in terrestrial protected areas are ICCAs. And that is probably a tremendous underestimate. So examples from Namibia, examples from the United States, but many of you are familiar with what's happened in the last 10 and 20 years in Australia, in Namibia, in Canada, where large numbers of indigenous and community protected areas have become part of national systems and databases and are counted towards country targets under Target 3. But this aspect of Target 3, the equitable governance, has gotten a lot less attention. Some people focus just on the governance diversity aspect of it, as if having equitably governed system of protected areas or OECMs requires that you at least recognize one or two protected areas governed by indigenous peoples. This gives you diversity in the system, and it seems equitable, although some people will ask whether, given the historical and current conditions in that country, equitable governance would require a lot more than a few ICCAs to be recognized as protected areas in that country. But the other aspect of this is the question of how can you have an equitably governed system of protected areas when the individual protected areas governance does not meet the standards that you expect for the system as a whole. And so this is a huge issue for the overlapped ICCAs. Thank you, Vince. If a quarter or more of all the land within protected areas consists of ICCAs, there are thousands, tens of thousands, 300,000 protected areas, 100,000, 200,000 of them might have overlap situations. This is going to be fundamental if you're going to achieve an equitably governed system under Target 3 to look carefully at governance quality in individual protected areas and OECMs. And then the question is going to arise, what does appropriate recognition and respect mean? And at the heart of that is the whole issue, not just of free, prior, and informed consent, but of recognizing ICCAs in the way that their indigenous and local community custodians want them to be recognized. It's not just coming in from outside with an idea for what recognition should consist of, but to listening to people about what their own preferences are. And then beyond that, there's also the issue of respecting the integrity of the ICCA within the protected area, which has to do with self-governance, self-management, continuing use of ICCAs according to people's own institutions and practices and knowledge and customary law, and not just according to national laws. So the new volume, as I mentioned, engages with overlapped ICCAs. That's its special focus. But it also looks at recognizing ICCAs as protected areas and as OECMs and as indigenous and traditional territories and as ICCAs of various sorts. As I said, it's available now and the QR code's there, and we'll have the launch next week on Thursday. Some people have just come in, and so Madhu Rao introduced this as a volume in the World Commission on Protected Areas system, a series of good practice guidelines on protected and conserved areas. This is a long-standing signature series of the WCPA that has published a lot of guidance volumes over a lot of years, and we really appreciated the opportunity to bring this guidance out in this series. And as I mentioned, and as Madhu mentioned, this has been in the works for 6 years. We had that 2016 resolution adopted at the World Conservation Congress in Honolulu, Hawaii. Many of us here were involved in writing that resolution, and it called for developing best practice guidelines on ICCAs and overlapped ICCAs. The same year, the COP in Cancun adopted a decision that called for that guidance. So since 2016, many of us have been working on this project, and we've worked the last 6 years on developing this volume and its companion volume. So there will be a companion volume published by the ICCA Consortium in 2025 that'll have many more case studies. There's 8 case studies in this volume. There'll be 50 more in the companion volume. There'll be a lot more in-depth discussions of key points in the companion volume and a lot of other resources that should be used to indigenous peoples and local communities. So the volume identifies multiple pathways and 20 good practices, some of which are discussed in depth because they can be applied in many different situations. So our idea was to give people tools, indigenous peoples, local communities, protected area agencies, protected area governance authorities, different tools that might be of use in different situations in which one or more of these might be applied. And so it's a large net of different approaches. And they can be applied in all protected areas, all existing protected areas, regardless of the governance type or the IUCN management category, new protected areas, expanded protected areas, and much of the guidance also applies to OECMs. There's also alternatives to creating overlap situations, and there are good practices for what to do if you want to end an overlap situation in one way or another. Overlaps are so common, and we'll get into more of this at the launch, but on the left side you see a few maps. The upper left-hand corner is from Colombia, where indigenous reserves are overlapped by national parks. The two on the right-hand side are from Brazil. The diagram shows how you can have many different overlap situations, including if you're interested in expanding global systems. The idea of the upper left, small protected areas that are overlapped by large indigenous territories. That map in the upper left-hand corner, the two on the right-hand side are exactly those kind of situations. Tremendous potential to support conservation by recognizing ICCAs. So this is to be the launch event. This is the Mount Everest Sagarmatha National Park and World Heritage Site where I work in Nepal, which is a sacred valley where Sherpa people, the Sharwa people, protect all wildlife, and which has many sacred places, many community commons, and even a small indigenous protected area as well. How am I with my time? I'm done. All right. This is an example of how you can do things in Canada, which is a case study in the volume. And James Fitzsimons is going to introduce a case study that he's worked on with the Nature Conservancy in Australia, which is an extraordinary case that we can look at in more detail. James.
Thanks very much, Dan. I'll keep this snappy. Okay, if we can have our first slide, thank you. I'm going to talk about Fish River Station. It's a property in northern Australia. It's a really large property. It's about 180,000 hectares. It's a property you can see from space. And it is a spectacular property scenically, ecologically. It's a vast savanna woodland. It's got rainforests. It's got floodplains. It's got rivers running through it, rocky outcrops, a whole range of threatened species, and a really underrepresented part of the country. And that's the reason why in 2010, the Nature Conservancy worked with Pew Charitable Trust, Greening Australia, the Australian department that deals with buying land for protected areas, to help the Indigenous Land Corporation purchase this site for conservation, but to ultimately hand it back to the traditional owners. And that's really significant. It's the first time in Australia where that was done, where a dedicated land purchase fund was used for that purpose, and there were NGO funds used for that purpose as well. There's 4 language groups that occur on Fish River Station, and this is the purchase enabled traditional owners to get back on country to manage for a range of purposes, which I'll talk about. One of the key purposes is reintroducing traditional fire regimes. In Australia, fire's been used in the landscape for thousands of years. In the northern savannas particularly, this was a critical use of a natural process. It was used early in the dry season to basically burn grass for a range of reasons, to increase green grass for animals, for hunting, for access, for cultural purposes. And what we saw with colonisation was a change of that regime. People taken off country, grass literally going that high. At the end of the dry season, large wildfires take hold, large amounts of trees get burnt, bad for our native species, bad for culture, but critically, really bad for greenhouse gas emissions. And what we've done by helping reintroduce these traditional fire regimes is see savanna burning recognised as a legitimate carbon methodology under our carbon legislation, and groups, Indigenous groups now, utilising that methodology, reintroducing traditional practices to gain resources, financial resources to manage country for the long term. This is Fish River Station prior to purchase. Think about the red on the map as bad fire, damaging fire, and green as good fire. Post-purchase, we've seen a large change of regime. So a lot more early controlled burning happening, which basically resolves the late season fires and makes it a much healthier ecosystem over time. Fish River was the first project under our national carbon methodology to be recognised, and we've seen a transformation across the northern savannas as a result of that. So pretty much, I'd say 1/3 of tropical Australia now has a carbon credit regime where Indigenous people are benefiting from that by applying traditional practices and earning money as a result. Some 12,000 tonnes of CO2 emissions are resolved a year on Fish River Station. A number of other activities are occurring. New ranger groups are coming into play. Women's Ranger Centre was built. We're seeing a range of economic income streams as well that are taking place, and groups getting out there, reintegrating language into country, into culture, and seeing a repatriation essentially of the country. I know we're short on time, so I think I'll leave it there. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, James. Terence, do you have any closing comments? Well, I want to just recognize you because you were a strong driving force, as Madhu recognized you as well. So thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues. It's always nice to share space. That's how we work. We're all volunteers in the World Commission on Protected Areas. And thank you all for staying for the main show is probably not, anyhow. My colleague here, Gio Liesenberg, I'm going to introduce in just a moment. Earth Today is the parent company of a NGO called Union of Nature. I happen to serve on that board. It's a private sector initiative to raise funding to protect more land that is under the custodianship of NGOs or indigenous people or local communities. All the details Giel's going to give us. I just wanted to say, when I say private sector, you know, it's one of the most misused words around. You really don't know what it means. Most people think it just means companies. But when we use private sector, we mean the non-NGO sector and non-governmental sector. That means people, regular people, as well as companies. And we consider the campaign that we're going to launch today to be the only campaign in the world that allows anybody, kids, business persons, normal people the opportunity to directly participate in the 30 by 30 goal. We're always talking about singing to the choir, right? Well, we don't want to sing to the choir. We want everybody who participates to reach out to their family, to their friends, and say, here's a campaign, here's a game, here's something very different, and it's very easy and it's very simple. So this is a tool to bring in people to our choir. So to show us through some of this with a series of very short videos and a demonstration of a brand new tool that's never been seen before, I'm going to introduce Giel Liesenberg. Come, Giel. He's a co-founder of Earth Today and the Union of Nature. He's a serial entrepreneur. I've stopped asking him how many companies he's started. The main one that I like is the one that we're involved in now. He's a fintech expert, big background in that, and I'm just going to hand it over to Giel, and I hope you learn 10% of what I've learned from him over the last couple of years. Giel.
All right. Hello, everyone. It's good to be back here in the IUCN Pavilion. I'm just looking back at the techies. I'm using Apple, and Apple does not work with Microsoft. So we're having a little bit of a struggle back there to get it done. But while I'm here, let me just thank you for having the stage here. On a personal note, I find the vibe here in the Biodiversity COP so much more inspiring and nice than what I experienced last year in Dubai. And I think the reason for that is it's pretty simple. You know, we are here, you see all kinds of people who are super passionate about nature. They love nature. They really sincerely want to solve this problem. And that's something I sorely missed in Dubai, to be honest. And yeah, the answer is simple. You know, we love nature, we relate to nature, and we have a very difficult time relating to a gas. So we have a solution that is a unit of nature that everybody can protect. And I hope we get the technology started so I can take off with the presentation. How are we doing, Ivan? Need my help?
Okay, this is the time for jokes and stories. What I neglected to say, it was that we have one of the members of the Union of Nature here, and that's the International Fund for Animal Welfare, and about halfway through our presentation, we're going to have a little fireside chat. And it's going to be complete with fire if we get the audiovisual working. And Jamil's going to join us. And what we want to do is talk about how the money gets to the ground. You know, there's so many fundraising schemes, and in the end, how many times have you been in the field where you go into a local village and they've heard something about a fundraising thing and they say, where's the money? I mean, we've all had that experience, those of us who work in the field. And the difference with this is that it gets there. Jamil's going to talk a little bit about that. I'll use this time to talk about how the Wild Foundation, of which Amy Lewis is the new CEO, but I brought the Wild Foundation into Earth Today at the very early stages when it was really an idea and was just barely into its beta phase. It was in Amsterdam, and I liked it. I liked it because it was new. We need to get out of our box. And this ability to reach out to anybody was just a really strong, appealing factor for me. And as all of us here who have run NGOs, I see Gary Tabor there, You know, about once every couple of months, somebody comes up to us and says, I have a great new fundraising program for you. And then they take 2 hours of your time. And they said, well, as soon as it's ready to launch, I'll get back to you. Well, they don't. But this one did. And we chose, in fact, the very first construct, paradigm, was that it had to be either private land or new government land. Well, I said, how about communal land? Oh, no, that doesn't fit into our model. I said, I think it should. So the core team went back and they talked it through, asked me some questions, and they said, you're right, it's a good idea. I immediately felt part. I wasn't on the board then. I was just one of the participating NGOs. So I said, okay, this is a good sign. So we reached out to one of our main long-term indigenous colleagues, friends, family members, really, the Yawanawa in the Western Amazon, Tashka, Laura, and their remarkable story with their people. And I said, we have this opportunity. I think it's going to work, but I don't know. He said, hey, we have to try new things. We need to save the Amazon for the world. It's for my people, but my people are working for the world. So we got it going, and there's a whole system to it and all of that kind of thing. But I want to say, during the beta phase, which was the first 2.5 to 3 years, Wild raised $300,000, and 95% of it went to the Yawanawa people. 5% stayed with Wild at the insistence of the Yawanawa. In fact, they wanted us to take 10. I said, no, I'll take 5. They said, you need to take something. So we sent as much as they asked for, in fact, more. And that was over a year, 2.5 years. And it went directly to them. They used the first large tranche. It came in quarterly amounts. They used the first 3 to build a patrol system for the main river that runs through their territory, because it's the only way you can really access most of the territory. So they built a mothership and then 7 patrol canoes, all powered, and they patrol their own territory now for the first time. The mothership is dual function. Yes, it's to protect the land and to refuel the patrol boats, but it also serves to take the older people to the doctor and bring in necessary supplies, because they were doing it all in these tiny little canoes. The second few tranches of funds went into a solar system to power their radios so that the patrols could talk to each other. This was all the Yawanawa doing it with themselves. There was no external expats, experts, or hangers-on. They were doing it all themselves. From what Amy tells me, one of the main things now is to use the next set of funds coming in to develop more fully their organic gardens in order to take pressure off of, number one, the river and the fish, because they're going to have a sort of a permaculture design with farmed fish, as well as a new food, so they don't have to forage as much. And that system is pretty much poised to coincide with what will be a global launch of this model. I think the full launch will be next year at Belém. So it works. I tell you, I was really very happy when they sent me the video, and it was stationed looking across the river, and you could hear the motor coming. And the mothership came up first, slowly coming through the frame. And then 7 patrol canoes. And then they all circled the mothership and they waved and they took off. It was fantastic. It just gives you kind of goosebumps. And Wild wasn't the only one. Rewilding Argentina, of course, IFAW. IFAW did a great land deal, and Jamil's going to speak to that later. Peace Parks Foundation in Southern Africa. Numerous indigenous organizations in both here in Colombia. They couldn't be with us today. And Laura and Tashka are often part of our presentations, but they don't arrive until tomorrow. So there's about 12 NGOs in the network, and we've kept it there. They're all terrestrial. Half of them are indigenous. One of them is a Marine working off of Roatan. So we've kept the membership at what is a manageable level at this stage of our growth, because once we start taking it global, it's going to get real busy, and that's when we're going to build the network. Are we good?
Hope so.
Hope so. So do I.
Well, I think it just has to come on the screen.
Okay.
And then we can get started. So there it is. All Apple for you. Okay. I can just skip this part because Vance has done a marvelous job of bridging the time. We start off with a little quote from Carl Sagan. If we have audio.
Particular interest. But for us, it's different. Consider again that dot. That's here. That's home. That's us.
That's you on Earth. Or You on Earth, as we call it. You on Earth is a collaboration between Union of Nature Foundation and Earth Today company. And we are here to announce a global campaign to reach 30 by 30, meter by meter. So it all started last year when we announced at the COP in Dubai the Union of Nature. The Union of Nature is a global, a worldwide group of collaborating nature protection organizations, local communities and indigenous peoples that are now working together on a business model level. And they introduced the product called the UON, the Unit of Nature. Basically, a unit of nature is a protected square meter of nature somewhere in an area protected by one of the members of Union of Nature Foundation. So an actually protected little piece of land. And why does everyone can protect a square meter of nature for just €1.20? €1 out of this 120 will go to the nature protection organizations, and the rest will be used to operate the platform and roll this out globally. And with those funds, the participating nature protection organizations have contractually committed to bring a new square meter under protection for every square meter that we fund on a one-for-one basis. And this is how we scale the protection. So this is a way to accelerate nature protection. Now, why is this all relevant? Oh, let's just revisit the story of Yuon in a little movie.
What is so special about Union of Nature Foundation is that for the first time ever, nature protection organizations, they collaborate on a business model level. They have a single product, it's a square meter of nature, and they bring this unit of nature to the world, to consumers and to brands. We have a very diverse group of nature protection organizations, from small to medium-sized organizations. They use various ways and methodologies to protect the area, whether it's purchasing the land or leasing the land, or it's designated land to indigenous communities. And they work in various places in the world, from Costa Rica to Africa to the Amazon in Brazil.
Our work with the Union of Nature Foundation is all about giving people the opportunity, the responsibility, and the fun of saying, I'm going to help protect nature.
Anybody can join. You basically go on the platform, you choose how many square meters you would like to protect, you start your journey, and then you receive a digital proof of protection of that square meter. It's uniquely geocoded. You can virtually visit it on a map that you can see the area and learn more about how it's protected, what are the threats, and which organization is actually protecting it on ground.
By giving people the opportunity to do something very simple, very real, and very important, and very understandable. It's a step at a time. But that first step on the journey, you're suddenly there with many more people. And with many more people, we can do this.
So why does this all? And the Union of Nature, it's growing. It's growing. Last year we onboarded another 2 members. And we are now totaling 12 members in the Union of Nature. We have another 2 in the pipeline. And we invite other nature protection organizations to connect with us to see if they're also eligible to join, so we can expand this open network of collaboration. So why is this all relevant? What problem are we solving here? What can the private sector do with this yuan that makes it so interesting? Well, we all know and participate in loyalty programs, right? Where we save all kinds of points for all kinds of benefits. But let me ask you this. What is the point of saving a point? When the point is we should be saving the planet, right? So why don't we just start to collect units of nature as if they were digital stamps in loyalty programs? A purpose-driven loyalty token that companies can award to their customers and embed it in their daily routines, their purpose, their consumption of news, content, buying goods and services, and direct that consumption choice in the right direction to more conscious choices. So it could also be considered as Mother Nature's fan token, right? That everybody can now start to distribute and award to consumers all over the world. This video basically summarizes the problem and the solution in a powerful way.
Plastics filling the oceans. Increase in deforestation. Oil gushed into the Gulf. The hottest July our planet has ever seen.
1 million birds have disappeared. So many people on Earth as right now.
But at the current rate of killing, it could be the latter.
Everything needs to change, and it has to start today.
So if we do that, we can just forget about air miles and start saving square miles, right? You can reward people with something that is truly meaningful, you know, a point with a purpose that feeds in to the target 3 directly and adds and contributes to the goal by a meter at a time. And people love it. So we launched a pilot in the Netherlands back in 2021 to test and validate this proposition. And just after 3 minutes of airtime on a television show, we sold about 1 million square meters. So that raised €1 million in like an hour, benefiting the nature protection organizations that were part of the Union of Nature back then. And this is what happened during the television show.
Whoa!
So when this counter starts running, people go completely nuts. And it just proves that people are ready to contribute if it was only made accessible, easy, and tangible for them. And also fun, right? So this is how it was for consumers. They were super excited about it. But I think, Vance, maybe it's nice to ask Jamil to say how was it for one of our partners that was there from day one. And we ask Jamil Mandima to the stage, please.
I think I have to say the right things here. So my name is Jamil Mandima. I work for the International Fund for Animal Welfare as the Vice President for our global programs out of our headquarters in Washington, D.C. I4 works across 40 countries worldwide on terrestrial issues as well as marine issues. In the context of this initiative, we had just, as an organization, decided to go big. And basically, if you look at our mission and vision, it's about bold action and fresh thinking to resolve the crisis we are handling now. And that's the only way that animals, people, can thrive together on planet Earth. I had joined I4 literally for 1 year, just under a year, when I went to the Netherlands and met Kiel and a couple of colleagues, and Tali, who was speaking on the video there. And they were talking about this exciting, innovative idea, and that just come from our own strategic discussions around how do we get big money to make the impact quickly. Every dollar, every euro, every penny matters, from government, from individuals, CSR, whatever, but we needed more. So the timing was just perfect for I4. And we did have, luckily, already curated what we call our Room to Roam initiative, which is a very ambitious initiative for us working in the African savanna elephant home range in East and Southern Africa, looking at how we can, first of all, have improved management for the existing core areas that are parks, but at the same time ensure that because they are already fragmented and there's continuous habitat loss, how do we even secure proactively other suitable habitats for elephants as flagships? And as we do that, we are obviously covering for the other species, and in complementing that is the well-being of people that, of course, exist in the ecosystem, because landscapes include both core areas, community areas, and private lands. And talking of Southern Africa and East Africa, the Southern Africa Development Community already committed to the Trans-Frontier Conservation Area movement, which says the wildlife will move across land units, across borders with no passports. And the same in East Africa, the EU works on the protection of key landscapes for conservation and development. So it's about people and animals. And the space is being degraded. And what this allows us to do is to secure those square meters, 1 meter at a time, as a global community, with the private sector being able to use all those points for land. So to me, to us as an organization, it was an easy sell, but I did have long discussions, and we basically talked about where we work and how, because of our very good relations with the governments and the communities in Africa, we had good social capital, and we knew the issues about coexistence, about conflict were burning, and they continue to. So we needed more money, we needed more partners, so you came very handy.
Yeah, so I remember back in the days that it was quite a long onboarding process with IFA. And the reason was that we were, of course, a pioneering new small startup, little knowledge in the nature protection domain. But we drafted contracts that our partners had to sign and agree upon to commit to this 1-for-1 obligation. And I remember we submitted this first contract to IFA, and they ran it through our legal team, through their legal team, and we were stuck for 9 months. So it taught us, but in the end the outcome was very good, because they basically helped us to improve these contracts and made them better suited for the next member that joined. So we haven't had those long onboarding processes ever since, and it was a nice way that you see that the expertise that you guys have sort of benefited us in building up the model, and that was the whole nature of that first stage, really pioneering this model together. You remember that?
Yeah, so, it's funny because it was July 2019, and then excited, innovative, that's how I work, that's how we work. Let's not fear these things, but you have to look at what every word means. That's where we need the general counsels, our legal, our learned for colleagues, and we do have credible ones in IFO. So they really looked at every word. But the good thing is we maintain the conversations, editing the documents, questioning every issue, because land is a contested resource. And it's, in Africa where we are really prioritizing, land has been alienated and there are lots of questions and concerns. So issues about community land, which is, I'll talk later on about where we actually invested this money. Who owns the land? Who benefits from this? And how does the €1 from the 1.2 euros get to the ground? And what's the benefits that accrues to the custodians of the land? So just that accountability piece, and just knowing what's the legitimacy of this new vehicle. So I think those were good questions, but the good thing is 9 months later, we became members, and I can talk about how we then proceeded with identifying the pilot area where we wanted to secure a very critical land unit which connects the southern ranges of Kenya, Amboseli National Park, which is a very tiny park, but is surrounded by community land, what is called the Ogulului Olarashi Group Ranch. Can you guys repeat that with your tongues? But the elephants and the wildlife move around. These are Maasai pastoralists, and they love their wildlife and they're proud of it. So every day if you go to Kenya, you see elephants come in the morning from northern Tanzania into Amboseli and then out at the end of the day. So you need to maintain connectivity. And there's a very small piece of land, the Kitendeni, which is part of the group ranch land. So working with the communities, they entrusted IFO to literally kind of an easement by leasing the land from the landowners so that we set it apart for wildlife use as a corridor to allow that movement to continue. So they now have a formal community Kitendeni conservancy. And we needed more money to secure it, to incentivize. And that's where we have put the money. So from when it was launched, because again, it goes on the market, people buy and put their money where they want for the square meters, but over 100,000 square meters were secured for Kitendeni. And for IFO and all other like NGOs, we draw money from different sources. So this just becomes like an additional source of money to allow us to do that bold action, to secure the land for wildlife, to secure the very key natural capital. And as we do that, broaden and diversify the rural economy, which benefits animals and people.
Thanks, Jamil. One thing I neglected to mention, which I'll say now, when Wild was reviewing our membership, I was still the president at that time. One of the factors that also drew me in was that the company, Earth Today, private company, is a company for good. And they have been, there's really no precedent for it in Holland. And what they've been through to convince the authorities that they're actually not making any money. Private company that's actually giving things away. And it did not compute. And it was a year or something. I think Heel will talk about that later. So to me, there's innovation that really struck me, because that's what we need. And we need business people to help us get out of our philanthropic box or foundations or whatever, work with entrepreneurs who know how to make money. But these guys don't want to make it for themselves. And believe me, with their history of starting and selling companies, they don't need to be working as hard as they're working right now. But they want to do this. And that drew me in. They have heart, a lot of heart.
There is a good story to it. I don't know how much time we have. So Room to Rome is very ambitious, and I wish I had a map here to tell you, but we can share materials if you're interested. My colleagues are here, and I'm also around for a couple of days moving forward. We have willing landowners, community groups, traditional chiefs that are part of a network we have created for them to dialogue in East and Southern Africa. And because they appreciate and are proud of their wildlife for various reasons, tradition, culture, totems, you name it. And of course, it's a source of pride because they live with wildlife. But they also do at times suffer the brunt of what wildlife can do, and elephants in particular, crop damage, killing people. So our other investment is about how do we improve food production systems. So that involves participatory planning and zoning, and that is part of the whole scheme of investing these square meters for nature so that they can function well. And as they do that, it means wildlife that ordinarily would not want to just go to where people are have a space that is safe. And as they are engineering these spaces that are secured by this money, they are also, of course, allowing the goods and services that ecosystems provide and also cycle back to the food production systems. Because there are so many land units to secure, getting this partnership allows us to continue to leap forward to secure additional units. So Kitenden in Southern Ranges is just one. There are so many of them. And just in the Kenya context, we are now moving into yet another conservancy in the same group range because the Kitenden model is working because of the money from this, as well as other sources, the matching funds that come as a result of this. So to us as an organization and a member, it's a good story to tell. But there's always going to be questions. All I would say is I think we should not fear things we're not familiar with because we can't do business as usual. We have to be bold, learn the lessons, tweak it, and keep moving, which I can't wait to hear what you're going to tell us and all of us here.
Yeah. No, just a very quick one. I mentioned the Peace Parks Foundation working, again, transboundary areas, linking parks throughout all of Southern Africa. Another partner in South Africa is Wilderness Foundation Africa, brand new protected area called Tanglewood. And Earth Today is funding that, square meters by square meters. So this is practical stuff. We really invite you all to join us, but that picture is going to come later.
And we do compare notes among the members, by the way. Every quarter we get together into huddles where we say what's working, what's happening, is the money coming, how many square meters have been bought, what are the questions from the landowners. Because there's always something coming in. You know, there's so much debate, that's why we are here. That's why we go to COP, another COP. Hopefully fewer COPs in future when we've resolved the issue. So, yeah. That's really the testament, yeah.
Yeah, so thanks, Jamil. So I think the model is it's working. We have happy members in the Union of Nature. And now the big question is how are we going to get this thing to scale? We tested it, we validated it, and we now have to make it huge, right? So that is the question that is before us, that we have been working on for the past 6 years. How do we get exponential growth in this model? And we've been working hard to bring this global challenge back to the human scale, which is of course the square meter, and develop a strategy out of the box for companies to start using this tool, the UN. And this strategy is compiled of 3 pillars, as I've learned is a good way to express it here in the COP. Everything has 3 pillars. So we have a playbook for companies, we have an app for consumers, and we have a campaign to roll this out globally. So starting with the playbook, what is it exactly? So it is actually what it looks like. It's sort of a game box that we have developed. The outside of it is the Earth flag. The planet didn't have a flag yet, so we introduced the Earth flag, which we are also promoting. And inside the box is our manifesto, which is a 365-page document detailing every aspect of this plan.
This is the corporate playbook.
It's the corporate playbook for literally.
Really, there's nothing like it that I've ever seen.
And for those who find that too daunting to dive into, we have a little one. So we created a little card game.
Cards, anyone?
A little box, the blueprint, with 52 cards in them explaining also every aspect of this plan. And it is a very playful way to bring across a very extensive, very detailed plan for the next decades. This is a long-term play. So we created this playbook for companies to include customers in their ESG strategies, right? The other part of it is that it also contains a campaign for Earth, for these companies to include their customers in this plan, in their ESG strategies, because they are missing. We see a lot of talk about governments needing to do all kinds of stuff, institutions, banks, whatever, but I don't hear anyone talking about, empowering the individuals to contribute directly to this 30 by 30 goal. So we think that is extremely important, because if we inspire and empower the people, they can be a massive force for good and contribute on a massive scale to the goals that we are pursuing. So we created all the tools. It's a very extensive toolkit. There is a whole social media platform behind it, powering the app and facilitating the companies. And everybody is now able to contribute to the goal and post with a purpose with the tools we have created. So it's time to stand up for nature. And we want to do that with local and global celebrities that will bring this yuan to their followings and fans. And we have one example of that, someone we all know and respect, that is already standing up for nature with us.
I'm Jane Goodall, and I stand up for nature. It provides us with fresh air, clean water. It's our source of life. Scientists from all over the world agree that if we want our children to have a future, we need to protect 50% of our planet. Yet every single day, we're taking away millions of square meters from nature. This must stop. Join Earth Today. Protect 1 square meter of nature for just €1.20 and receive a proof of protection registered in your name. Together we can secure our future, meter by meter. Join Earth Today.
So we call on companies to join us in this this journey and embrace this solution to start rewarding their customers and employees and supply chain partners with these yuan. We've seen a lot of focus on the E in ESG strategies for the last couple of years. We think in the coming time this is going to shift to the S of social. And it begs the question, what are companies doing to include all their stakeholders? Like, what are they doing with their customers? What are they doing with their employees? What are they doing with their suppliers and local communities? So this can be a massive opportunity to include all these stakeholders in this target that we are pursuing. So that's the playbook. So that brings me to another exciting announcement, and that is the yuan Earth app that we are introducing today. It is available in the app stores globally starting today, and I encourage every one of you in the audience to download it right now. Just type yuan in the app store and it will be top of the list. And the Earth Today app allows everyone to protect units of nature, collect the yuan, and contribute to the goal. There is also a ton of information in this app to inform, inspire, educate, and entertain the members that become part of this community. And to structure the information that is already in there and make it accessible and easy to use, we had to create a complete new navigation concept for this app. And we wanted to make it playful, just like the cards that Vance has just showed you. Our app is basically a dynamic stack of cards that you read in the app. So if you want to switch topics, you swipe sideways. If you want to deep dive into a topic, you swipe up. And it's so simple and powerful and easy to use that it is really, I think, a new kind of way of having this vast amount of information at your fingertips. But let's start with just protecting a square meter. You press the button, start protecting. You select how many you want to do. Let's say 5. You press that. Your payment screen opens. You fill in your payment details. You're directed to your bank. You authorize the payment. And when you get back and you switch back to the app afterwards, a yuan is instantly issued on a randomly selected unit of nature somewhere in the areas protected by our members. And we do it random so that people are introduced to new organizations and to new work on the ground that is taking place in those protected areas. Because if we would allow people to choose where to protect, they would choose what they know. And in this way, by doing it random, we can introduce and connect them mentally to different parts of the world and introduce all kinds of new organizations. So in this case, our yuan is issued in an area called Tanglewood Conservation Area, managed by the Wilderness Foundation Africa and South Africa. So if I got it, I can just check on the map. Is it really in that area? And verify the location and see where my exact geocoded square meter of nature is. And in a future version that we will release soon, you will see that you are not alone. There are other people there who are also protecting. You have neighbors who protected the unit next to you. And those units are on their name. So this is on my name. But then I'll see different names of other people who are there with me protecting the planet together, which I think is really important. So if I'm done, I can just close the screen, go back to where I was. And if I now want to check, am I actually in the list of latest protectors? You see that my name is there and the yuan I protected. And there is also much more news about what is happening in this campaign right there. And I can choose to read it, or I can just retrace my steps, go back, and choose to visit, for instance, my wallet, where I see that this yuan I just purchased is right there, along with other yuan that I purchased before. And if I tap on it, I can learn more about the organizations and have all kinds of news. And if I'm done, I just tap the bottom left icon and I'm back home where we started, where you see our collective impact as a community, which at the moment is over 2 million square meters protected already, with the 30,000 people that are now in the app. We hope to bring this to the masses. So that's the app, available. Download it right now. Start protecting Earth, collecting yuan, and contributing to the goal. So the last part is the campaign, the global campaign we are planning. It's called You on Earth, obviously. A campaign for nature where everybody, companies, charities and individuals can collaborate on campaigning for nature together. As you noticed, all these yuan have an image on it. And the image you saw are the images of the areas that the yuan is in. And those are the standard yuans, the ones that are issued for our partners. But to make this, and you can collect those like digital stamps and exchange them with friends So you're basically building up a collection of digital stamps or NFTs or tokens or whatever you want to call them. And to make this more interesting, we also allow brands to customize their yuan and brand them so that they can use them as part of campaigns that they are doing to award to customers, for instance, for for making specific product choices that they are promoting for sustainable products, to join events, to download apps, or to engage in whatever kind of activity the brands are promoting, and reward people with nature for that, with protected nature for that effort. In a similar way, we're also allowing influencers and celebrities and artists to create their own collectibles and share those through social media and invite their fans and followings to buy their yuan collectible. And that's interesting because these fans will want to own a collectible of their hero, and that will generate a lot of funds for nature. So to give you an example of how they do it and what kind of inspiring content they also provide with these collectibles, we have a short movie showing a couple of artists what they have created as collectibles.
Mi nombre es Paulo, soy investigador de la vida y aprendiz de las aguas. He creado este collectible for you on Earth. Hoy danzo en nuestras aguas, honrando y agradeciendo el sostén incondicional que la Tierra nos ofrece. Mi invitación es cuidar del planeta como el planeta ha cuidado de nosotros. Join me to protect the planet, meter by meter, and get this collectible. Collect one, protect Earth.
Hello, my name is Alexia Pinay. I'm a writer, poet, and artist. And I created this piece for you on Earth as a prayer to remember and to come together.
I am Livelihoods. I am an experienced designer, and I create this collectible for you on Earth.
I'm Liz Kennecke, a multidisciplinary artist, and I created this collectible for you on Earth.
Hola, soy Inés, ceramista, y he creado este collectible for you on Earth.
I'm Rosaline, a multidisciplinary artist. I have created this collectible for you on Earth.
My name is Jurgis de Julis. I'm a troubadour of sorts, and today I'm out here singing to nature, showing my appreciation. But it is also important to do something for nature, to protect her. And that's why I am so excited to be contributing both this music and my livelihood so that people can be encouraged to collect yuan. This here collectible is for you on Earth. Funny thing is that by collecting yuan, you are not only protecting a little piece of Earth, you're not only contributing to safeguarding a small plot of land, a reservation on this beautiful masterpiece, you're also buying peace of mind and showing your appreciation and your commitment to this.
So this gives you an example of what you can do with this very simple product that is available now for companies and everyone to use. And we're going to be rolling this out big next year. We are on the verge of closing a partnership with an entertainment company to bring this to the masses and involve all kinds of global influencers to scale this up. And the effect will be that you will have this grid of all these little collectibles on the planet, literally on Earth, when you zoom in to view your collectible. So you see the brands, you see the influencers, you see other people, and you see the pictures of the nature reserves, where the yuan are located. And that is literally you on Earth. So thank you. Thanks for listening. That's it on my part.
Thank you, Giel. Very cool. We need to use entrepreneurs who know how to make money, who are smart. By the way, if you feel hesitant in giving your financial information, this is the guy that developed the fintech that 75% of the banks use in the Netherlands for their payments. Your gift is secure, okay? Right, just a little wrap up, eh?
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs, this group of entrepreneurs, Gijs and Giel, I'm still practicing that, they've used their business acumen and have given their time and their money. It's not cheap. They have other investors. Investors have signed a pledge that they don't want their investment paid back. This is a really quite remarkable initiative. Using their brains, using their business minds, they've taken target 3 and created a solution. We're all looking for a solution. Last night, wonderful presentation in the Nature Positive Pavilion. What is Nature Positive? And they explain the whole thing, creating a metric that can show if we're making progress with nature. No net loss, right? Where's the tool to do that? It was a metric that didn't have a tool to do it. Had criteria, but no tool. We have a tool here. Doesn't exist anywhere else. And I think it's damned exciting. So it's solution-oriented. It's got the corporate playbook. It's got the basic yuan token collectible, geocoded, can go right in. That took a lot of back-end work by the digital team to sort that one out. I think they're still also still sorting it out. So there's the playbook. There's the fundamental token. There's the campaign strategy. And then there is the tool, which is the app. So these guys are businessmen. They put a package together that's going to work. And it certainly has worked for all of the NGOs involved now. We're not rushing in to expand that network until we really do the global launch. Then watch that meter run.
Yeah, and Vance already mentioned it, but we're now looking for corporate partners that will, accompany us on this journey as we prep and slowly start to roll out this campaign towards Belém in Brazil next year, where we will have the formal global launch of You on Earth. So I look forward to seeing all of you there and protecting a shitload of square meters of nature and funding these beautiful initiatives. Thanks.
Thank you, Giel. We have 10 minutes. Not really, because I guess we need to clear the room. But if anybody wants to ask this very bright guy any questions about how it works, yes, sir.
Thank you. We started a very similar thing in 2019. We've raised over $400 million and protected 12 billion hectares. So it has been done. A couple of the things that we've encountered, one is inflation. So you have to be careful that you don't actually start inflating the cost of land. And the second is that once you protect an area, it costs to maintain it. So I'm just wondering how you're thinking about protecting those two or addressing those two issues.
Yes, who's we? Who are you, sir?
Andy Day from the British Columbia Parks Foundation.
There we go.
So thank you. That's good to know. I'll definitely hook up and learn from what you guys experience. So I was in a presentation yesterday hosted by African Parks, where another company, the Land Banking Group, also introduced a new currency for nature. And basically they had a calculation of what is the actual cost of protection of a single square meter of nature. And the mind-blowing fact is it is actually around a couple of cents for 30 years. So if you ask 120 per unit, I think you're good. And the excess money, we just channel it to the nature protection organizations, but the cost is a couple of cents for 30 years. So if that inflates, that will raise definitely, but only marginal in terms of the 120 we are asking.
Thank you. And I gave an example earlier, that the way that we worked with the Yawanawa people was to not just get more land, but to better protect and manage by patrolling and communicating. So that's a very good and important point. It's not just about getting land, it's about taking care of it. Here we go. Mark.
Thanks. Mark Halley from Global Rewilding Alliance. So we all know from years of conservation practice that not everything remains the same. So you protect an area and you go back 10 years later and there's a McDonald's on it, or it's been, the forest has been cut down or whatever. And in anything like what you're proposing, reputation is absolutely essential. Trust is absolutely essential. If I put in my €1.20 and get a piece of land in South Africa, I want a reasonable assurance that it's going to still be protected by 2030, so to speak. So how do you deal with that?
Yes. So thanks. Do I switch off? Thanks, Mark. Yeah, that's an interesting question. So we structured this whole Union of Nature as a trust framework that is governed by a rule book. And in this rule book, we have all kinds of criteria that the partners have to adhere to. And one of the things that is in that book is that when you bring in a piece of land, you have to keep sort of a little piece of it separate as a little bit of reserve area. So that whenever we have a situation where either the McDonald's pops up in the middle of the reserve and I happen to have a yuan exactly on that spot and I zoom in and I see a building, I'm of course disappointed. So to prevent that, the yuan will be withdrawn and be compensated with another one in that little area that is the reserve. Now, it might also happen that one of these partners becomes compromised as a partner. So then the whole area needs to be withdrawn and compensated. So this is where the collaborative aspect of this group comes in. Then all the other members basically have to front a little bit of their reserve to compensate all the consumers for the yuan that were protected but are no longer protected with a new one in their area. And this is the new kind of stuff, this is where you collaborate to make a product that the assurances that you are looking for are sort of provided.
Good. Last question here.
Thank you. It's actually another question. I think, you get a lot of different kinds of arguments to take care of here, but what I just want to say is I think it's a very well thought through campaign. And one key aspect certainly is, I don't think anybody's got a problem, for an example, if an entrepreneur makes money. But I think it's good if the 20 cent, the €1.20, if it's clarified where those 20% really are used for. And I think if something goes as a profit to an entrepreneur, nobody would have a problem with that.
Yeah, thank you, Carl. So just a short word on that. So we've structured Earth Today, which is the facilitating company of this initiative, as a for-purpose company. And that is a completely new construct. So what we did is we spent a lot of time creating a whole new legal structure where basically the fact that you make profit, when you get to scale, you will make profit. When you get a digital company to scale, you'll make massive profits. That we see that in social media companies, and this all flows into the pockets of their shareholders. So in our case, we said, no, we want to change that. So these profits that might occur in the future, they have to be reinvested in the units of nature. So there is a zero dividend policy and reinvestment in nature. So there is zero money from the 120s ever going to end up with shareholders. So that's one part. And the other part is you still need investors because you're building a social media company. This cost hundreds of millions of dollars to roll out globally. So we need an investment proposition. And we created an investment proposition for venture philanthropists and angel investors, people who are more focused on impact than on return. And one of the conditions in this investment proposition is that whatever return will occur on their shares, 2/3 of it also have to go back into these units of nature. And they agree to that upfront in a contract. So we secure basically all the upside of investors to flow back into the purpose. And the investors are fine with that because it for their part, it was to do for the impact, not the return. They already had money. Otherwise, they couldn't invest in such a risky venture, you know? So they want to give it the benefit of the doubt. They agree to all these terms, and that is fantastic. We have 128 people doing that already.
Thank you, everybody. We'll be over here or around the back. Further questions, no problem. Thank you very much. And those online, thank you for your patience and your attention.
Hello. All right. Welcome, everyone. And thank you for joining the important session of New Tools in Conservation. I'm Camila Mazzoni, Research Group Leader in Conservation and Evolutionary Genomics at the Leibniz Institute for Zoo and Wildlife Research in Germany. And before I start talking to you about the session, I want to let you know that there are some goodies there. So coffee break stuff. If you feel low in energy, please go and pick it up one, or you can do this at any time if you feel like you need it. So this session aims to increase the understanding of opportunities that new tools and technologies can bring to accelerate conservation efforts by complementing existing interventions. The experts present here will highlight current developments and explore how these innovative tools and technologies can be used to significantly advance the sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity. So please allow me to introduce the speakers today. First, over there, we have Dr. Paul Bungie, co-founder and president of Conservation X Labs, where he leads innovative efforts to address global conservation challenges through technology. With a background that spans leadership roles at XPRIZE and UCLA, Dr. Bungie, or Paul, has dedicated his career to advancing impactful solutions for biodiversity and climate action. Next, we have Dr. Alicia Mastreta Yanes, a CONACYT research fellow at UNAM, Mexico, and a leading voice in conservation genetics, representing here the Coalition of Conservation Genetics. Her work focuses on integrating evolutionary processes into biodiversity conservation, from studying genetic impacts of climate and topography to supporting local communities with computational tools and for conservation. Our third speaker, Dr. Monica Mwala, a senior scientist at the South African National Biodiversity Institute, SAMBI, specializing in molecular systematics and genetics of wildlife. Dr. Mwala applies genetic markers and DNA barcoding to better understand the species diversity and support conservation management across Africa. Our final speaker is Crystal Mweziga Birungi, Field Entomology Coordinator for Target Malaria Uganda, based at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. With over 7 years dedicated to studying Anopheles gambiae populations, Crystal is committed to reducing the malaria burden in Uganda and Africa, combining expertise in entomology with advocacy for global health initiatives. So, conservation today faces unprecedented challenges, from the rapid loss of biodiversity to the impacts of climate change and human activity on ecosystems. Traditional approaches, while vital, sometimes struggle to keep pace with these complex issues, and that's where innovation becomes essential. Innovation allows us to push the boundaries of what is possible in conservation science by leveraging new technologies from genomics and bioinformatics to data analytics and AI. We are better equipped to understand the genetic diversity of species, track ecosystems in real time, and detect and respond to emerging threats sooner and more effectively. Just as important, innovation extends collaboration, community engagement, and resource management, ensuring that conservation solutions are both impactful and sustainable. The speakers today are the forefront of their fields, each harnessing innovation to address pressing conservation challenges, whether through advancements in the genetics technology or community-based initiatives. Their work exemplifies how creative solutions can make a profound difference in conserving biodiversity and strengthening ecosystems for future generations. I hope today's session inspires each one of us to think of conservation not only as a responsibility, but as a field with potential for transformative ideas and action. To set the stage to this session, I would like to share a bit about my own journey and using innovation for conservation. My work in evolutionary and conservation genomics has shown me how powerful genomic technology can be in understanding species resilience and adapting conservation to the challenges of our changing world. Through projects across Europe and the neotropics, I've seen how innovation in biodiversity genomics opens doors to knowledge that wasn't accessible even a decade ago. I'm driven by the potential to use these tools not only to uncover the mysteries of biodiversity, but to make these technologies more accessible and actionable for conservation efforts globally. In COP16, I'm representing the Earth Biogenome Project, or EBP, with its almost 60 affiliated projects from all around the world. I'm personally involved in efforts in Europe and Latin America to help democratize the use of genomics for biodiversity conservation and sustainable use through capacity building and synergies that help balance current differences among countries in terms of infrastructure, expertise, and financial resources. So now, let's get into our discussion, and with Paul's presentations on the opportunities offered by artificial intelligence in wildlife monitoring. So Paul, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much for that introduction and wonderful overview, because I think it speaks much to our philosophy as well about the power of technology to help bridge some of the gaps that we have in achieving our goals in conservation, and the need for bringing new tools in that have potentially exponential impact associated with those. And so I'm happy to talk to you all a little bit about some of the things we at Conservation X Labs build. We think of ourselves as a conservation, a technology and innovation company working to prevent the sixth mass extinction, working within conservation to help address these growing challenges. We both build things in-house and support innovators around the world, including over 160 innovations from 80 countries that we've supported over the last several years in a suite of different areas that we were just touched on. But let me share a couple today that are particularly close to my heart, that utilize new artificial intelligence and machine learning tools to improve exponentially the ability of managers, rangers, community members, and others to monitor and protect biodiversity. The first is called the Sentinel. This is a device that plugs into any passive sensor. So think about camera traps, acoustic sensors, etc., and puts the artificial intelligence, the AI, on the edge, at the spot that it needs to be processed. What this does is allows you to do things like detect species rapidly on site in real time and send that information back in real time without having to worry about the massive quantities of data that are typically associated with camera traps, for example. By shrinking down the amount of data that needs to be transferred and doing the processing on board instead of in the cloud, it also opens up a whole suite of applications such as behavioral analysis, as you can see here. This on the left side is actually detecting disease in Florida panthers, which can then in real time be transmitted to managers that are able to then quarantine those animals. Whereas, of course, with a typical camera trap, you may retrieve your data weeks or even months later, which does not do you a whole lot of good in knowing that there was a diseased animal that should have been quarantined in that location some period before. We also are now putting individual identification, as you can see here with the gorillas on the right, which allows you to also start to understand behavior in groups, as well as, I'll show you in a second, a suite of new population monitoring opportunities. Very briefly, like I said, what this does is it takes all of that machine learning and computer vision work that is typically done in the cloud and puts it right next to the sensor that you've got. The camera trap is an example, the acoustic sensor, etc. It processes it right then and there and is then able to transmit or transfer only the information that's needed, the insight, as it were. Hey, there's an animal I care about here. Hey, there's a human following an animal I care about here, and that human has a gun. These sorts of insights that are critical to it. Does it via any number of different communications modules, cellular, LoRa, satellite. We even utilize drone-based Wi-Fi routers in some applications as well. And then you can utilize this if you're a manager, a researcher, a community member, a ranger, and a whole suite of others. Just as an example, one of the primary use cases that the Sentinel is being utilized right now is for the detection and eradication of invasive pests on islands. This is an example on Floriana Island in the Galapagos Islands of Ecuador, where the difficulty in actually monitoring and trying to rid the island of invasive rodents in particular that are decimating the native and endemic iguanas, birds, and other species. The difficulty is that this is a huge space, a huge area with very few rangers able to go and patrol. And when you have to go out and march to every single one of these sites to collect the data, it becomes a huge burden that really reduces the ability for the conservationists on the ground to do their work. Now, with the Sentinel in place, it allows them to actually focus in on exactly where those pests may be and focus in their efforts. You don't have to go out and try to set traps in a place where no rodents have been detected, but you can now put in even more where they have been. And you can see this is being deployed in all kinds of applications around the world for species identification, invasive species monitoring, human-wildlife conflict, and a suite of other applications. I mentioned individual identification, which you can do in situ. Another one of our tools, this is an organization, WildMe, that began separately 12 years ago and has recently joined Conservation X Labs as we begin to scale up their tools utilizing AI and machine learning to rapidly expand the ability to monitor populations and their densities, their sizes, and their ranges, for example. It actually began, I'm showing this here, because one of the cool things about AI is that most animals, just like humans, are individually recognizable when you know what you're looking for, which can often be difficult. The very first application were these whale sharks, which have these unique spots on their bodies, just like a thumbprint would be. And in collaboration with researchers at NASA and Tanya Berger-Wolf, who I don't know if she's in here at Ohio State University, we're able to take what were originally star orientation maps, transfer those into AI models that can be used to detect whale sharks, massively increasing not only the number of known whale sharks by orders of magnitude known to science, but also new breeding grounds, new migratory pathways, etc. So an amazing amount of insight that was never possible without this. You might ask with these sorts of things, well, these technologies we call wild book, and there's wild book for over 170 species now. How do we find these images? Well, they can come from literally anywhere, from camera traps that you have, from overflights that might exist, even from photos taken by tourists and posted online on social media, for example. Wild Book can even scrape social media for relevant things, identifying those individual animals by comparing it to their databases. And this is the problem, right? It's a huge scale. We need how many zebras are there? How many Grevy zebras are there total, for example? Well, that's the problem as well, is counting them in photos takes an awful long time, especially when they like to do what they do, for example, which is to hide their numbers utilizing their stripes, right? This is true for many, many different species, but the ways that these machine learning algorithms can detect them becomes really, really special, because even things that we humans may not think are indicative of a unique individual, such as the hump on the whale over here, are detectable and distinguishable between individuals, allowing us to track and monitor and ultimately count each of these individuals. Within the Wildbook platform, you take a new picture, query it against the existing database to ask if it's ever been seen before. It doesn't even matter if it's left or right. It can actually now orient the pictures in various directions to understand what it is, and it'll tell you if this is already in the database or if it's a new animal, with accuracy that's far superior to previous methods. If you're interested, like I said, there's over 170 species, and it's not just the big charismatic things, although I would argue the snail book is very charismatic because I love snails. But there's everything from invertebrates to fish to vertebrates as well across the thing. There's over 2,000 wildlife researchers supported by the Wildbook platform. Over 238, actually, it's over 240,000 marked individuals now, 170 species, and that's growing rapidly now. If you want to add species to this, let me know. It's actually quite trivial now for us with the new models that have been built to add even more species to it. Relatedly, WildMe, this lab within Conservation X Labs, has also built a technology called Scout, which is all about counting whole populations, and in particular automating the very difficult, very slow process of aerial surveys. How many animals are there in a large migratory population, right? Normally, if you've got researchers in the back of a plane during an overflight trying to count them, you'll get a reasonable estimate, but with a fair amount of uncertainty. It's very hard for humans to distinguish these individuals. What Scout does is automates that exactly. And you can imagine here, those yellow boxes are surrounding the elephants in the picture. If you could pick those elephants out without the yellow boxes, you win a prize, because this is an incredibly difficult activity to do, particularly when they're hiding out under canopy like this. The Scout technology is able to start detecting those different pieces with tremendous accuracy now. Also beginning to do this for trees, including diseases in things like giant sequoias in the Sierra Nevada mountains of California, which is able to actually now detect which individual trees are infested with an invasive pest, the bark beetle, and thereby allowing managers to better target their mitigation efforts. And then the last thing, this has actually some AI on it, but I just wanted to tee up because we're going to talk a lot about genetics. This is, and if anyone wants to see it, I have a Nabbit with me. This is our handheld genetics lab. So this automates all of your genetic ID. It's more accurate than most PCR tests for any species, pest, pathogen that you may be interested in. And what you see there is the entirety of the package that's required for the Nabbit, allowing you to take it anywhere, battery-powered, rugged, etc., and ensuring that you actually have the accuracy that you would otherwise need to send to a laboratory to get, giving you the answer, is this thing I care about here, within 30 minutes or less. Oh, and you can see it's being utilized right now. This is I love this image. The Monterey Bay Aquarium in California has a large sea otter program, and when they bring in injured or diseased sea otters, they test them for disease using the Nabbit. This, I believe, was actually being tested for COVID because sea otters get COVID before they release them into their rehabilitation facilities with the other otters. Can sample anything from the nose of a sea otter to eDNA, of course, as well, and beyond. So I'm going to leave it there because I wanted to tee up some of the really exciting stuff that my colleagues are going to be discussing. And thank you very much for your attention.
Perfect timing, 2 seconds before 10 minutes. Thanks a lot, Paul. It's very insightful seeing all these innovative technologies being applied for conservation. So now I'd like to invite Alicia to share about the Coalition for Conservation Genetics work on developing indicators for monitoring and reporting genetic diversity. Alicia.
Thank you very much. Can you listen to me? There. So hello, welcome everyone. Thanks to the organizers for the invitation. Today I will be speaking on behalf of the Coalition for Conservation Genetics about how genetic diversity can be monitored using genetic data or not using genetic data. So first I want to start by telling you that genetic diversity is part of the beauty of nature. We even have different words for it. This is a panther, the other is a jaguar, but they are actually the same species and they just have genetic variation that makes them different. Genetic diversity are the differences within individuals of the same species and also between populations of the same species. Then these populations form species that conform ecosystems. And the same is true both for wild ecosystems and species or domesticated. To have genetic diversity is to have options, and that's the main reason why genetic diversity is important. Ecosystems with high genetic diversity are more resilient, are more able to adapt to climate change, to pollution, and to all the rest of environmental change that the Anthropocene is bringing to the ecosystems. This is an example in a kelp forest, where the ecosystem with the forest with more variation was able to better sustain a heat wave. This is why, finally, genetic diversity is now part of a global biodiversity framework. It is part of Goal A, and it is mentioned in Target 4. Importantly, now it is also mandatory to monitor genetic diversity using the headline indicator A4 and a complementary indicator. You might say this is all so good, but it's hard and expensive to measure genetic diversity. So this is where our innovation and the Coalition of Conservation Genetics is not really about technology, but ideas. Our genetic diversity indicator premise is to focus on the processes that affect genetic diversity instead of the data itself. Let me explain you how. We proposed 2 genetic diversity indicators that thankfully were adopted last COP. The first indicator measures the proportion of populations that are maintained. The logic is, whenever you lose a population, you lose whatever genetic diversity that was there. The other indicator measures the proportion of populations that are large enough to keep genetic diversity. We know this because the larger the population, the more genetic diversity it can hold without losing it by random processes. And we have a number, a threshold, to measure this, which is an effective population size above 500. Why 500? We know from population genetics theory that below this number, genetic diversity starts to get lost over generations, just because individuals start to mate across relatives, like parents with siblings or cousins. This is when the fun part starts, and this relates very interestingly to Paul's talk before. Normally, you can assess genetic diversity, the effective population size, with genetic data by taking a sample and doing analysis and spending a lot of time and some money on it. But also, we suggest that we can estimate the effective population size based on census data, that is the number of individuals that you can count as part of a traditional monitoring system or with satellite images or however you are counting individuals. And then you can extrapolate that number to effective population size by applying a ratio, which is usually around 10% for most taxa. So the two indicators together look something like this. You have 4 populations, one of them go extinct, so the proportion of maintained populations is 3 out of 4, and only one of those remaining populations is large enough to sustain genetic diversity. So the indicator value is 1/3. Easy peasy. It's easier said than done, right? So that's why a group of researchers and personnel from environmental agencies across 9 countries, we joined forces to test if it was possible to assess these indicators in, let's say, 100 species per country. So we did it. The project was led by Jessica Silva from Zambi, colleague from Monica, and myself when I was working in Conavio, Mexico. Let me show you briefly what we found. We assessed more than 900 species, in total around 5,000 populations from 9 countries. It took a couple of months. We focused on different taxonomic groups depending on the countries based on preferences and the data sets that were already available. I'm going to give you 2 examples of how to assess the indicators that we used in Mexico. This is a crop wild relative, Teocintle, a relative to maize. Here we have a monitoring framework using genetic data. We use genetic data to define population clusters, which are the different color pies you can see in the map. And with the genetic data, we were also able to define the effective population size. We found that all populations are still existing, but not all of them are large enough to hold genetic diversity. So the indicator value for the effective population size is smaller, like 0.33, I think. Then I have another example. Here, we don't have genetic data, but we have monitoring systems in place. One of them related to a local community in Mexico City that have their own monitoring community-based system. And they are not only monitoring the abundance of this species of bird, but also are promoting its local conservation with local activities. This shows that initiatives that are already taking place at the local level can be useful for conservation of genetic diversity. And here we have 2 out of 3 populations conserved, and none of them are large enough, but one of them is definitely doing better than the other. Not a coincidence, is the one that has a community-managed system. What we found is that for the effective population size indicator, we found that in the 900 species from the 9 countries, most of the populations are too small to sustain genetic diversity. That is why the indicator value is biased towards 0. For the other indicator, we found better news. Even if populations are too small, they are still there, which means that we can have restoration activities to increase their effective population size numbers. And I want to highlight something, given that we are in the IUCN Pavilion. The genetic diversity indicators allow us to detect loss of diversity that is not otherwise noticed. I want to show you, this is the indicator value on the indicator on the proportion of populations with a population size enough to avoid loss of genetic diversity. And you may see the colors of the species that are under extinction risk and the less concerned ones. Even if there are species that are of less concern, they still have a lot of populations that are too small to sustain genetic diversity. This is what this graph is showing. Finally, we have made a lot of resources available, from scientific papers to guideline materials that are very easy to understand, and policy briefs in several languages. My colleague Victor, raise your hand. He has lots of postcards, and all of them have a lot of QR codes that you can follow to learn more about this. But just here, I'm going to wait for the picture. Yeah, got it. Just to give you an idea of how this looks, this is a picture of our resources and guidelines. It's an online material that follows each step how to calculate the indicators. Finally, just to connect to what other of my colleagues are going to mention, monitoring genetic diversity with this proxy data can also help to prioritize which cases are worth having our economic resources to put to get DNA sequencing when it's really needed, or maybe when local communities are requesting it to address a particular conservation concern. With that, I finish. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alicia, and also for highlighting the importance of genetic diversity and keeping it and coming up with new ways of monitoring that. Our next speaker, Monica Moala, will come to share about the use of genetic tools to map wildlife populations and illegal trade. Monica?
Good morning, everyone. All right. Thank you, everyone, for coming to our session. And I think after Alicia's talk on genetic diversity and indicators, I'll probably not explain much about that, but I'm going to discuss how we use genetic tools to support management or to inform plans and biodiversity management plans in Africa. So my examples will be from South Africa, and most of them are applicable to other countries as well, how you can use these tools to support management of species and conservation. So just to begin is, when we look at population dynamics, we try to understand how species are changing or populations are changing over time. We will try to understand the trends in the population, as well as how populations interact with the environment. All of these questions are important for answering or for sustainable development. In order to conserve species, we need to know what's happening within those populations. We need to know how they're changing over time, and we need to look at how anthropogenic activities are affecting these populations. So when we talk about fragmented habitats, how do we inform or make decisions that prevent that or protect species and populations in unique environments? And I think that is critical for most of our areas. In Africa, we have got loss of genetic diversity, fragmented landscapes, loss of connectivity between populations. So all of these genetic data can actually address most of the targets of the GBF, because we can use them to answer. These tools are solutions that can be applied. And then, so DSI data is fundamental information that can be used to assess and deliver on these targets. So my first example will be on how we can use genetic tools to answer different questions. So we can look at identifying unique genes or combinations of species. We can look at genetic diversity. We can look at species identification. We learned about the AI too, but sometimes to understand species or animals that are being traded, we need to know what they are, what species it is, because if you don't know what is being traded or illegally traded, and you don't know what law governs that species, you cannot protect it. So you need to know what laws govern that species. And then linking our data to systems or to ecosystems and how populations interact with each other. So my first example is one of the projects we have, which is under the JEF7 supported by Jeff, called JEF7, where we're trying to strengthen and enhance forensic capacity in Africa using genetic tools. So in this project, the aim is to set up reference databases of priority species that are either threatened in their environments or those that are listed on CITES that are threatened by trade. So what we did was we came up with a list of priority species. We looked at what the threats were, what were the issues with managing them. We looked at the legislature, we looked at the enforcement regulations to find out what is preventing or what is affecting compliance and enforcement. So in this project, then we worked with the police, with the legislature in South Africa, the National Prosecuting Agency, to come up with a process from collecting genetic resources as reference material to setting up reference database in a workflow that is fit for purpose or fit for forensic analysis. And what we did is we came up with chain of custody criteria from the collection of the DNA to analysis. And this project uses DNA barcoding, which uses DNA barcoding to identify species. And our aim is to use this database to support forensic casework locally in South Africa and globally. So when you're looking at forensics, the issues we have is that we don't know what is being traded in some cases. There's limited information on species. We don't know who is being traded. In some cases, we need to identify individuals that are being traded. For example, for species that are listed on CITES, where trade is legal, we need to identify whether the species that are being traded are actually captive bred or coming from the wild. Then for geographic provenance, we need to understand what these trade routes are. For example, we've got high pangolin trade in Africa. We need to know where these species are being collected, which routes they're using, and who is trading them. So these are important forensic questions, and in most cases, you can only understand these using DNA. So we're setting up reference databases that are going to have geographic provenance data, as well as expertly identified voucher reference specimens to identify them. So what we have done in the project is we've come up with capacity building training for law enforcement, for the judiciary, as well as for the police, defining how to defend or to protect species within the case of law. So if a case comes up, for example, we had one big case that related to shark fin trade, where we had these huge consignments of sharks that are being traded through South African borders. And the issue we had in the court was some of these sharks are collected from areas beyond natural jurisdiction and are not protected locally by our laws. So we had to look at the CITES regulation and identify species that are listed on CITES for protection. So one of the other work that we do is informing biodiversity management planning for species. So we have several species in South Africa or populations that are threatened due to unsustainable conservation practices, loss of land, land fragmentation, and just historical hunting. For example, with the Cape Mountain zebra, which was initially listed as endangered on the IUCN listing. has now actually recovered and is now vulnerable, though it's still threatened, but through management practices that aim at managing species population, we've been using genetics to monitor the different national parks and populations of zebra, advising governments on where they can translocate species, where they can, how they can identify unique populations for protection using genetic data. So currently in the National Biodiversity Management Plan for zebra in South Africa, you have to do a genetic test when you either manage, move, or you move zebra between different areas. So we do genetic testing using different tools. We use nuclear data, normal Sanger sequencing data, even genomic data to advise government to make those decisions. And this is now part of National Biodiversity Management Planning. And this is being applied across all species, looking at threatened populations, things like penguins that are threatened due to the loss of the fishery, and also other species, including things like vultures that are affected by poisoning, as well as pangolin. So currently we're also setting up a biodiversity management plan for pangolin as well to protect them. An example of how we've used genetic management for species was regarding the bontebok in South Africa, where we trade bontebok is allowed to be traded. However, there's a need to prove that hybrids are not being traded with through South Africa. So what we've done was set up a test to ensure that all farmers who manage bonteboks are not mixing them and are not trading with other, are not inbreeding them. So in South Africa, therefore, genetics is proving to be very important in managing our species, and we're trying to ensure that we use all different tools for managing genetics, from normal simple DNA sequencing, using genetic management indicators to inform biodiversity management, as well as looking at other areas of working together in a sort of whole society approach, using scientific evidence to protect our species. So I would like to thank you. We have a lot of other information on what we're doing if you would like to discuss this. Thanks.
Thanks so much, Monica. It's really wonderful to see genetics put into action and showing that it can work. And I hope that's going to have even more success with other species in the future. So our final presentation will be by Crystal Birungi, who will talk about how Target Malaria is using genetic tools to control malaria vector populations in Africa. Crystal?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Crystal from Target Malaria Uganda, based at the Uganda Virus Research Institute. And yeah, let's talk about using genetic tools to control malaria. So One Health is an approach that promotes a unified and integrated way of maintaining sustainably the health of the environment, of human health, and of animals. And malaria is one of the diseases that's actually a great example as to why this is extremely key. Because some of us here may know what that means for people, but I want to begin with what it actually means for the environment. Where are we right now? So, the first thing is, how are we controlling malaria currently? So, when you look at the ways that people are encouraged to try and control malaria, most of them are aimed at the mosquito because it has been shown to be the most effective way of controlling malaria deaths and infections. So one of the tools they'll tell people is that try to reduce the water sources around your households, whether that includes pouring oil on water surfaces or just filling them in. And this is happening because for some people that's the best tool that they have. But essentially that is water pollution. We have insecticide spraying, which is actually the strongest, insecticides are the strongest method for malaria control that exists at the moment, whether in nets or in households. But essentially, again, that still is air pollution, and the nets themselves after use, disposal, and so on, is still also an issue when it comes to pollution of the environment. Another tool that people use is that they will reduce bushes around their households to reduce places that mosquitoes can hide or rest, or in some cases, water can collect within the bushes, and some species of mosquitoes will survive in that water. And again, this is still leading towards deforestation. And in other places where cutting down forests is just basically happening, it also increases the amount of bare ground that collects water, that increases mosquitoes, that increases malaria. So it's a very interlinked system. But all these things together are impacted, and at the same time do impact climate change. So climate change is happening, and we know we want to stop it, but indirectly, malaria is actually one of the things that is contributing to climate change, but also being affected by it, because as places get warmer, then we're having species migrating, invasive mosquito species in places they never used to be, and malaria occurring there. It is a threat to animal health because you have avian malaria. In fact, more recently in South Africa, they're having malaria spread mostly by invasive mosquito species in penguins. And it is really a challenge for conservation efforts, both in endangered bird species and even those that may not be as endangered. But one of my colleagues did talk about the fact that a lot of these species have a limited gene pool. So it is really not helpful when you have a disease that could be essentially getting worse, further reducing their numbers. So the One Health approach is one of the most sustainable ways to make sure that we actually both conserve our environment, but also human and animal health. Now, I've touched a little bit on how it's affecting the environment, but briefly, I think it's important to also remember that we're having over 200 million people dying of malaria, and over 95%, infected by malaria, and over 600,000 deaths. And over 95% of those deaths are in Africa, with only a few countries contributing over half of that burden. And my country, Uganda, is among the top contributing to infections, in fact, number 3. And it's, for the first time in a long time, getting worse instead of better. It's really one of the things that we worry about there. So when you think about the fact that a lot of our current tools are based on insecticides that we should note do not kill only mosquitoes. So when you spray, you're going to kill pretty much all the insects that are around, on the hope that you're also killing the mosquito that's spreading malaria. But we accept that cost because the difference is human life. The difference is a child every minute, so we say we need to do this. But the fact is we really do need new innovative tools to add to this toolbox, because this is not a sustainable way to continue doing this, especially given the fact that with all these challenges of climate change, of invasive species, we're looking at a problem that could get worse. But again, not just for human health, but with the integration of human, environment, and animal health, it is really important that we think about how are we going to handle the future. Now, Target Malaria is working on a tool that basically is developing gene drive for vector control. First, what is gene drive? So most genes are passed down 50% of the time. Anytime you have a gene passed down, you have a 50% chance that it will be inherited by the next generation. So a lot of times, if you're going to make a modification, it would not be passed down in any different ratio. However, because some modifications are not actually good for the animals that you're trying to suppress in this case, evolution will even wipe them out even faster a lot of the time. So what happens is a gene drive, once you have that with your modification, is that over 90% of the offspring will have your modification. That makes this a more cost-effective and sustainable way to get your change out there. Means fewer releases and effectively less cost over time. So Target Malaria's aim is to either have reduced fertility within female mosquitoes of the Anopheles gambia complex. I will emphasize that this is one species out of over 3,500 species of malaria. Of mosquitoes that spread malaria, not that spread malaria, but mosquitoes in general. But only 3 of the species are responsible for almost all the malaria that is being spread. And those are the 3 that Target Malaria is targeting. That's Anopheles gambia, Fenestus, and arabiensis. So the idea is that if we reduce either the fertility of these mosquitoes, that we have less of this specific species of mosquito over time, or we bias the ratio, the sex ratio. So we have more male mosquitoes instead of female, because male mosquitoes don't bite, they don't spread malaria. The end goal is still that malaria will be reduced, and we are saving millions and millions of children's lives. So GeneDrive is a new technology, yes, but the regulatory systems can still be undertaken within current legal frameworks. There are still legal frameworks that can guide GeneDrive research. And assessment processes to support the regulation as well are well defined, even if there is no precedent for it because it hasn't yet been done. So GeneDrive is part of the living modified organisms, basically. So it falls under the Cartagena Protocol. And the decision 1419 of the CBD really does emphasize the need for case-by-case risk assessment, as well as risk management prior to any release. We also have additional and voluntary guidance for risk assessment. And this, hopefully, we shall see the finalization of this in this particular meeting. So there are existing processes, and other assessments that could be useful are environmental risk assessments, socioeconomic, and health assessments. So there are things that can support the development of GeneDrive at the moment. So the GeneDrive technology is really an excellent example of how the integration between biodiversity and health, as well as climate, can really make a difference. So the question is, how do we address such a major health risk without affecting biodiversity? Because for the poor person in the village, I can assure you that when I was growing up and I was in this position where the question is, do I live or does that tree live? We want our environment to be safe. But if the question is my child or the environment, at that level, this is not going to be a concern for me because survival is going to come first. So we want everybody to be with us when we're doing this. But the truth is that if we're not with them, they cannot be with us. So we have to really address some of these issues as we begin. So we are definitely thinking about taking into account how to responsibly develop new technologies, but also thinking about how that will affect the biodiversity. So that's an important fact when you're thinking about new innovations and new technology. So the goal of target malaria, for example, is malaria suppression, malaria control, malaria elimination, not mosquito extinction. So, and in fact, models that are available have shown that have been done have shown that extinction is actually not really quite an option. We're unlikely to get to extinction. But just suppression of mosquitoes can still suppress them below a level where malaria transmission is sustainable, especially if working together with existing tools. I did note that, the one species we're dealing with is really a very small portion of the existing mosquito species, and at the moment is not a priority pollinator for anything. It's not a keystone species, even within pollination at the moment. So the biggest effect we expect would be through the reduction in malaria. So that's on land use, on socioeconomic status, on public health. But a good example of integrating biodiversity and health is that we have an ecological observatory studies of the Anopheles gambiae species. This is the mosquito I've been talking about all along. And we're analyzing three main environmental components that interact with those mosquitoes. That is, what eats the mosquitoes, who eats the mosquito larvae, so the young mosquitoes, because they breed in water, they're not the same exact niche as the adults. And also what plants, if any, are pollinated by these mosquitoes. So that is part of the research that Target Malaria is doing. And I would like to acknowledge 7 institutions that are working within the Target Malaria Consortium and over 200 experts, as well as our communities and stakeholders that are part of our research. We are funded by Bill and Melinda Gates and the Open Philanthropy Project. Thank you.
Thank you, Crystal, and thank you so much for fighting this devastating disease with innovative tools. So we hope that this is going to work and help. So it's time now for our Q&A session. We're going to open the floor to all of you. And this is going to happen this way. I'm going to collect 2 to 3 questions at once, and then we distribute the questions to our speakers. If you have any questions, you can raise your hand and I will call you. Where do we have microphones? So I have one question over there, one here. Yeah. Okay. So you go first.
Hi, my name is Edward Perello. I'm from a farm called Deep Science Ventures. I'd like to first thank you for your wonderful presentations and ask you to each get as nerdy and technical as you possibly can. What is a really difficult cutting-edge technical problem that exists in each of your fields? And why is it difficult to solve today?
Nice question. Sean?
My question, thank you everyone so much for your wonderful presentations on diversity of topics. So just thank you first. My question's at the opposite end. I imagine that each of your kind of tools and technologies might be received by parties or by NGOs, sometimes in a hesitant way, or even in a reactive way, or may face some challenges or skepticism from parties and from NGOs. So I'd love to hear how your different tools and technologies are being received.
Okay, thank you for the questions. I think we can do a round because since they were so generic, and let's maybe start from the end. Crystal, why don't you start and then we finish with Paul?
Yeah. You can do both questions if you want. Okay, so the biggest challenge in my research, which is basically aimed at malaria elimination, is resistance. The biggest tools right now that we're trying to use to control malaria are insecticides or insecticide-treated nets, and they face developing resistance to insecticides over time. And that means that you need stronger and stronger insecticides, or they just don't work. And then you have a really big problem trying to control the population. And also the fact that even the medication for malaria also has the same problem. The parasite keeps evolving, and so we keep having resistance, and so people just keep dying. Then the other problem is we also have basically climate change is also causing behavioral there's just so much resistance. All of it comes back to resistance as the key feature if I had to pick one thing. Because even the mosquitoes change the way they behave to avoid the insecticides, to avoid the nets, and they start biting people outdoors instead of indoors, and you're trying to control that. And then people don't use the nets correctly because it's too hot or they're irritating, and then they have to get rid of them at some time. They get holes, everything costs a lot of money. And the key cornerstone still remains at every point is that the current tools are being held down by that resistance, which is why we're looking at developing additional tools to this, whether it's additional vaccines, the genetically modified mosquitoes. So the idea is that if you have a diverse enough toolbox, then maybe we can actually achieve malaria elimination, at which point it won't matter if South Africa has some new mosquitoes because there'll be no malaria for them to spread, which would be great.
And Crystal, how does the society receive the technology?
So that is actually a very interesting question, because you see, it depends heavily on who you're talking to, right? So when I'm in the community where a child died of malaria yesterday, the basic question is, why don't you do it today? Like, this sounds like, what do you mean it's going to take a long time? What do you mean there is issues? Can you tell them our children are dying, right? You get a lot of that. But then if you're of course, if you're talking to somebody maybe who is at a higher level, not within the immediate problem, then you might get more questions about, but you're looking at this mosquito. What if there are no more mosquitoes? What will happen? Like, what if something happens to the environment? And then, that is why it's very valuable to have, first of all, the phased approach that Plague Malaria has, but also stakeholder engagement is a key part of our project. So you have to explain to them that you're targeting one species out of thousands, that is heavily regulated by institutional regulatory bodies and national regulatory bodies that are responsible for this, and that there is oversight, and so you have to communicate to everybody based on what their concerns are. But we do keep a running database of that and make sure that we get back to them, because we're aware that with innovative technology, any of our technologies, if people do not understand them and accept them, then we do risk not being able to do our work.
From the forensic perspective, the biggest challenge is that we actually don't have reference species for most, reference databases for most species. So you're doing case work, and for example, let me talk about one common thing, African elephant, Cyclotus versus the savanna elephant. When we do a case on elephant, the question is, how do you prove whether this is a hybrid or not? Because hybrids are not protected under CITES. So then the prosecutors of the criminal or the people conducting the crime ask that question, and so far we don't have enough data to or reference data sets from all over Africa to know to ensure that we have pure reference samples of forest elephant versus African elephant. So our response is always, this is African elephant, it's conserved under CITES, but we cannot prove whether it's a hybrid or not. And this is the case for most other species where we don't have reference samples to answer questions of provenance, like where is this coming from? So we're dealing with a huge African pangolin crisis. We did a paper once on a pangolin confiscation in Hong Kong of pangolin scales that came from South Africa. And after analyzing that data, we found Asian pangolin, Indian pangolin, African pangolin. So there's this, and then we also don't have reference data sets from those countries. So the aim is to create a reference database of all countries, which we can use for geographic provenance, where we can identify individuals or even the number of individuals that are being traded. So those are the biggest challenges. Then buy-in from society, we've got very good buy-in from government or management authorities. The only thing is capacity and technology. So we need to capacitate the enforcement officials. If they're going to collect a DNA sample, is it viable? Is it a viable DNA sample? Is it collected according to a procedure that can stand, that it can be used as evidence? So we're doing a lot of capacity building and training of even officials from crime scenes, how to collect DNA, how to ensure there's no contamination, reducing contamination, how to ensure that the case docket, when you do the genetic analysis in the lab, is not flawed, so that once you present your case in a court of law, it's fit for purpose, and the judiciary will approve that. So there is a lot of buy-in, but it's building those processes. Yeah.
And Monica, how do they receive the technology? Like, is it immediately accepted? Is there some suspicion about it?
No, in South Africa, they've received the technology. It's like, I think people have watched a lot of CSI movies, so they know. They think, okay, another challenge is they expect you to give them the result today. Yes, and one major challenge I think I can talk about is timber. We don't have a test for timber, and it's one of the huge problems in Southern Africa and in Africa now is the different species of timber. We now have a succulent poaching crisis, so we need more genetic technologies and tools to resolve that. So yeah, we have a big challenge. Yeah.
Alicia.
Thank you. So thank you for both your questions. They are well related, I think. I'm going to answer one of Sean's question by asking you, how many of you, honestly, when we say genetic diversity, the first thing that comes to your mind is transgenics? Be honest. Okay, so some of you might be lying. Because we even got told by a very nice NGO that, no, we don't like genes. And we were like, what do you mean you don't like genes? So one of the challenges we face when we talk about genetic diversity is that it's something really not well known by the public, and this includes NGOs, and this includes even parties, when it is associated to transgenics. And though it is related, and in biosafety terms, genetic diversity is part of the things that we have to assess as transgenics might pose a risk for genetic diversity, they are not really the same thing. And people get often very confused. So that's one challenge we face. Another challenge is that when we say genetic, people tend to just shut their brains because there is an association with genetic and hard. because someone had a friend doing a PhD on bioinformatics that cried a lot because life was so hard, right? That friend might be me at some point. So what I'm trying to say here is that to answer Sean's question, we have faced a lot of lack of updated information of what genetic diversity is. That's why we start with the jaguar and the panther example, because then people can switch into that. I hope that answers that question. And then it's related to the question here, the genetic part. Estimating the effective population size might not be straightforward depending on the species and depending especially on the reproductive biology and other life history traits. So we are doing a lot of research, by we I mean the academic community on conservation genetics, to really pin down how to assess effective population size, either using genetic data or using this ratio I mentioned between the number of individuals and the effective size, kind of like to fine tune it. However, although more research is being done there, we have tested in the 9-country pilot study. We believe that in most cases, even if the ratio might not be exactly the same, and even if the data isn't perfect, just to measure if it is below or above 500, it's different to just needing the exact number. So it is useful because often it is way lower 500 or way higher 500. So it doesn't matter if the number isn't exact. So that's something that makes the indicator strong. I think I address all questions, but I have to say that in the last 10 years or 14 years, these indicators were first proposed by Linda Laikre in COP in 2010. And there was a lot of resistance, and I feel like kind of like the world wasn't ready. But now, last COP and this COP, it has been a completely different story. So I believe this is the time for conservation genetics.
Paul, please go ahead.
First of all, I'm actually trained as a molecular biologist, and I'm so glad that I don't have to answer this question from that framework because of these three brilliant women here who are so far ahead of me. So I'm going to respond with respect to AI, of course, which it has some very interesting things, and there's a lot of fraught things, obviously, that probably come to everyone's mind. So let me start with the interesting problems and such. One is not very technical, although it's very hard, which is essentially the availability of data. Really is the biggest limiting factor in producing effective and meaningful models. That's data to both train these models appropriately, as well as to be able to run them in a way that results in meaningful information being returned to you. As you all know, one of the biggest problems in that data itself, and this gets to a lot of acceptance of AI also, is inherent bias associated with it. If you train your data or if you train your models on data that is inherently biased because of either where it's collected, who collected it, etc., you'll end up with results from your models themselves that are inherently biased. And there's the classic examples of, show me dear ChatGPT, show me a picture of a scientist, and you end up with a white man in a lab coat kind of thing, right? Those sorts of classic examples. But this is actually true writ large for anything that you're doing, and oftentimes the bias is more insidious because you don't realize that the data that's trained it itself is limited in the universe of spaces from which it came. I'm going to answer one other cool thing, like a cool deep tech thing that I kind of want to happen, though. A lot of existing models that we're utilizing in artificial intelligence, machine learning, are either things like convolutional neural networks, large language models, etc. And you can hear from the names in those the inspiration for a lot of the modeling that's done there. Neural networks, like mimicking things like neural processes in the human brain, language, etc. There's a burgeoning space right now where people are trying to mimic ecological process and function and evolutionary process into machine learning models. So a different architecture underneath some of these things, which I think I don't know nearly enough technically to understand where it is, but the very idea that could potentially start to unearth certain aspects of complexity that ecological process and evolution itself have built in, maybe a really interesting, insightful way for building new models on this. Yeah. I don't actually, and I got to find a couple of. There's only a couple of researchers I've heard of that have started digging in this, but yeah, that's a good question. Then the last thing on terms of threats, I think, you know, the other thing that I'll say that's interesting about acceptance of AI, and this is writ large, is it does require meaningful governance frameworks. There are an awful lot of voluntary frameworks. Oh gosh, why am I blanking on AI governance frameworks? I'm blanking on. There's a particular set of responsible AI frameworks. So there's a suite of different agreements that are primarily voluntary. Some of this is voluntary because a lot of the corporations involved in developing these models do not want to be regulated, and so they're trying to get ahead of that game. A lot of them also are simply built out of the desire to make sure that ethical use of AI is present. But quite frankly, like any of these technologies, but AI maybe more acutely than others, they can be used for nefarious purposes, right? A tool like this is a tool, and it can have a dual use. And so preventing those sorts of negative, nefarious uses or unintended consequences really does become the purview of meaningful civil society action and governmental regulation in various ways. That has to be, you know, one of the challenges that we have is that keeping that sort of framework up to date with the pace of technology development is really difficult. Tech moves much faster than these policy things, but that is becoming a space where I think we need to address more effective means of governance associated with these things.
Okay. Any other questions? So I think I would like to propose a little exercise, because I really like the idea of this rapid image identification at the individual level, counting, you know, populations and so on, and then we have the genetic side. How can they be combined the best? What would you think, for your purpose, you could combine some sort of image recognition with genetics, and maybe what could genetics add to what you're doing? And maybe to Alicia, then what, I think it's going to be obvious, but maybe you can tell what imaging I mean, it's not only imaging, no, acoustics as well. So how it can support what you're here defending today. So let's start now. I'll shuffle randomly. Let's start with Monica.
Thank you very much. I think I've worked with marine species, and for the great white shark, where we're monitoring populations of great white sharks in South Africa, we've created a database where we're using imagery to identify individuals, because you know the populations are drastically reduced, and currently there have been very few sightings of great white sharks in South African marine waters. So I can see how that could be used to monitor marine organisms like orcas and some of the whale sharks that we have coming into South Africa. And we have other species as well where we might need image recognition for small populations that are restricted in a small reserve and you're trying to breed them. So I can see potential for that. We have a project where we're trying to understand diversity of species in our national parks. So in most cases, we're now looking at using environmental DNA to identify those cryptic species that occur in these areas that we think that we are managing, because there's some areas which are inaccessible. So we want to know whether the marine protected areas we put in place or the national parks are actually covering that diversity we want to cover. Because you want your park to have as many species as possible, to also identify those cryptic species that might need specific different interventions. So I can see how that would happen. Yeah, I can see a link there. Yeah. Okay, well, let's jump to Paul.
That's such an interesting idea, and actually, that relates because while Alicia and Monica, you were talking, it was occurring to me, one of the things that's interesting about the individual identification is it's picking up a phenotypic trait, right? The result of genetics that are apparent here. And what we haven't done, but I'm very curious about, is that phenotypic diversity and how it may overlay with things like genetic diversity, and whether or not there are indications there, or if you could even build in some assessments or. These are statistical models, so it's not actually phylogenetic, but any notion of heritability of some of these to see where there may be gaps arising in the sort of diversity of a population, let's say, if certain sorts of traits. I don't really know, but there's an interesting aspect here between maybe you can get to monitoring some aspects of the population diversity. Maybe it's a proxy for genetics or not. I'm not really sure. That's, like your thoughts on it, but wherein those sorts of phenic diversity associated with individuals can be assessed and monitored as well. And then your point, Monica, about doing that in terms of range and spatial variation is particularly interesting, because these tools that we have are utilized for setting boundaries on protected areas and such, but it's usually numbers, just pure numbers. And when you can count individuals, that gives you a better assessment of the total population size. But you're right, like where does that diversity lie? And I'd be very curious if there's any way of using this sort of phenotypic data to at least do a quick and dirty first assessment of where you should lie those.
Yes, let's jump to Alicia.
Thank you. So yeah, some of the connections are quite obvious, because as I show in the example with the Mexican finch, to have a count of a number of individuals is already a proxy of the effective population size just by applying this ratio. So most of the monitoring tools that I know, they really don't count individuals. It's just like presence as absence of whatever animal you like. And while that's useful to know that the species is still present in the region, it's far more useful if you can count the constellation of dots in a shark or in a jaguar to know that it's actually different individuals, and therefore you can count them. I suppose there are models to do that. So that's an immediate connection that I see very useful. The other connection is that we actually have a very fun project called Genes from Space. And the logic, it's great, right? It's just great marketing, because what we are doing is just using remote sensing, just like satellite images, to see presence, absence of habitat on the place where we know that the species occurs. And this can be used again to estimate the indicator of the populations that are maintained. But if we have also a known density per square kilometers of a given species, we can use that number to estimate how large the population is there. This is easier for plants, and especially trees and things like that. But I was very interested in the counting elephants and bisons things that you put, because that's a way to get better numbers. There are actually, there's another fun example, which is seeing penguin poo from the space, because I know it's very white and poo is very dark. So they use every colony just gives a large spot, and you can count how many of these spots there are in Antarctica without having to go there, which sounds like really cold and, time consuming. But some high resolution images can even allow you to count penguins. And this is a good way to monitor colonies. And by monitoring colonies, if you think about it, it's just breeding sites. And breeding sites means populations, because these are the individuals that are sharing genes. So these proxies, I know we're aware that these are proxies, but they are still far above 0, which is the previous data that we have on genetic. And again, this can allow to then focus genetic studies on the cases where we need it the most for whatever reason, or because there is concern of things that we cannot see from space, like gene flow or exchange with other species. If an invasive species arrives and it's able to hybridize with the local species, for instance, we cannot detect that with the indicators I mentioned, but we can detect that with other type of genetic tools.
Thanks. So, Crystal, do you see real-time image recognition as something useful for what you're doing?
Oh, absolutely. You talked about counting penguins and elephants. Try counting mosquitoes. So yeah, let's just say that it's not unusual to find a population of millions, and the existing methods for measuring that are very tedious and very expensive, and you still get just an approximation. So there's quite that would be quite relevant, especially if we're going to be looking at impact, for example. you will need to know what was the population before, what is the population afterwards. Is it low enough that you could to have an impact on the sustainability of malaria transmission and so on. So the other thing is mosquito identification. They're very tiny, but they do have markings that distinguish them. So at the moment, most of that, you have to get an entomologist like me to go and capture them or look at captured ones, look at each one under a microscope and then tell you what species you've got. And that is still only morphologically. We also have cryptic species. They look the same, but genetically they're different. So then I have to go into a lab and do DNA extraction and then finally come back and tell you what you've actually got. So there's a lot of relevance still for both genetic identification, but also image identification. If we're able to use cameras to monitor population sizes and distribution, because now they're moving, to detect invasive species early, there is so much application. I don't want to answer this question for 10 minutes, but I can think of a lot of ways in which all of these things are relevant.
Very nice. So I turn to the audience again to know if you have questions. Okay, so I want to redirect everyone, but Alicia, because she's already directed, to the GBF targets, okay? And thinking, so I think Alicia presented here, the challenges. There are challenges in implementing technology around the world, in many countries where they're not, in certain situations. How do you see the technologies that you're presenting here in the future, and let's put this way, in the short term and the long term, will they be democratized? Will they be everywhere? Can this be something that we assume different countries will be able one day to use to monitor diversity, diseases, or populations? So that's my question for you guys. And Christos, since you have the microphone.
Yes, so gene drive is very specific. So genetic modification using gene drive for mosquito number suppression, for example. Right now, it's very specific to the species that you're targeting. So we're beginning with, we're working with the major 3 that spread most of malaria throughout Africa. But if that technology is successful, then it is something that can be applied to really practically all endemic countries that have the highest burden of malaria. It will be up to their Ministry of Health and their malaria control programs, but an additional tool in the box is something that cannot be discounted, especially for the countries that cannot afford to scale up on the rate that we would need to actually even just continue to control malaria at the current rates, because WHO did identify a over $30 billion gap in just maintaining control with the current tools. So that is especially essential. But also a new tool is always applicable to other things as well. If you can prove that it can be useful and it can be safe and it can be sustainable, then in the future it is still an avenue that can be adapted to other problems that people might be facing, of course still subject to regulatory and country approval.
All right, so the work that we're doing to set up species reference databases for forensics is already underway to set up a reference database for the Society for Wildlife Forensic member countries. So we have already participating with Southeast Asian countries and African countries to come up with a list of priority taxa that are, or species that are traded from Africa to Asia, or from Asia to Europe, Asia to Africa. And then together we want to do a genome database so that different forensic labs could access the specific gene target that they use for species identification for the same individual reference sample. So we create this chain of custody evidence expertly identified reference samples collected with police criteria that everybody will have access for. So if consignment or confiscation from South Africa happens in Asia, we don't have to wait for them to send back those samples. They could analyze them by referring to the reference database. So we are calling this, we're setting up this big project. Hopefully we'll get funding. We've already started, but I think there is application globally because we want to come up with the same community of practice following international forensic standards for everyone, yeah. So there is room for barcoding and for species identification globally. Then some of the tools we use, like for identifying individuals or populations, we've created diagnostic kits that are actually commercial. Unfortunately, those ones will be very expensive, but there's some that are commercially provided by these big industries that do genetic testing. We've done one for cheetah. It's a SNP test that is out there, or we can share the technology through publications and other people can access that. So yeah, we're collaborating at different levels through different societies and mechanisms. Yeah.
Thanks. Alicia, what are your considerations then?
Well, I wanted to say that even if I spoke about target 4 and the indicators to measure it, diversity is everywhere. The Global Biodiversity Framework. I have a course, I teach a course on conservation genetics, and I give the targets of the Global Biodiversity Framework to my students, and I ask them, find me an example of where genetic diversity can be useful to accomplish these targets. And they found, for every single target, an example of how to do it. For instance, the target on restoration, which I think is target 2, has some quite obvious applications. It is not the same to restore a forest with seeds coming from who knows where, and maybe only from a couple of parent trees, than to have the genetic diversity represented there. The target on climate change, equally, you have more genetic diversity, you can have more resilience to these environmental changes. Even the targets related to local communities and women are important, are related, because women are often the ones that in local communities are seed selecting which land races are going to be used in the next cycle. So what I just briefly want to say again is that genetic diversity is really all over the place in the Global Biodiversity Framework, even if it's only specifically mentioned in Goal A and Target 4.
Thanks. And Paul, how do you see the whole world using a technology like we use camera traps everywhere?
I see the whole world using lots of technologies. I think the big challenge is figuring out what to use where and when. And in fact, I'm struck, one of the things that struck me in the Global Biodiversity Framework when it was first released, particularly under protected areas and trying to reach 30 by 30, was the explicit recognition that A, we're not really sure how to finance all of this, and B, we're not really sure how to actually protect protected areas. And it's called out explicitly that there's going to be need for significantly more technology development and advanced science going into those sorts of things. What was notable to me is if you take a step back, some of these tools can actually address both problems. So as an example, the Sentinel that I showed there, when we've deployed that in places like the Osa Peninsula in Costa Rica, it can save, in terms of time and money, up to 1,000x the amount of resources that those folks are putting in there right now. That's a lot of money to save that brings down the biodiversity financing gap associated with some of these things by serving to more effectively protect a protected area in this case. And I think the same thing is going to be true of other things, including even things like better ways to assess effective population size without having to go and do your classic PhD thesis on all of these sorts of things. That's going to exponentially increase our ability to protect these areas as well, including all of the other targets that you mentioned, but also just the ability to know that this protected area is effectively preserving the species within there and their persistence, their ability to persist. So I'm actually quite optimistic about the opportunity for a lot of these technologies to both be democratized and therefore brought down in cost, and reduce the actual direct effort that's typically expended by individual humans, none of whom are there enough, to do the kind of protected area monitoring and management that is necessary.
Oh yeah, now there are questions. Okay.
Yeah, my question is directed to Mwale from South Africa and
and Paul, yeah, to what extent these tools having a buy-in from governments? Because I see that most of them are really going to serve the rule of law in terms of use of natural resources. But then also on the second part of the question, I'm wondering whether the communities can also use these tools to a certain extent, because I know there's a lot of trade, for example, in bush meat in Africa, and some communities are beginning to step up to mitigate that trade and participate in reducing it. In future, do you see a possibility of having going to a restaurant with a kit and just knowing the type of meat that you are eating and knowing that it came from a wild animal rather than a domesticated animal? Such uses would be very helpful to restaurant owners and so on when they are buying and shopping. Thanks.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm super fascinated by all this, and you alluded to it a little bit, Paul, at the end. But I'm wondering, how do we scale this up? So you like the forensic work, the gene drive work, the work on genetic diversity. I mean, I know this space is supposed to be it, both IUCN and the CBD. But I'm wondering, what are the obstacles to scaling this up? New tools and what could be the drivers, the accelerators?
Let us start with Paul. I will just ask for you to be super brief because we are just 5 minutes from the end.
I'm going to try and tee you up, Monica, to answer the government question. I'm going to talk about the Nabbit that we built, which I need to get out. It's sitting in my backpack over here to show you. Actually, one of the first things we started utilizing this for is seafood traceability. So within the United States, about 40% of the seafood that you purchase is mislabeled. It's not what you think it is. For some species like red snapper, which is actually 12 species in the United States, 90% of the time it is not red snapper, it is something else. And so we've actually had folks use it at a restaurant. You swab it, it does the forensics in 30 minutes and it tells you the answer, sort of thing. So it's a huge like community basis sort of effort. That said, it's actually much more important in the sorts of things that Monica is doing in many ways. And so working within those frameworks, which are very different depending on the government. In some places it's a national government, sometimes it's regional, sometimes it's subnational that is doing either import tracking or agricultural pest monitoring, for example, and all of these kinds of things that get in there. So I'm gonna stop there. But yeah, I think our goal is to produce things that work for the people that need them and serve those regulatory needs as effectively as possible without undermining it.
I'll try just to continue from his side. Is like for border control and enforcement, you need something to test and tell you there's a presence of a protected species in a consignment. So we would see these two as something that just says, hey, halt this shipment. And then afterwards, then we would take the samples and do the proper genetic testing that we do for forensics. So I see a very good way, because in most cases, they keep consignments and then the owner of that shipment starts complaining or they'll sue the company. And then you need a test that tells you there's something potentially illegal here. Then regarding buy-in, we have huge buy-in from the government. In fact, I don't know if you know the barcode of wildlife, the IBO, the board system database, yeah, they have agreed to give us a part of the database of South Africa. So this will be called South Africa Board, which will only be for forensics. So we're putting measures in place to have chain of custody reference voucher specimens that are properly expertly identified within board as a subset for forensic testing. And this will be managed by the South African government. They've signed a contract with a big database, and this will be specifically for priority taxa for species identification. As you are all aware, these databases don't have good data. The quality of data in these huge databases is not even great. They don't have IDs, most of them. For species identification, you can get different IDs for one species. For example, if you check for a great white shark, you get different IDs. So we'll try to restrict part of the database for forensics, and this will be managed through the South African government. So yeah, there is so much strong buy-in and support.
For Alicia, 1 minute each, please, and then we're finished.
I will be brief. I think basically we should leverage existing resources and initiatives that are already doing a lot of jobs, a lot of work that can be used to incorporate genetic diversity. And I give a very particular example. Might be useful for this pavilion. The red list assessments, there are workshops where a lot of data is gathered and there are experts that are moved across the world or the country. And we have estimated that for most species, if you have the experts and the data already there as part of the red list workshops, it will take maybe 3 to 5 minutes to assess the genetic diversity indicators because everything you need is already there. So we should keep using these activities, but for a purpose that they didn't know that was useful for.
Crystal.
Yes, so for the case of gene drive technology, I would say capacity building and technology transfer. For a lot of times in the past, innovations, even when the entire use is in the global south, have been completely developed in the global north and then presented as a solution. And this is not going to be sustainable in the long term. We need buy-in, you need the stakeholders to trust it, and also it needs to be specifically targeted for the problem that it is aiming for. So for target malaria, because we're dealing with malaria elimination, we have partners from endemic countries like myself. So gene drive may be a novel technology, but there are scientists, we have research institutions that are capable of doing this research, even in the global south, and we have regulatory bodies that can regulate this research in our countries. So it will be very important to have that capacity building happening and that technology transfer happening in the long term so that this technology can actually be successful where it is most needed, in spite of where the idea might have come from.
Thank you so much. Well, I hope, please applause. I hope you're all as inspired as I was by this session, and I invite you to, there is no more food? That's gone? There might be something, but maybe you want to enjoy the time and get to know some of our speakers. Yeah, thank you for coming.
Mi nombre es Reina Isabel Valenzuela. Nos encontramos en Washington y aquí nombre es Reina Isabel Valenzuela.
Hola, hola, hola. Buenas tardes. Vamos a empezar en un minuto. Haz el ojito. Hola, buenas... Uy, ya. Fue con muchas ganas. Muy buenas tardes. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros en este evento de la Selva Maya, un esfuerzo trinacional por la conservación y los medios de vida sostenibles. A continuación, les quería indicar que aquí tienen traducción simultánea. Pueden escanear ese código y ahí van a poder encontrar las instrucciones para tener la traducción simultánea al inglés. Iniciamos este evento con la intervención de Úrsula Parrilla, la directora regional para la Oficina de México, Centroamérica y el Caribe.
Muy buenas tardes a todos y todas, a los colegas, amigos y amigas de la Selva Maya, todos muy bienvenidos a esta su casa, la Casa de la Naturaleza, el pabellón de la IUCN. Y bueno, nos encontramos hoy mientras las partes se encuentran discutiendo y negociando cuál va a ser el nivel de ambición, las métricas, los verificadores, los arreglos políticos, qué es lo que va a quedar fuera de corchetes, qué no. Pues hoy nos congregamos para celebrar un ejemplo concreto de colaboración trinacional, de promoción y de generación de medios de vida sostenibles en lo que es el segundo macizo de bosques tropicales más grandes después de la Amazonía y el más extenso de toda Mesoamérica. La selva maya es el hábitat septentrional tropical donde muchas especies se benefician de un corredor de numerosas áreas protegidas que los estados de Belice, Guatemala y México han declarado protegidas y suman más de 4 millones de hectáreas. Pero lo que hace verdaderamente distintiva la selva maya es en definitiva su riqueza cultural, su gente, sus historias y sus raíces con el ecosistema, donde encontramos una mayoría de población indígena que mantiene vivas sus tradiciones, así como comunidades locales que han generado arraigo y beneficios económicos, al tiempo que conservan importantes vestigios arqueológicos de culturas ancestrales como Caracol en Belice, Tikal y Yaxchá en Guatemala o Calakmul en México. Definitivamente la selva maya no es ajena a los desafíos de la ya tan conocida triple crisis planetaria, enfrentando serias amenazas que comprometen su estabilidad y función ecológica tanto al corto, al mediano como a largo plazo. ¿Cuáles son esos riesgos más alarmantes que sufre la selva maya? Definitivamente los incendios forestales, varios comanejadores que veo aquí en la sala, sé que pueden dar fe de eso, ese ha sido una de las situaciones más complejas de lidiar este último verano, las prácticas agrícolas insostenibles, la tala ilegal y otras prácticas ilegales y el tráfico de especies de flora y fauna y de objetos de importancia cultural. Este año, por ejemplo, la selva maya en el lado de Guatemala vivió la temporada de incendios más agresiva después desde 1998. Estas amenazas comprometen la integridad de uno de los ecosistemas más importantes de Mesoamérica y exigen soluciones urgentes y coordinadas a nivel global, regional, nacional y local, en especial a nivel transfronterizo. Y pues entendiendo ese sentido de urgencia es que en el 2015 las autoridades responsables de las áreas protegidas, de su gestión, de su protección, en la Selva Maya conformaron el Grupo Estratégico de Coordinación, o GEC, que está constituido por un representante del Departamento Forestal del Ministerio de Desarrollo Sostenible de Belice, del Consejo Nacional de Áreas Protegidas de Guatemala y de la Comisión Nacional de Áreas Naturales Protegidas de México. Y desde el 2018 se unió la Comisión Centroamericana de Ambiente y Desarrollo. Bienvenido, Jair, fortaleciendo esta colaboración trinacional. Y pues desde su conformación, el GEC estableció una visión conjunta de los 3 países de la Selva Maya y planteó elaborar e implementar una estrategia integral de la región para la conservación de su patrimonio natural y cultural. Después de un extenso proceso participativo, se construye la Estrategia Integral de la Selva Maya al 2030, la cual es importante destacar que fue elaborado con el acompañamiento del Proyecto de Protección de Recursos Naturales de la Selva Maya, cofinanciado por el KfW y que la IUCN ha tenido el honor de acompañar desde la primera fase. Y bueno, esta estrategia establece que para el año 2030 la región cuente con identidad cultural y natural, donde se conserven sus valores ecosistémicos e históricos que promueven el bienestar de su gente y ofrecen servicios ambientales de importancia global. Y bueno, más que un documento rector o un documento orientador, realmente esta estrategia se convierte en el vivo testimonio de que los puentes trinacionales pueden forjarse para potenciar los esfuerzos de conservación y desarrollo que su gente y sus comunidades ya realizan en contribución a la conservación y la recuperación de la biodiversidad. Es un reconocimiento ya a esta acción local. Como escucharemos más adelante de viva voz de los protagonistas de la Selva Maya, esta estrategia contribuye a alcanzar más del 50% de las metas del Marco Global de Biodiversidad CUM y Montreal. O sea, ya hay una alineación en el 50% de las metas. Permítanme destacar algunas de las acciones clave que definieron en el marco de esta estrategia para escalar estos esfuerzos. Creo que es importante destacar la importancia y la relevancia que se le da a mejorar el acceso al conocimiento ancestral, científico y fortalecer las capacidades para la transferencia de tecnología a través de la creación y formación de redes, mesas de trabajo y alianzas con la academia, así como la creación de un sistema de información regional disponible al público, basado en la recolecta de información estandarizada por parte de la población, organizada junto a las instituciones. Otro tema muy importante que hace la estrategia es el énfasis en garantizar la participación de todos en la toma de decisiones y el acceso a la justicia y a la información relacionada con la biodiversidad. Esto es un verdadero compromiso con la implementación del principio 10 en una región donde medidas urgentes son necesarias para revertir la crisis que los defensores ambientales enfrentan. Corte comercial, después de este evento tendremos un side event sobre el Acuerdo de Escazú para que por favor también nos acompañen. Para ello, pues bueno, se requiere promover redes de defensores con distintivos propios, es decir, que las personas voluntarias que apoyan la gestión de control y manejo de las áreas protegidas tengan reconocimiento, además de gestión sostenible diseñados e implementados en la región con la población, asegurar la plena participación de la sociedad y otras entidades de gobierno en las estructuras de gobernanza de la región. Por otro lado, en la meta 14 del Marco Global, podemos ver en la búsqueda de acuerdos a nivel binacional, nacional y trinacional y la formalización de las estructuras de gobernanza con el apoyo de cancillerías y otros ministerios. Esto permitirá que la biodiversidad tome relevancia a nivel de la toma de decisiones políticas, reglamentarias y de planificación conjunta entre los 3 países. Este me parece uno de los elementos más ambiciosos y que van a lograr que se consolide en perpetuidad este mecanismo. Y como meta aspiracional, creo que es muy importante también compartir con ustedes que la región busca consolidarse como reserva del programa El Hombre y la Biosfera de la UNESCO, con una delimitación geográfica concreta. Y bueno, para pasar de esta aspiración a la realidad, deberemos unir esfuerzos técnicos, voluntad política y recursos financieros sobre la mesa, que son 3 capitales que sobran en esta mesa y en esta sala. Así que solo nos resta pues llevarlo a la realidad. Y la selva maya, además de ser refugio para la vida silvestre, como lo he mencionado, ha proporcionado de bienes maderables y no maderables a las comunidades locales y pueblos indígenas desde hace siglos. Es por esto que la estrategia enfatiza un modelo de desarrollo que equilibre la conservación con el uso sostenible de los recursos naturales, fomentando actividades productivas clave como el manejo forestal sostenible y el aprovechamiento responsable de las especies silvestres. Y finalmente, colegas y amigos y amigas, llegamos a uno de los pilares pues, más importantes para sostener en el tiempo y en perpetuidad a la selva maya al 2030 y mucho más allá, que hablamos de los recursos financieros necesarios. En este sentido, la estrategia propone partir del análisis de la brecha financiera para dotarla de estrategias innovadoras público-privadas, la priorización de mayores presupuestos institucionales y mecanismos financieros verdes, así como el fortalecimiento de los lazos con la cooperación internacional. Además, el fortalecimiento de las cadenas de valor y el valor agregado en la comercialización e incluso la creación de una marca de denominación de origen Selva Maya, un esfuerzo que ya se viene trabajando, permitirá atraer mayores inversiones a los negocios locales sostenibles. Hoy escucharemos en este panel de lujo que tendremos ejemplos reales de estos esfuerzos como soluciones y contribuciones reales de los pueblos, los guardaparques, las instituciones y la sociedad civil en la lucha contra la pérdida de biodiversidad. Antes de despedirme, quisiera reiterar a nuestros protagonistas el día de hoy que en esta ambición no están solos. Cuentan con la IUCN y con muchos otros aliados para estar hombro a hombro, seguir abonando en esta ambiciosa estrategia. Y IUCN pone a disposición sus herramientas, sus productos de conocimiento y el conocimiento y apoyo de la red de más de 16,000 expertos que se reúnen en sus comisiones científicas, y a los miembros de toda la región, los cuales me da mucho gusto tener algunos hoy aquí en la sala. Quiero aprovechar para también dar un reconocimiento a la cooperación alemana y en especial al Banco de Desarrollo Alemán KfW, quien ha sido un aliado que ha seguido de cerca los retos que enfrenta nuestra región, que enfrentan nuestros países, que reconoce los esfuerzos y el potencial de su gente y que lo dota con recursos también para implementar acciones concretas que traen beneficios para toda la humanidad. Con compromiso, con conocimiento y la fuerza de nuestras comunidades, seguramente lograremos transformar la selva maya a un modelo de resiliencia y de sostenibilidad para el mundo. Con la seguridad que en el 2030, apenas, ¿verdad? Estamos hablando de 6 años, la selva maya seguirá siendo un testimonio vivo de lo que podemos alcanzar cuando trabajamos juntos. Con esto me despido por ahora y le doy paso al panel. Melinka, te devuelvo la palabra. Muchas gracias y bienvenidos.
Muchas gracias, Úrsula, por estas palabras que nos dan un contexto justamente para ubicar ahora esos ejemplos concretos que queremos compartir el día de hoy. Antes de pasar al panel, quisiéramos compartir con ustedes un vídeo de una experiencia local contada y narrada por, como decía Úrsula, por los protagonistas, ¿no? Nuestros protagonistas de la selva maya. Con ustedes les queremos compartir la experiencia de doña Reina Valenzuela. Es una lideresa que protege la selva maya a través del uso sostenible de los recursos naturales.
Mi nombre es Reina Isabel Valenzuela.
como decimos, con ojos cerrados.
Con los ojos cerrados.
Ahora sí, perdón. Bueno, espero que les haya gustado esta experiencia, una de muchas que nos quisiéramos compartir el día de hoy. A continuación vamos a iniciar con el panel. Voy a llamar a nuestros colegas para que puedan unirse a este evento. Por favor, Eduardo Robledo, director para Sinergias de Asuntos Internacionales de la Comisión Nacional de Áreas Naturales Protegidas de México. Marina Leticia López, directora de la Unidad de Género, Consejo de Áreas Naturales Protegidas de Guatemala. Óscar Ramírez, asesor senior en biodiversidad para la Agencia de Cooperación para el Desarrollo alemana en México, la GIZ. El señor Sergio Guzmán, director técnico de la Asociación de Comunidades Forestales de Petén, ACOFOP. Nuestra colega Nadia Mujica, gerente del portafolio multilateral de América Latina y el Caribe de la Oficina Regional para México, Centroamérica y el Caribe de la UICN. El señor Kai Timo Schoenfeld, representante del sector de Economía y Biodiversidad del KfW, Banco de Desarrollo Alemán. Y el señor don Jair Urriola, secretario ejecutivo de la Comisión Urriola, Centroamericana de Ambiente y el Desarrollo. Muchas gracias. ¿El micrófono? ¿Este lo cojo? Que lo haga dentro. Bueno. Ok, espera. Entonces, ayúdame con esto. Se me complica la logística. Ok. No es este. Con tanto papel ya me perdí. Ok, ya me encontré. Bueno, quisiéramos empezar el día de hoy compartiendo una de las experiencias locales también con el señor Guzmán de ACOFOP. Sabemos que las concesiones forestales de Guatemala, concretamente la Reserva de la Biosfera Maya, iniciaron a través de un intercambio de experiencias con los ejidos de México. Esto es parte justamente de las experiencias que se promueven en la Selva Maya. Y ha sido, a día de hoy, es un referente como una estrategia de lucha contra la deforestación, para frenarla. Este modelo silvícola sostenible apoya el cumplimiento de la meta 5 y de la meta 10, que quieren garantizar el uso, la recolección, el comercio de especies silvestres sostenible, seguros, legales y garantizar una silvicultura que se gestione de manera sostenible. ACOFOP, con más de 24 organizaciones campesinas e indígenas que mediante este manejo forestal comunitario controlan la deforestación de más de 490.000 hectáreas de la Reserva de la Biosfera Maya, es un referente y quisiéramos conocer un poquito más. Señor Guzmán, ¿cuál ha sido la estrategia para mantener estándares de sostenibilidad en el manejo forestal con resultados de deforestación casi nula en estas 490.000 hectáreas? ¿Y cómo asegura la legalidad en el aprovechamiento, en la saca, transporte, comercialización de los productos maderables y no maderables?
Buenas tardes, ahora sí. Bueno, muchas gracias. Muchas gracias por la invitación y por estar en un selecto grupo de expositores. El día de hoy pues vamos a hablar de una experiencia local de la Asociación de Comunidades Forestales de Petén. La Asociación de Comunidades Forestales, a ver, no cambia, a ver allá. Ok. Está ubicada justamente en el departamento de Petén, en la Reserva de la Biosfera Maya, en la zona de usos múltiples. Ahí trabajan las comunidades forestales que son concesionarios del gobierno de Guatemala. Y como bien dijeron, es parte de la selva trinacional de la Selva Maya. Si hablamos de la organización, vemos que es una organización de segundo nivel con 24 organizaciones y tenemos realmente, yo creo que me voy a pasar acá mejor porque Ok, gracias. Aquí lo voy a tener. Es una asociación de segundo nivel sin fines de lucro, con 24 organizaciones y fundada en 1995. Hay varios actores acá. Quiero resaltar que aquí hay una alianza estratégica con el gobierno de Guatemala, que en su momento inició a entregar las concesiones forestales en manos de comunitarios, y que también algo que hemos estado compartiendo y vamos a compartir esta semana con los hermanos de Colombia es que tenemos varias similitudes, los acuerdos de paz que se dieron en Guatemala y los acuerdos de paz que se dieron aquí en Colombia. En el caso de Guatemala, uno de los acuerdos hablaba de entregar tierras para que se realizaran actividades de manejo sostenible. Y esto fue uno de los acuerdos cumplidos en el caso de Guatemala, de la entrega de las concesiones forestales a grupos comunitarios para hacer uso y manejo sostenible de los mismos. Y en este triángulo nosotros podemos ver la participación del gobierno, que da las reglas y las normas para hacer el manejo y uso sostenible. Podemos ver que hay también organizaciones no gubernamentales que apoyan técnicamente, y ACOFOPE es una de ellas, y podemos ver que está el papel de los concesionarios, que hacen el uso y manejo sostenible de los recursos. Hablamos de más de 15,000 beneficiarios directos y 70,000 beneficiarios indirectos en el departamento del Petén, y las actividades que hace este manejo, modelo de manejo forestal comunitario, son varias relacionadas al buen uso en el aprovechamiento maderable, aprovechamiento de productos no maderables. Vimos por ahí el chate, que es una de las actividades no maderables. Tenemos el ramón, que está ahorita realmente con una demanda bastante grande y que está beneficiando económicamente las concesiones. Está la pimienta, está el bayal y el chicle, que por ahí vamos a ver, y es una noticia que de la semana pasada el gobierno de Guatemala, que se logró derogar la ley del chicle, que tenía, bueno, muchas dificultades porque no dejaba que prosperaran las empresas forestales comunitarias, y vamos a tener la renovación del chicle, que era el oro blanco, en este caso en el Petén, en los años 60, 70. Trabajamos también con el turismo comunitario, que está pues en las comunidades, la viva presencia comunitaria, trabajando en los vestigios culturales. Ahora con los recursos naturales se está haciendo visita a los campamentos, se ha estado capacitando a la gente para que pueda atender al turismo con un buen guiaje y alimentación. Hablamos también un poquito de la prevención y control de incendios y el control del bosque, que esto va inmerso dentro de la reducción de emisiones por deforestación evitada. Entonces esas actividades hacen que se dé un manejo integrado del bosque y que se dé a un desarrollo comunitario sostenible. Aparte de eso, se trata de dar un valor agregado a la madera. Habían especies, o hay especies de madera, especies menos conocidas. El cedro y el caoba se vende muy fácilmente porque tiene un mercado muy rápido, pero las maderas duras desconocidas ha costado un poco, y hemos generado estrategias junto con los concesionarios para hacer este tipo de muebles de patio y que resisten muy bien al agua y todo, para comercializar y darle valor agregado a la madera. Este manejo integrado del bosque que se ha dado a través del manejo forestal comunitario, se ha convertido en una estrategia compartida con el Estado, ¿verdad? Somos ambos. El Estado ofrece la gobernabilidad y las concesiones forestales pues hacen su papel en la protección, manejo y uso sostenible de los recursos para mantener la sostenibilidad en el manejo, mitigar el cambio climático y generar medios de vida sostenibles, sin dejar de lado que estamos en la COP de biodiversidad, y que al mantener ese bosque pues se mantiene gran cantidad de aves, mamíferos, reptiles, etcétera, que están inmersos ahí. En la Asociación de Comunidades Forestales tenemos ya grupos especializados de jóvenes que se llama una red de monitoreo, con drones, están capacitados para poner cámaras trampa, para hacer monitoreo social, monitoreo socioeconómico y varias otras capacidades que se están generando. Aparte de todo lo que estamos realizando, tenemos este proyecto de reducción de emisiones, Red Plus Guate Carbon, que está mitigando el cambio climático. ¿Qué ha tenido como resultado el manejo forestal sostenible en Guatemala, específicamente en el Petén? Podemos ver que tenemos más de 600,000 hectáreas de bosque que han sido conservadas, los salarios están por encima del mínimo establecido, estamos certificados FSC y nos exige pagar los salarios y todas las rendiciones de ley, y además, pues aquí todavía hay un plus, se generan impuestos al Estado, que es bueno, ¿verdad? Se genera economía local, pero también se generan impuestos al Estado, se invierte en obras de infraestructura social, se ha promovido la participación de hombres, jóvenes y mujeres en el manejo forestal sostenible, y aquí hay tres aspectos bien importantes. Derivado del modelo forestal, se obtiene la renovación de los contratos de concesión por 25 años más, que esto, pues, le damos las gracias al gobierno de Guatemala porque se estaban acabando los primeros 25 años, ¿sí? Y ahora todas las concesiones fueron renovadas por otros 25 más y hay 3 más que fueron entregadas para el manejo y uso sostenible de la gente por el gobierno de Guatemala, que es un gran éxito que hemos llevado a cabo en los últimos 5 años. Otro de los casos exitosos de los que podemos hablar es esta alianza estratégica con el Estado de Guatemala, que es reconocido a nivel internacional. Ha llegado mucha gente de Colombia, de México mismo, que ahí inició nuestro proceso, de Asia, de Centroamérica, de África, incluso a conocer cómo es que se trabaja con el gobierno, porque muchas veces no se puede trabajar con el gobierno, dicen muchos, pero sí, nosotros hemos hecho esa alianza y ellos pues trabajan con nosotros, ejercen la presión, revisan los planes de manejo, hacen la supervisión y los concesionarios pues hacen bien su parte. Dentro de las lecciones aprendidas también podemos hablar de que no todo fue bonito y exitoso y nos queda esa lección de que hubieron concesiones que fueron canceladas, ¿sí? Y que fueron en su momento suspendidas porque no hicieron buen uso de los recursos. Entonces todo el proceso no fue siempre muy fácil y exitoso. Se corrieron también ciertos riesgos y se anularon ciertas comunidades que no hicieron bien su trabajo. Entonces, el gobierno hace su trabajo y los concesionarios también hacen su trabajo. Bueno, les hablaba de la ley del chicle, que es muy específica, pero fue un éxito también, porque ahora ya vamos a poder tener otro producto forestal no maderable liberado para poder comercializarlo, porque esa ley lo que hacía era ponerle impuestos del 52% a la comercialización del chicle para repartirlo en universidades, municipalidades, sindicatos, y le quedaba el 48% al que hacía la actividad. Ahora no, está libre y vamos a poder seguir trabajando con eso. Y algo muy importante aquí como un resultado es de que ya próximamente, y creo se anunciará en la COP de Cambio Climático, esperemos, vamos a obtener el primer pago por resultados por servicios ambientales, por un programa nacional de reducción de emisiones. Tenemos un ERPA con el país firmó un ERPA con el Banco Mundial, con el FCPF, y estamos muy próximos a tener los resultados de la verificación del primer informe de monitoreo 2020 y que el gobierno de Guatemala dé el primer paso para hacer el mecanismo que ya está definido a través del Ministerio de Finanzas y el Instituto Nacional de Bosques y que demos el paso hacia terminar con el primer pago. Muchas gracias, ya llegué a mi tiempo, ya me estaban sacando la tarjeta roja. Entonces les agradezco mucho.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, Sergio, por compartir estos ejemplos que ya han costado años y justamente ese éxito con el primer pago por resultados ha llevado muchísimos años de discusión política interna y me alegra mucho escuchar que por fin van a poder recibir este proceso más para poder fortalecer las concesiones. En ese sentido, quisiéramos hablar un poquito sobre la meta 19, que el marco nos insta a traer fondos hacia las iniciativas justamente locales, que estos fondos bajen de una manera sencilla, ágil, que se puedan realmente movilizar de una manera rápida para obtener los resultados necesarios de aquí al 2030. Y en ese sentido, en la Selva Maya pues, tiene el privilegio de los próximos años contar con varios proyectos que se van a estar implementando, más de 7 proyectos al menos que estamos contabilizando el día de hoy, con una inversión considerable. Y muchos de ellos pues, no solo están en la Selva Maya, sino que también son regionales y generan pues, otra serie de oportunidades. En ese sentido, quisiéramos que Nadia Mujica, como gerente del portafolio multilateral de la IUCN, del GEF y del GCF, nos pueda conversar un poquito sobre uno de estos proyectos. Y entonces que nos puedas contar, Nadia, de qué se trata el proyecto del GEF8, de Programa Integrado de Bosques, y cuál es el valor agregado de estos proyectos regionales en estas acciones locales que queremos impactar.
Muchísimas gracias, Melinka. Muy buenas tardes a todos. Un gusto saludarles. Mira, quizás los aportes que hace este programa, porque es un programa integrado de biomas críticos forestales, en donde, si ponen el mapa, por favor, estamos trabajando, si ustedes pueden ver allí el mapa, en estos ecosistemas críticos que quedan en América Central, ¿verdad? O en Mesoamérica, perdón, donde básicamente la mayoría de ellos integrados, digamos, por paisajes y bosques primarios, se encuentran en territorios, digamos, de alguna manera fronterizos, ¿no? Y la idea justamente es generar una visión común para abordar los desafíos de estos ecosistemas y hacerlo desde un enfoque integral, ¿no? No solamente desde el enfoque del ecosistema en sí, sino también considerando que están en el marco de un paisaje donde también pues viven, digamos, las personas y donde combinamos el tema de la ciencia, las comunidades, las políticas públicas, el enfoque ecosistémico y una visión de sostenibilidad para estos ecosistemas. Algunos del trabajo, digamos, o algunos de los elementos claves que vamos a abordar en el marco de este programa, que en su conjunto, tanto en un aporte, digamos, regional como a través de trabajo directamente dentro de los propios paisajes y los países, suma un monto aproximado de 59 millones de dólares. Vamos a trabajar en temas como el fortalecimiento de la gobernanza de estos ecosistemas y la promoción de la conectividad con figuras como las OMEX, ¿verdad? Que sabemos que abordan o aportan a la meta 3 y que quizás en la región hay, digamos, que pasar un poco de lo que sería desde una visión de un concepto a hacerlo básicamente a implementarlo directamente en los territorios, ¿no? Y en los diferentes países, identificando qué significa, cuáles son esas herramientas que necesitamos para poder hacer esa medición, ¿verdad? De la biodiversidad y de los aportes que pueden generar estas áreas, así como la efectividad de manejo de las áreas protegidas. Tenemos también la incorporación de herramientas basadas en ciencia para favorecer la toma de decisiones. En este caso, la aplicación de la lista roja de ecosistemas es una herramienta que queremos trabajar a nivel regional para poder identificar cuáles son esas amenazas críticas de esos ecosistemas y poder, digamos, ofrecer a los tomadores de decisiones la oportunidad de tomar decisiones basadas en información, ¿no? Ese es otro de los elementos que queremos abordar, favorecer las políticas públicas e iniciativas intersectoriales en las agendas de ambiente, agricultura y desarrollo, justamente para crear ese entorno habilitante y poder, digamos, generar una visión y un trabajo que favorezca la conservación de estos espacios. Las iniciativas AFOLU, por ejemplo, que promueve el sistema SICA y la CCAD, es un ejemplo pues, de algunas de las herramientas que estaremos, digamos, apoyando a nivel regional y a nivel nacional en cada caso, ¿no? Favorecer y promover las estructuras y herramientas de planificación regionales, por ejemplo, son elementos que para nosotros son importantes. En el caso específico de la Selva Maya, por ejemplo, vamos a favorecer y construir sobre la estrategia integral de la Selva Maya del 2030 y las prioridades que ya se han construido, digamos, a nivel integral y con las diferentes comunidades y las autoridades a los diferentes niveles, tanto de las autoridades de México como Belice y Guatemala en conjunto, con una visión ecosistémica que es quizás lo rico de esa herramienta, ¿no? Y también generar las articulaciones necesarias con el Grupo Estratégico de Coordinación del GEC, que es el Grupo Estratégico de Coordinación de la Selva Maya, gracias. Pues porque ya tenemos un mecanismo de gobernanza, ¿no? Entonces la idea es construir sobre lo que ya tenemos y no inventar la rueda. Entonces es justamente a los esfuerzos que queremos sumarnos. También trabajamos en el tema de mecanismos financieros innovadores y medios de vida sostenibles con las comunidades, fondos específicos, acá mencionaban algunos también las herramientas, digamos, que favorezcan el manejo sostenible del paisaje, como las concesiones forestales, ¿verdad? Pero también fondos de agua, bonos de biodiversidad, cadenas de valor libres de la deforestación. Son temas que dentro de cada uno de los contextos nacionales estamos pensando, trabajando y pues impulsando en cada caso. Y finalmente, pero no menos importante, el tema de la gestión de conocimiento también es súper importante para nosotros porque nos permite generar ese intercambio de buenas prácticas a lo largo de la región, identificar cuáles son esas lecciones aprendidas, las cosas que no salieron bien. De eso también se aprende y mucho. Y compartir pues esos impactos integrados, impactos globales y locales, integrados en el marco de las diferentes agendas, ¿no? Tanto la de biodiversidad como la de cambio climático y degradación de la tierra, con temas como el avance hacia las metas del marco de biodiversidad global, soluciones basadas en la naturaleza, acciones de restauración y reducción de los gases de efecto invernadero. Eso sería. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Nadia. Esperamos que la Selva Maya pueda contribuir al programa, a compartir muchas de esas lecciones aprendidas y que también se pueda beneficiar pues, de lo que se realiza en otras regiones, en otros paisajes de nuestra región. Quisiéramos hablar ahora con el señor Kaitimo Schoenfeld. Campolindo. Ah, ok, Campolindo. Quisiéramos resaltar pues, el trabajo y el acompañamiento que ha venido dando la cooperación alemana, tanto desde la cooperación técnica como la cooperación financiera. Y en ese caso, pues resaltar el esfuerzo. Creo que está apagado. El esfuerzo que se está realizando, que en una segunda fase ya tenemos el proyecto de protección de los recursos naturales, la Selva Maya, segunda fase, financiado por el KfW con 20,5 millones de euros. En este sentido, nos gustaría saber cuál es la visión del banco con su cartera cartera verde, ¿no? Para apoyar el cumplimiento de la meta 19, haciendo más efectivos, oportunos y de fácil acceso estos fondos. Y sabiendo ya que venimos con una trayectoria, que en la región evidentemente ya existe toda una capacidad instalada y que se puede capitalizar sobre muchas acciones, ¿cuál cree que sería una estrategia eficiente para atraer fondos adicionales o crear nuevos, considerando fuentes de financiamiento privadas o combinadas? El señor Timo va a contestar en inglés, ¿verdad?
Bueno, puedo intentar en español también,
quiera.
pero me avisan cuando no está tan claro, por favor. ¿Sí?
Gracias.
Bueno, entonces, muchas gracias. Mi nombre es Timo Schoenfeld, estoy trabajando para KfW. Nosotros llamamos los financiers de la biodiversidad más grande del mundo. Tenemos un portafolio de 4 billones de euros. Apoyamos como 850 áreas protegidas. Uno es la Selva Maya. Y en la región mesoamericana tenemos un portafolio de 275 millones con 13 proyectos más o menos. ¿Sí? Y como para nosotros, como la pérdida de biodiversidad, y eso pienso, para nosotros acá en la COP todo es claro, ¿sí? Pero yo pienso es de verdad algo que necesitamos mejorar, de hablar de eso y mejorar cómo comunicar el mensaje, que el cambio climático es algo quizás que podríamos arreglar técnicamente, pero la pérdida de biodiversidad es fundamental. Chao, chao. Ya, es gone. Y yo pienso también como la Selva Maya es una de las áreas más de la más alta biodiversidad en el mundo, ¿sí? Nosotros todos tenemos el enfoque en la Amazonía, pero ¿qué hace la Selva Maya en la región? ¿Sí? Y pienso es como con la estrategia integral de la Selva Maya, sí, hay una regla, hay una herramienta muy buena y también incluye como el uso sostenible, porque también con el 30x30 no vamos a lograr, ¿sí? Todos conocimos los gráficos de Nature, necesitamos también trabajar en uso sostenible, ¿sí? y quizás también piensa no solamente uso sostenible, pero más en la suficiencia. Necesitamos cortar o no cortar, hacemos la eficiencia más alto que podemos hacer. Bueno, en la Selva Maya con muchos donantes y muchas actividades, nosotros vimos que es muy importante de usar los fondos más efectivo como posible. Eso también, yo sé que nosotros somos un banco y a veces no somos tan fácil con algunos reglamentos. Eso es también algo que necesitamos trabajar en conjunto. Y pienso para la Selva Maya el approach, la idea, el enfoque ahora. Sí, el enfoque ahora de trabajar a través de convocatorias es bien interesante. Es mucho trabajo para quienes quieren aplicar, pero es también son resultados que llegan de la comunidad, de la región y no están detrás de un feasibility o algo así. Yo pienso, ojalá con eso pudimos mejorar la eficiencia y ojalá con eso pudimos hacer un scaling up. Cuando vimos como pequeños pilotos quizás a veces, pero que funciona, pudimos mejorar y pudimos poner más fondos. Eso sería.
Muchas gracias, Timo. Siguiendo con nuestros colegas de la cooperación alemana.
Eso es un punto muy importante y muy fundamental que trabajamos hace la primera fase siempre en conjunto. Es siempre una cosa que en la cooperación a veces normalmente somos más lentos que la operación técnica, pero pienso en la Selva Maya es un ejemplo que trabaja bien mano a mano. Disculpa, eso fue.
Gracias, Timo. Quisiéramos seguir conversando con los colegas de la cooperación alemana y aquí tenemos con nosotros a Óscar Ramírez, asesor técnico de biodiversidad de la Agencia de Cooperación Alemana GIZ, y nos gustaría que nos hablase un poco de los esfuerzos que han venido realizando en los últimos años, desde hace casi 20 años ya, con varios proyectos, y que evidentemente han ido consolidando estructuras y procesos muy interesantes. Óscar, ¿podría contarnos cómo el apoyo de la GIZ ayudó a la consolidación del GEC, del Grupo Estratégico de Coordinación, y en la promoción de acuerdos entre países para integrar y favorecer la conservación de la biodiversidad? Por favor.
Sí, buenas tardes a todas y todos. Primero que nada, quiero mencionar que estoy aquí apoyando a mis colegas de la GIZ que no pudieron asistir y que son quienes realmente llevan este programa, que es Jorge Uribe, quien está liderando este programa y que, bueno, voy a tratar de responder con base en toda la información que me ha proporcionado él. Sí, hemos estado presentes ahí en la Selva Maya desde hace más de 20 años, desde el 2012, y de ahí se ha venido apoyando el proceso para la consolidación del grupo estratégico. Y este GEC fue, como ya lo mencionaron, constituido en el 2015. Y bueno, pues gracias a los procesos también que dentro de la GIZ podemos acompañar a las partes, a los gobiernos, a las instituciones en encontrar las formas de colaboración y poder lograr de esta manera pues acuerdos que en este caso empiezan acuerdos voluntarios y que tienden a tener o deberían de tener una mayor solidez que se ha estado buscando, ¿no? En este caso las instituciones, bueno, fue un acuerdo de alto nivel para formar este grupo de conducción, dijera yo, este grupo estratégico de coordinación. Y están involucrados, bueno, la Comisión Nacional de Áreas Naturales Protegidas de México, el CONAP de Guatemala y el Forest Department de Belice, acompañados también de una organización regional como lo es la Comisión Comisión Centroamericana de Ambiente y Desarrollo, la CCAD, y esto, bueno, robustece y le da pues una solidez y una fortaleza a las actividades que desde ahí se van planteando para poder hacer el cumplimiento o la implementación de esa estrategia que se ha realizado para la Selva Maya al 2030. Dentro de, digamos, las actividades que se ha enfocado también a impulsar la GIZ son las de monitoreo biológico, protección y vigilancia, pues siempre ahí acompañando a las instituciones encargadas. Y como lo mencioné también, es la idea de tener un enfoque regional, no un enfoque de país, sino de ver realmente cómo la región puede colaborar y de una manera más eficiente y más eficaz, ¿no? Esto para temas de monitoreo es fundamental y no se diga también para temas de vigilancia, ¿no? Eduardo no me dejará mentir. Y bueno, en eso hemos estado apoyados, tratando de allegar también otras iniciativas que se han ido implementando ahí, recientemente el enfoque de una salud y algunas otras, como lo son, por ejemplo, 2 pequeños programas trinacionales o triangulares, le decimos nosotros, de cooperación triangular, que se han instalado ahí para impulsar justamente el desarrollo de empresas de turismo de naturaleza en el marco de empresas forestales, ¿no? Ha habido una colaboración entre empresas de Jalisco, de Oaxaca y del Petén para poder tener un intercambio digamos, un intercambio de experiencias y una pequeña capacitación que hemos ido dando a través de una colaboración también con la mano del mono. Entonces, dentro de todo ese marco, pues estamos empujando ese enfoque regional y esa sinergia que hace falta para poder consolidar de una manera, pues ahora sí que permanente, como lo mencionaste en un inicio, esta colaboración y esta coordinación entre los 3 países para la protección de la región, ¿no? Por ahí lo pondría. Gracias.
Gracias, Óscar. Sí, todos estos esfuerzos de colaboración, el día que encuentren esos respaldos oficiales, ¿no? Respaldados por los gobiernos, facilitaría justamente muchos aspectos de control y vigilancia, que estas fronteras pues, son muy permeables y dificultan mucho el control justamente del trasiego de la biodiversidad. Bueno, quisiéramos hablar un poquito sobre otras metas. Ahora nos quisiéramos hablar sobre la meta 3, la famosa meta 3. Conservemos el 30% de las zonas terrestres y de aguas continentales y marinas. Desde el nivel local, pues venimos haciendo muchos esfuerzos y muchas veces son acompañados justamente por las instituciones gubernamentales, muchas veces vienen, ¿no? acompañados y promovidos, y son respaldados, incluso llegan justamente a convertirse en programas o en políticas públicas. En ese sentido, quisiéramos traer un ejemplo del Gobierno de México, que estableció un proceso visionario desde 1996, donde identificó áreas que se destinaban voluntariamente a la conservación, las cuales merecían un acompañamiento para fortalecer estos esfuerzos y un reconocimiento al aporte que hacían al sistema de áreas naturales protegidas. En ese sentido, digo visionario porque, como digo, se fue desde 1996 y no es hasta el 2010 que se empieza a hablar de las OMEC, ¿no? De las famosas OMEC, y que ya hasta el marco actual se concreta justamente cómo aportan a las metas y cómo se definen. Y en ese sentido, nos gustaría que Eduardo Robledo, director de Sinergias de Asuntos Internacionales de la CONAMP, nos pueda aclarar y compartir un poco cómo fue esa ruta para concretar las ADBCs, las áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación, y cómo esta figura, que ahora forman parte del Sistema Nacional de Áreas Protegidas y por lo tanto no son OMEC, puede también ser un ejemplo para los otros países de la región, en este caso pues para México y Belice, pero también a compartir con toda la región y a nivel global, cómo puede ser un ejemplo para también ir concretando una estrategia de definición y reconocimiento de las OMEC.
Gracias, Robelo. Bueno, Me cuesta un poquito de repente hacer el cambio tan fuerte porque creo que este es de los eventos en los que he podido estar donde más me siento en casa con tantos amigos, socios, caras conocidas desde hace tanto tiempo trabajando conjuntamente. Entonces, igual aprovecho la oportunidad para agradecer la invitación a estar en este pabellón de la IUCN, que es una institución hermana nuestra y que nos ha ayudado tanto a la Comisión Nacional. Muchas gracias. Pero también aquí están mis colegas de este lado del gobierno alemán y de la CCAD, que es nuestra contraparte política en Centroamérica. Muchísimas gracias, verdaderamente. Ya, después de este comercial, paso ahora sí a la meta 3. Justo esta semana he tenido la oportunidad de estar hablando constantemente de la meta 3. Como Comisión Nacional de Áreas Naturales Protegidas somos los responsables en México particularmente del reporte ante el CDB de los avances que tenemos en su momento de la meta 11 de Aichi, ahora meta 3 del Marco Común Montreal. ¿Cómo ha sido la evolución un poco? Ya lo mencionas, Melinka. La institución a la cual represento tiene 24 años ya funcionando como tal, como Comisión Nacional de Áreas Naturales Protegidas. Estoy muy agradecido y verdaderamente es un orgullo para mí representar esta institución. Y estamos hablando que el primer parque nacional, primer área protegida en México se decretó hace ya más de 100 años. 100 años de experiencia de gestión de este tipo de espacios, de áreas protegidas, nos han dejado muchas lecciones. Entonces, justamente a raíz de esos 100 años y ya llegando a finales de los 1900, como bien lo mencionas, se identificó la importancia de ser más flexibles en los modelos de conservación, particularmente en México, como otros países, por el tipo de distribución geopolítica con la que contamos. El territorio le pertenece a las comunidades a través de sistemas de ejidos. Entonces, el territorio no es completamente de la federación, sino es del pueblo. Entonces, gestionar estos territorios en todas las áreas protegidas o en prácticamente todas las áreas protegidas en México tiene una corresponsabilidad enorme con las comunidades, con los pueblos indígenas, con las comunidades que viven ahí o que dependen de los recursos de estas áreas protegidas. En ese sentido, se empieza a explorar el modelo de área destinada voluntariamente a la conservación, siendo la primera que se emite con algún tipo de reconocimiento oficial en 2002 y posteriormente se reforma la ley en México, la Ley General de Equilibrio Ecológico, para dar cabida a las áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación de manera oficial. Que las áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación es bien importante, así se llaman, perdón que lo diga tan rápido, pero ADBC es la forma más fácil de mencionarlo. Son por ley un área protegida. Esa es una de las cuestiones que la hace tan diferente, y como ahorita lo mencionábamos, de la SOMEX, porque son áreas protegidas, pero cuya visión es que el manejo de este territorio, de la gestión efectiva de sea en corresponsabilidad o principalmente responsabilidad de los propietarios del territorio, de quien promueve la creación del ADBC. Eso es lo que las diferencia muy particularmente de otro modelo o de otra figura de área protegida. Actualmente contamos con ya 1.2 millones de hectáreas cubiertas por áreas protegidas. Estamos hablando de más de 600 áreas protegidas, no me acuerdo ahorita el número, son 647, déjenme ver mi acordeón si no me estoy equivocando, porque capaz se le estoy diciendo alguna barbaridad, pero actualmente, pero una disculpa enorme, déjenme buscarlo. Contamos con 602 áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación, 1.2 millones de hectáreas, en eso no estaba mal, y están distribuidas en 29 de los 33 estados del país. Entonces, prácticamente en todas las unidades administrativas de México hay un área destinada voluntariamente a la conservación. Ejemplos muy importantes en los últimos años, tenemos un complejo que es el complejo de los Chimalapas, que son 500,000 hectáreas de conservación. Es mucho más grande que muchas áreas protegidas en el país, que está conformado por 5 distintas áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación. 500,000 hectáreas de conservación, completamente responsabilidad de los propietarios, de las comunidades, de los ejidos, y en los cuales nosotros como Comisión Nacional únicamente coadyuvamos a su manejo. Los apoyamos en capacitaciones, en cogestión, en algunos apoyos de monitoreo y demás, pero la responsabilidad realmente es de los propietarios del territorio, y eso es lo que los hace tan hermosas verdaderamente las áreas destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación. Porque en este ejemplo de los Chimalapas, de los que menciono, estamos hablando que es un territorio que es muy orgulloso de su propiedad de territorio, porque ellos, posterior a toda clase de historia en la cual la conquista del territorio y demás, etcétera, ellos compraron de vuelta ese territorio y lo han administrado como suyo durante prácticamente la existencia del país como tal, de que la figura se conforme como México. Entonces ellos lo han administrado siempre. Por eso siempre ha habido mucha renuencia a decir, es que no quiero un área protegida aquí porque me la va a quitar el Estado. No vamos a quitar nada. Lo que estamos ahí es para ayudar a cogestionar y que realmente puedan hacer una conservación efectiva de ese territorio. Y es lo que hace muy bonitas estas imágenes, este tipo de sitios. Ahora, un poco la otra pregunta de cómo se vinculan o qué podemos aprender hacia la SOMEX, porque la SOMEX, si bien es una figura muy importante, tiene varias cuestiones en las cuales tenemos que trabajar, y lo mencionaba en un foro en la semana pasada. Una de las principales es justamente, ¿por qué las ADBCs son cogestionados, o la importancia de la cogestión? Porque tiene que haber reporte y monitoreo. Para poder llevarlas a la meta 3 ante CDB, tienen que tener reporte y monitoreo. La meta lo dice, es conservar el 30% del territorio de manera efectiva. Y eso es muy importante. No podemos dejar solamente conservar por conservar. Tenemos que conservar territorios que también puedan ser aprovechados sustentablemente y en los cuales podemos tener un reporte y monitoreo. Por eso tiene que haber un apoyo, siempre tiene que haber un apoyo hacia estos territorios para determinar cómo se van a registrar, cómo se van a reportar, quién lo va a hacer, quién va a ser el responsable, quién las va a estar dando seguimiento y quién las va a fortalecer. Y ahí es donde entran instituciones como la cooperación internacional, instituciones federales como nosotros en la CONAMP, y también cooperación regional como es a través de la CCAD, con quien hemos trabajado muy fuertemente. Entonces, esa es una de las cuestiones en las que se tiene que trabajar mucho en la SOMEX, identificar cómo reconocerlas y después cómo reportar y monitorearlas.
Muchísimas gracias, Eduardo Robelo, ¿verdad? Siempre me confundo. Bueno, quisiéramos hablar ahora sobre unas de nuestras dos últimas metas dentro del Marco Global de Biodiversidad. Uno llega al final y se encuentra con estas dos metas, que son dos compromisos clave, y aunque sean las últimas, son fundamentales para el éxito de nuestra misión para el cumplimiento del marco. Estas metas nos exhortan a garantizar una participación plena, inclusiva, efectiva de todas las personas, reconociendo la importancia de la perspectiva de género en cada etapa del proceso. Entonces son metas que realmente tenemos que considerarlas transversales y aplicarlas en todas nuestras acciones que realizamos. Más que simples aspiraciones, estas metas son la piedra angular para lograr una implementación exitosa y equitativa de todas nuestras acciones. Sin igualdad de género no podremos alcanzar los resultados de conservación que el mundo necesita con urgencia. En ese sentido, quisiéramos que Marina Leticia López, directora de la Unidad de Género del Consejo Nacional de Áreas Protegidas, del CONAP en Guatemala, que lleva ya más de 7 años liderando esta unidad, nos pueda compartir cuál ha sido la estrategia para asegurar el enfoque de género y la participación social, inclusiva y efectiva en el manejo de las áreas protegidas, y qué retos persisten todavía para afinar e implementar esta estrategia.
Muchas gracias. Realmente me emociona hablar de este tema porque es un tema que trastoca fondos, que trastoca sentimientos, que tenemos que verlo desde dos dimensiones, o tal vez se pueden adicionar otras dimensiones. La primera es la teórica o la personal. ¿Cómo desarrollamos o cómo nos desenvolvemos hombres y mujeres a nivel mundial en relación a la gestión de nuestros recursos naturales, de la propia vida que hemos estado escuchando en las diferentes salas, ¿verdad? Y cómo esos roles tradicionales de género en algún momento deja al margen, en el caso de Guatemala, a más del 52%, ¿verdad? Que son mujeres, y que se está desaprovechando un fuerte potencial que tienen las mujeres en relación al manejo innato de nuestra diversidad biológica. Pero como también decimos que en Guatemala lo que no está escrito no existe, lamentablemente, ¿verdad? Sin embargo, también se ha demostrado que innumerables generaciones de mujeres han sido protagonistas del proceso de domesticación que se ha ido innovando de generación en generación y hoy por hoy podemos considerar como alternativas efectivas que debemos rescatar. Bueno, si el derecho positivo dice, si no aparece escrito, no existe. Bueno, entonces surge la idea, comunidad de apoyo técnico, ¿verdad? Que así estamos establecidos en el Consejo Nacional de Áreas Protegidas. Tenemos que buscar un mecanismo, una ruta donde transitar, en donde podamos demostrar e instrumentalizar que ese enfoque de género pueda buscar esa armonía con las otras unidades administrativas del CONAP. Voy a hablarles de 3 instrumentos. La primera es la estrategia de equidad de género, ¿verdad? Que precisamente ese fue el primer documentito que abrió una puertecita, ¿verdad?, en la institución para que podamos empezar a entender la dimensión teórica. Cuando hablamos de enfoque de género, inmediatamente nos ubica a procesos de inequidad, desigualdad, falta de participación y de repente tal vez nos atrevemos a decir también vulnerabilidad. Ese término quisiéramos, ¿verdad?, que empezara a desaparecer de nuestro léxico porque las mujeres quizá no somos tan vulnerables, nos quieren vulnerar. Esa es una cosa diferente, ¿verdad? Porque si no instrumentalizamos, si no demostramos con datos, con experiencia, muchas veces no se nos cree. La otra dimensión política, que es allí donde muchas veces nos enfrentamos, porque tenemos que respaldarnos de una firma de nuestras autoridades, de esa voluntad, para que nos digan, bueno, trabajen esto, ¿verdad? O sea, porque estructuralmente esa es la forma de funcionamiento. Eso es muy importante. Bueno, en esa voluntad política tenemos que también traer a colación que en nuestros países, en el caso de Guatemala, es signatario de muchísimos convenios en materia de derechos humanos de las mujeres. Vamos a hablar del convenio de la Convención para la Eliminación de todas las formas de discriminación contra la mujer, CEDAW. Yo sé que ustedes también reconocen ese convenio que está diseñado para minimizar o erradicar la discriminación contra la mujer. Desde el momento en que ese país se convierte en signatario, no es el gobierno de turno que ratificó el convenio el único responsable. Por eso están sus instituciones, ¿verdad?, que han sido creadas a través de leyes ordinarias y así es donde surge el CONAP, ¿verdad?, en todas sus 2 funciones, ¿verdad?, la coordinación del sistema guatemalteco de áreas protegidas y la gestión de la diversidad biológica en todo el territorio nacional. Bueno, ¿cómo se está desarrollando? La estrategia de equidad de género nos permitió demostrar, pero recuerden ustedes que las áreas protegidas tienen un documento o un documento rector, ¿verdad?, que ordena la forma de administrar las áreas protegidas. Pero en ese ordenamiento, en ese plan maestro, plan de manejo, como conocemos en otros contextos, está invisible la visión de las mujeres, de cómo quieren participar. Entonces ahí es donde surge también el segundo documento, que es la guía metodológica para incorporar planes maestros, el enfoque de género en planes maestros. Esa es otra oportunidad para que podamos seguir potenciando los conocimientos y los saberes de las mujeres. El tercer instrumento que está en proceso de construcción es una política institucional de participación social, que lo que buscamos en ese documento es que las instituciones se puedan acercar a las comunidades para promover un verdadero mecanismo de participación social para el fortalecimiento de la gobernanza comunitaria. Voy a robar medio minuto para decir cuál es el reto. Principalmente que nuestras instituciones, que nosotras mismas, las personas, estemos convencidas que si no cambiamos, si no descodificamos el pensamiento occidental de qué significa incluir a las mujeres, no vamos a poder transitar con todos esos elementos para poder cumplir con las metas tan ambiciosas. Segundo desafío es que todas las personas que conformamos las instituciones estemos plenamente convencidas que tenemos una deuda histórica con las mujeres que hoy por hoy también se está debatiendo y en algunas salas están queriendo eliminar algunos textos, que eso sería documentalmente un retroceso. Pero si hablamos de nuestra experiencia innata, yo creo que eso se convertiría como un reto más que tenemos que decir, bueno, nos falta mucho por hacer. Quisiera seguir hablando, pero el tiempo se me ha agotado, pero es lo que tenemos ahorita como Guatemala. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Marina, muchísimas gracias. Y cabe señalar que justamente uno de esos instrumentos nació con el apoyo del programa de Selva Maya, cofinanciado por el Banco de Desarrollo Alemán, y que justamente en México y en Belice también desarrollamos unos proyectos homólogos, o sea, unos documentos homólogos, perdón, unos instrumentos. Y es importante que ya lo tenemos escrito, pero hay que pasar a la acción. Y ahí todavía tenemos algunos retos que superar. Esperamos poder ir rompiéndolos. Bueno, por último quisiéramos cerrar este panel, y no por ser último, menos importante, justamente con una meta que en realidad es la primera. Es la primera y es con la que de alguna manera arrancamos este evento, hablando sobre la planificación, sobre una planificación integrada, una planificación donde podemos gestionar todas las áreas para reducir la pérdida de la biodiversidad. En ese sentido, esa planificación se generó con el instrumento o la estrategia integral Selva Maya y ha sido un esfuerzo regional que queremos que impulse justamente pues, la aplicación de esa gestión de la biodiversidad de manera transversal en la región. Esa estrategia se construyó de una manera participativa y es muy importante que podamos implementarla. En ese sentido, y como señalaba antes, la región tiene la oportunidad y ha sido, de alguna manera, va a ser beneficiada con múltiples proyectos y con muchos esfuerzos también institucionales que deben ser, de alguna manera, pues, coordinados, planificados y que tenemos que realmente poner atención para poder conseguir el impacto que quisiésemos obtener a través de todas estas contribuciones. En ese sentido, Jair Urriola, secretario ejecutivo de la Comisión Centroamericana de Desarrollo y Ambiente, como integrante del Grupo Estratégico de Coordinación de la Selva Maya, el GEC, nos gustaría que nos pudiese compartir cuál es la importancia de contar con una estructura como el GEP, justamente para conducir todas estas inversiones, para conducir la implementación de esta estrategia y cuál es el valor que una institución de integración nos ayuda al cumplimiento.
Me voy a permitir usar para poder leer mejor, porque si no, no, con las disculpas del caso. Buenas tardes a todos y todas. Qué gusto poder estar aquí y ver el salón con tantas caras conocidas, tantos amigos que a lo largo de estos años hemos venido trabajando de manera conjunta. Por supuesto, saludar a nuestros anfitriones a través de la figura de Úrsula Parrilla como directora regional de IUCN para América Central y México y el Caribe. Siempre me como el nombre. Pero bueno, gracias por recibirnos en este espacio de IUCN, a los colegas, por supuesto, de nuestros países, de Guatemala, de México, con quien venimos trabajando fuertemente también los últimos años. Por supuesto, también a los miembros de la cooperación de KfW, gracias por todo el apoyo que nos han venido dando también durante todo este tiempo y que seguirá, estoy seguro que va a ser así. Pero yo quiero dar un saludo muy especial, y es que a mí me gustó cómo arrancamos este formato, con la gente que está en el territorio. Sergio, gracias por ese trabajo que estás haciendo, que están haciendo allá en Selva Maya. Yo he tenido la oportunidad de estar físicamente allí Y también quiero saludar, porque están aquí presentes los representantes del gobierno de Panamá. Y voy a contar una anécdota a través del director de Biodiversidad de Áreas Protegidas, nuestro jefe de cooperación de Panamá, que es nuestro enlace CCAD, y el equipo de trabajo que está con ellos. Esta estrategia integral de la Selva Maya se aprobó bajo la presidencia pro tempore de Panamá hace unos años atrás. Y el entonces ministro de Panamá viajó a Petén a hacer el lanzamiento. Entonces nadie entendía qué hacía Panamá allí, si esto era Selva Maya y Panamá no forma parte. Pero esa es la visión regional que este ente que tiene la CSAD, que aglutina a los 8 ministros de Ambiente de Centroamérica y República Dominicana, tiene. Y el hecho que las nuevas autoridades estén aquí también manda un mensaje claro de que sigue siendo parte de esos territorios priorizados de la región SICA, de la CSAD. Así que quiero agradecerle también la presencia al equipo de Panamá. Estoy seguro que si el ministro yo hubiera llegado, ahí estuviera sentado, pero creo que llega hasta mañana, así que ya tendremos oportunidad de compartir también, de compartir con él. El manejo y la conservación de los bosques de Centroamérica y de República Dominicana como uno de esos territorios priorizados, es de gran importancia para nuestros países, pero también para nuestros hermanos mexicanos. Y prueba de ello es que tenemos un convenio de colaboración con el Semarnat, que se ejecuta a través de la CONAM, que Eduardo representa hoy aquí, y a través tuyo, Eduardo, un mensaje al nuevo comisionado, igual a la nueva secretaria, a quien conocemos también desde hace muchos años, y esperamos prontamente poder tener la oportunidad de conversar personalmente y seguir coordinando las acciones, porque nos une Selva Maya, pero también nos une el arrecife mesoamericano, que es otro de los espacios compartidos que tenemos. Y la prueba de que el GEC funciona es que justamente en el último Consejo Presencial de Ministros de Ambiente de Centroamérica y República Dominicana, que se celebró el pasado mes de abril en México, en el momento que estábamos en el encuentro de IUCN regional, los ministros decidieron aprobar una nueva gobernanza para el arrecife mesoamericano, símil a la de la Selva Maya. Eso demuestra que efectivamente es una coordinación que se está dando a partir de ahora en ambos territorios, en Selva Maya como el hermano mayor de lo que ahora se conforma como el grupo estratégico también de coordinación. Bueno, no hemos decidido cómo se va a llamar, pero va a ser un símil, estamos en eso, pero en ese grupo de coordinación que se va a tener ahora para el arrecife mesoamericano con su correspondiente grupo de trabajo o grupo operativo. Y esto es con el interés de que efectivamente, como dice su nombre, todo se coordine y todo se pueda hacer de una mejor manera, porque hay mucha cooperación, ya lo han dicho todos los panelistas anteriormente, Melinka e incluso Úrsula en las palabras de introducción, y Nadia, por supuesto, que lo explicó muy bien, pero la idea es que se haga todo de una forma que esa cooperación, que agradecemos mucho de KfW, que es uno de los actores principales, pero hay muchos otros, se haga en atención a las necesidades que requieren nuestros países, a lo que los que están en los territorios, así como Sergio, pueden identificar qué es lo que se requiere o lo del video que vimos. Yo tengo de esas muñequitas de Tusa, yo estuve por allá hace un par de años y tengo una anécdota. Yo viajo mucho. Y me doy cuenta cuando ha temblado en El Salvador, donde vivo, porque la muñequita se cae del lugar donde la tengo. Entonces, cuando entro al apartamento y veo la muñequita en el piso, digo, tembló definitivamente. Así que la muñequita me ha servido de radar para saber que en mi ausencia ha habido algunos movimientos sísmicos en nuestra querida hamaca salvadoreña. Y perdonen que, bueno, yo soy así, yo hablo. Aparte que creo que quiero agradecer que estén aquí a esta hora, un sábado, después de que llevamos una semana de intenso trabajo. Definitivamente que ustedes estén aquí, eso significa que hay un verdadero interés por este y por el panel que sigue, que también está vinculado a las temáticas regionales que vemos y que, como dijo Úrsula, esperemos que también puedan estar acompañando acá a IUCN con ese panel. Esta gobernanza fortalecida ha permitido esa coordinación entre múltiples proyectos de la cooperación. En tema de bosques, en toda la región SICA, hubo un estudio del año pasado que hablaba de cerca de 400 millones de euros en general, en los grandes bosques de nuestra región. Y por eso los ministros nos instruyeron varias cosas, pero una de ellas es crear un programa de los grandes bosques de Centroamérica y República Dominicana que sirva como ese tablero de control o ese coordinador para todo lo que se está haciendo en nuestra región, que hay múltiples, y Selva Maya obviamente es uno de esos grandes bosques. Para mí es el pulmón de Centroamérica. Yo siempre digo que si con los hermanos de acá del sur, ¿dónde estoy? Estoy en Colombia, sí, de aquí del sur, con la Amazona y con nuestra Selva Maya nos unimos, en biodiversidad tenemos el 60% del mundo, no nos gana nadie. En esas mesas de negociación no nos ganaría nadie, pero nos tenemos que poner primero de acuerdo los de los países latinoamericanos. Y creo que el hecho de que ahora en el marco de la CBD se hayan escogido 3 centros regionales para la implementación, el apoyo técnico y el apoyo científico para nuestros países aquí en América. Uno estará radicado aquí en Colombia, en el Instituto von Humboldt. El otro estará en el CARICOM para los países o las islas caribeñas. Y el tercero estará en la CCAD para los países centroamericanos. Entonces, ya nos hemos reunido a lo largo de esta semana porque la idea es que coordinemos los 3 centros, lo que vamos a servir como centros regionales para la implementación de las metas de Kunming-Montreal, porque, pues, repito, juntos seríamos mucho más fuertes de lo que podemos estar siéndolo ahora de manera separada. Y los beneficios de que sucedan todas estas cosas, toda la coordinación, todo este trabajo es poder optimizar no solo esos impactos y los resultados, sino también para el caso de Selva Maya, es poder seguir potenciando el trabajo que está allí. Hay amenazas, no nos podemos llamar engaños. Nosotros manejamos una agenda con agricultura, manejamos una agenda intersectorial también con turismo, con otras instancias. Ya me subieron la meta, sí, por suerte subí con el cosa, porque si no, no paro de hablar. Y la verdad es que está dando resultados, y yo creo que quiero felicitar y quiero resaltar el esfuerzo de todos los actores. Aquí están todos los actores identificados. Yo hace unos días estuve en un panel y decía, me hace falta el actor que está en el territorio, porque los gobiernos tomamos decisiones, los socios de la cooperación pueden tener su plan, pero nadie necesariamente, no todo el mundo toma en cuenta a los actores que están en el territorio. Entonces, el hecho de que en este panel aquí literalmente estamos identificados todos, incluyendo obviamente a las agencias implementadoras que nos facilitan el trabajo y la vida. A veces podemos ser cascarrabias y podemos ponernos a pelear, pero eso es parte del proceso de que múltiples actores estén en los territorios. Entonces, nada, felicitar por organizar este panel a IUCN, por invitarnos, por invitar a nuestras autoridades y a los actores en el territorio, y estoy seguro que si juntos seguimos trabajando con nuestros hermanos mexicanos, vamos a seguir adelante porque, como siempre digo, todos somos Selva Maya. Muchas gracias.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias, y como comentaba don Jair, pues muchas gracias a todos por estar justamente un sábado después de una semana dura.
Y solo algo se me olvidó, ya estoy como Campo Lindo, no se me va a olvidar tu nombre más nunca. Uno de los actores importantes detrás de la parte de la CCAD es Mario Escobedo, que es nuestro coordinador de bosques y paisajes, y hoy está de cumpleaños. Así que un fuerte aplauso para don Mario Escobedo de la CCAD, que hoy está de cumpleaños con nosotros. Gracias, Mario, por todo el apoyo.
Gracias, Jair. Me quitaste el... No. Agradecerle doblemente a Mario por estar aquí el día de su cumpleaños. Pero muchas gracias a todos. Y sí, este panel era bien grande, tuvimos que poner sillas de más, pero sinceramente queríamos hacer justamente ese enfoque completo de lo que pasa en la Selva Maya, de la colaboración que tiene que haber realmente, pues, de los múltiples actores para que realmente consigamos los objetivos que nos queremos plantear y podamos contribuir a cumplir estas metas del 2030. Muchas gracias a todos, muy buenas tardes, y le daré las palabras a Úrsula para que pueda hacer el cierre.
Gracias, Melinka, y muchas gracias a todos. Tengo el reto de de recoger los mensajes principales de este panel de lujo, como lo dije desde el inicio, y creo que eso, Yair, que mencionas, de tener a las comunidades locales y esa visión desde el territorio es primordial. A ver, voy a ahí que Belén me saque la bandera roja cuando ya me falte un minuto, porque no queremos comernos tiempo también del próximo panel. Ya me la sacó. Bueno, quisiera empezar quizás con el último mensaje de Yair. Vamos desde lo regional hasta lo local. Yair nos habló de esa visión regional y el rol de la CCAD, que ha sido realmente como un catalizador, ¿no? de plataformas de gobernanza, de acuerdos de gobernanza, y de blindar de alguna forma ¿verdad? Esta visión regional y esa intersectorialidad que la CCAD ha manejado ya en la agenda FOLU, trayendo a los ministerios a la agenda de agricultura a la mesa, a trabajar también sobre áreas protegidas, sobre conectividad y otros tantos temas. Nos habla también de esos 400 millones de euros, y por supuesto surge la duda de la capacidad de absorción, ¿verdad?, de todas nuestras instituciones y comunidades locales, y que somos una de las regiones más biodiversas, pero que quizás con retos aún todavía en venir como bloque, ¿no?, a estas negociaciones. Una reflexión creo que muy importante en medio de estas negociaciones y esos retos que nos contaba Leticia ahora con algunos intentos, ¿no?, de quitar de los textos y de hacer algunos retrocesos que como región deberíamos tener un norte muy claro. Luego quisiera hablar un poquito sobre lo que nos hablaron nuestros colegas referente a la importancia de los mecanismos multilaterales. Nos habló Nadia sobre ese ambicioso programa integrado crítico, ¿verdad?, de biomas forestales críticos, y cómo va a venir también a apoyar todas estas iniciativas más allá de la selva maya, uniendo esos macizos forestales que nos quedan. Nos comentaba Timo, ¿verdad?, de la importancia de saber que el 30 por 30 pues no es suficiente, y que la pérdida de biodiversidad y la crisis del cambio climático debemos verlo como una sola agenda y seguir tendiendo puentes entre esas dos crisis, y cómo la estrategia de Selva Maya es para el banco un vehículo también para poder seguir priorizando recursos junto a ese tablero de control que mencionaba Yair. Me gusta ese término. Y nos habla también de la importancia, Timo, de simplificar el acceso a los recursos, ¿verdad?, de esas capas de burocracia que nuestras instituciones tienen, y que es todo un tema que cae en cascada, que nos tenemos que también poner a pensar cómo realmente y cuánto está llegando a las comunidades locales en ese engramaje también de mecanismos y de capas. Nos habla también Oscar, ¿no?, del origen del GEC. Nos recuerda también el aporte de la GIZ y cómo desde la cooperación técnica se vienen solidificando estos esfuerzos en la selva maya, con distintos también emprendimientos en el marco también de las próximas fases. Y quisiera quizá terminar con lo que más importa, creo yo, y para lo que más estamos aquí, que es trabajar por y para la gente de la selva maya. Nos recuerda Sergio que de las concesiones surgen también como fruto de los acuerdos de paz después del conflicto armado en Guatemala, también en mi país, y cómo realmente casa eso con paz para la naturaleza, el tema de esta COP, y cómo las comunidades locales y los pueblos indígenas son agentes de paz. Nos habló también de la necesidad de reformar algunas leyes. No sabía lo de la ley del chicle, que bueno, eso creo que destrabará importantes mercados y mejorará el acceso y los medios de vida. Nos habló también de los trabajos dignos que generan las áreas protegidas y su manejo. Eduardo nos recuerda también que a mí me llamó muchísimo la atención que 100 años tiene la primera área protegida declarada por el Estado en México. Creo que es un tema a celebrar. Nos recuerda también sobre la Meta 3 y estas modelos de áreas naturales destinadas voluntariamente a la conservación, y la flexibilidad, ¿verdad?, que ha tenido el Estado mexicano en sumar más modelos de conservación que unan a la naturaleza, que unan a las personas a la conservación de la naturaleza, y la responsabilidad compartida con las comunidades para este logro, ¿verdad? Nos recuerda también, Eduardo, que las OMEC definitivamente son un vehículo importante, pero que aún hay retos de reporte y de monitoreo que como países tenemos que seguir hablando. Y bueno, Leticia nos cierra también para mí en esta cascada de pensamiento mío, que no debemos olvidar también a las personas vulneradas, ¿verdad? No vulnerables, sino que han sido vulneradas, pero que también deben ser empoderadas por ese potencial que tienen las mujeres en contribuir a la gestión sostenible de los recursos naturales. Creo que me quedo con algo, Leticia, muy poderoso, que lo que no está escrito pues no se reconoce, no se financia, ¿verdad? Y se invisibiliza. Por eso un reconocimiento también a lo que hacen desde el CONAP para seguir construyendo instrumentos que también se traduzcan en recursos y en acciones positivas también para ir cerrando estas brechas de género. Y también el tema de descolonizar la conservación es un tema que en IUCN se ha trabajado desde hace muchos años. Hay una resolución también muy importante y nos encantaría que el CONAP también nos comparta esa visión. Y termino nada más con el mensaje que nos da doña Reina Valenzuela en el video que empezamos, con el cual empezamos, que la selva maya es herencia para nosotros y para nuestros hijos. Y con esto les agradezco muchísimo por pasar un sábado en la tarde y los invitamos a quedarse al próximo evento. Muchas gracias.
Gracias, Úrsula. A ver si veo más. Sí, le voy a contar. Una de estas estudiantes. Estaba aquí. Claro, claro. Con actores casi no participamos en esto. Pero ahora van a ser convocatorias. Gracias. De repente me facilitan. Sí, las convocatorias van a salir ahora ¿cuándo salen las convocatorias? ¿Se va a valer? Pues seguimos con este año. Vamos a estar contratando que tenemos el PNC de participar esta vez, que no participamos mucho en la vez pasada, no sé por qué. Sí estábamos y todo, pero me gustaría participar más. Y esta vez como cambia claro, que apliquemos a las propuestas, vamos a ver qué líneas tienen, ¿no sabes? 3, 4. Hay una para inversión de uno es efectividad de manejo y la otra es bueno, vamos a estar pendientes de eso. Y tú tienes ya mi contacto, cualquier cosa estamos a las órdenes. Allá en el área, cuando quieran llegar, ahí les atendemos y cuando hay algo que escribir en conjunto, igual estamos ya, aunque aún estamos en eso, pero no concretamos. Entonces, cualquier consorcio o alguna cosa, pues nos avisan y lo formamos de abajo para arriba. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Igual. Nos vemos entonces, un gran gusto y hola.
Empezamos porque queríamos hacer vínculos entre empresas forestales y ya había vínculos forestales y amigos que tenían interés
proyectos y con un poco más de Para que nos comuniquemos. Con Ramírez, somos primos. Me encantó el evento. Sí, sí, sí. Ya le di también a Timo para que podamos platicar más fundamentalmente lo que está pasando.
No la pusimos, pero... Ah, no llegaste. Bueno, voy a devolver este. Ahora nos vemos. Mario. Ahora todavía me queda un rato, sí. Cualquier cosa de
Siéntate cómoda. Ya. Sí, mejor para que...
Buenas tardes con todas y todos. Antes de empezar, en 4 minutos, les ofrecemos unos bocaditos aquí por quien quisiera servirse. Antes de empezar, si es que necesitan recargar energías, atrás a sus espaldas están unos ricos bocaditos para ustedes. Bienvenidas y bienvenidos. Y un café en la cafetería, aquí también atrás. Bienvenidos y bienvenidas. Mande. Por supuesto. No, pero no te preocupes porque ustedes están dentro del proyecto.
¿Qué pasó? Sistemadísimo. ¿Todo bien o qué? No, a ustedes.
¿Ustedes se conocieron a los colegas de CPDA, de la Sociedad
No.
Peruana? Les voy a presentar. John, te quiero presentar a Gustavo, todavía no lo has conocido, es de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de Naciones Unidos, de Injuves, de la Red de Juventudes. Los compas peruanos están faltando.
Ahorita viene Wendy.
Sí.
Yo sé, el Perú es mío. Somos
Sí,
de la
Vanessa,
SPDA.
por supuesto.
Yo los busco, yo los busco.
Te quiero presentar aquí a unos amigos.
Hola, ¿cómo están? Hola, ¿qué tal?
Más mesoamericano.
Te presento a Silvana, perdón, de la Sociedad Peruana de Derecho Ambiental.
Néstor Herrera, de Reforestamos. ¿Sí? ¿También son miembros de IUCN?
En el sur. Ya vea, doctor, conectamos a todos. Si ustedes no lo lográbamos también.
Entonces, en el comité directivo del Comité Sudamericano.
Exacto.
Sí, muy bien.
Sí, por eso tenemos que hablar de la moción a propósito.
Sí, porque nosotros
impreso. O si quieres.
Y en mi caso la estoy liderando del grupo. Ay, ya me
Te
va.
presento también a Laura de Palma. Yo sigo.
Y yo ya me voy, creo.
No, Silvana,
Siempre va confusión.
trabajan para FARM.
¿Vives en Argentina?
Sí. Yo ya me bajo, yo no soy
Ana.
Gustavo Lanis, ¿cómo estás?
Gustavo de Senda, Laura La Palma de FARM. Ah,
Pero no, yo soy de biodiversidad, pero va a estar Francisca.
Mucho gusto.
Ok.
¿Quieres que los presente a todos en la entrada o uno por uno conforme vayan presentando?
Quizás a todos a la entrada y luego si hay que reforzarlo, lo hago yo si necesitas que lo refuerce, pero mejor de una vez a todos para...
¿De la Comisión de Derecho Ambiental está Juliana o es Claudia?
Está Ana María.
aquí esta bolsa no es mía, pero... Ah, bueno, ahí no le robo. Pusieron acá de observador especial, ¿no?
Está desaparecido, digamos. Mejor.
Unas fotitos. Unas 2 o 3 nomás. Bueno, pues buenas tardes a todas y a todos. Bienvenidos. Les agradecemos mucho que nos acompañen esta tarde y ya para prácticamente cerrar el día en este panel que hemos organizado conjuntamente entre varias organizaciones y por supuesto agradecer a IUCN que nos ha dado todo el apoyo y al gobierno sueco que ha estado también detrás de nosotros para que esto sea posible. Así es que apreciamos mucho esto. En segundo lugar, quisiera presentarles quiénes están aquí con nosotros esta tarde y el tema sobre el que nos van a presentar. Está en primer lugar el tema el Acuerdo de Escazú, Derechos Humanos y Conservación, que estará a cargo de Ignacio Rocagliolo, si lo dije bien, y si no me corrigen por favor. Ok, John Valdés, entonces estará hablando sobre este tema de la Oficina del Alto Comisionado de la ONU para los Derechos Humanos, ¿correcto? Bienvenido. En segundo lugar, estaremos escuchando sobre el Acuerdo de Escazú como herramienta, participación pública de las juventudes en la defensa de la biodiversidad. Nos acompaña Heidi Koyanki, o Koyanki, ¿está bien dicho? ¿Sí? Ella viene de Encuentro de Juventudes por Escazú en Jubes. Bienvenida. También tenemos el placer de que nos acompañe esta tarde Ernesto Herrera, quien es el director general de Reforestamos México, y él va a hablar del tema de la garantía de los espacios cívicos en el marco del Acuerdo de Escazú como condición habilitante para la conservación. Bienvenido, Ernesto, mucho gusto que estés acá. También tenemos con nosotros a Laura La Palma, quien viene de la Fundación Ambiente y Recursos Naturales, una organización conocida como FARN, y ella nos va a hacer el favor de hablar del Acuerdo de Escazú y la perspectiva de género. Bienvenida, Laura. Muchas gracias. También nos acompaña esta tarde Francisco Rivas Plata, de la SPDA, que es la Sociedad Peruana de Derecho Ambiental, viejos aliados y amigos con los que hemos trabajado, diría yo, por más de 30 años, y él va a hablar sobre el Acuerdo de Escazú en el Perú, un reto pendiente. Bienvenido. También nos va a acompañar y nos acompaña en este momento mi muy querida amiga y colega, abogada, María Amparo Albán, con quien también tenemos muchos años de estar trabajando y colaborando en estos temas del derecho y de la justicia ambiental. María Amparo va a hablar sobre el tema que tiene que ver con derechos humanos, derechos ambientales, fundamentos para la conservación, y María Amparo está representando en este acto al Instituto Interamericano de Justicia y Sostenibilidad, y también viene por parte de la World Commission on Environmental Law, que es la Comisión Mundial de Derecho Ambiental, precisamente de la IUCN. Así es que bienvenida, bienvenidos todos, y muchas gracias, reitero, por estar aquí. En los minutos que tengo para hacer la apertura del evento, me gustaría empezar haciendo referencia a un poco a lo que dice el título, ¿no? A Escazú como catalizador. Y me parece que lo primero que tenemos que pensar y que poner en la mesa es el cómo poder vincular los derechos de acceso y el artículo 9 con las tres metas que son importantes, digo, todas son importantes, pero que son importantes para efectos de este evento, ¿no? Que tienen que ver con las metas del Marco Global, ¿no? Y me estoy refiriendo básicamente a la meta 21, que es la que tiene que ver con el acceso a la información, para todo lo que tiene que ver con una gobernanza eficaz y efectiva. La 22, que tiene que ver con la participación pública, pueblos y comunidades indígenas y acceso a la justicia. Y la 23, que tiene que ver con algo que vamos a escuchar en unos momentos, que tiene que ver con la igualdad de género en la implementación del marco. Entonces el reto está ahí, ¿no? En cómo poder hacer el cruce, el cómo poder hacer la sinergia, el cómo poder hacer este vínculo. Ahora, platicábamos con Belén en estos, ya prácticamente esta semana que estamos cerrando, este es el cuarto foro, ¿verdad?, que tenemos sobre estos temas, y hablábamos sobre cuáles son los retos para Escazú, ¿no? Algunos los voy a poner sobre la mesa y muy enfocados al tema de defensores ambientales. Comentarles que traigo conmigo aquí el último reporte que hicimos en México sobre la situación de los defensores ambientales 2023, que está, por supuesto, a la disposición de todos ustedes, y que nos hace ver que el panorama no es nada alentador, ¿no? Sino todo lo contrario. Aumentan las agresiones de manera importante. Tomando esto en consideración, lo primero que quiero decir es cómo poder garantizar, ¿no?, como un gran reto para Escazú, que en efecto todo lo que dice el artículo 9 se va a poder llevar a cabo. Es decir, que puedan los defensores hacer su trabajo sin amenazas, por ejemplo, ¿no? O, por ejemplo, que su derecho a la vida esté efectivamente salvaguardado, o, por ejemplo, también, ¿no?, que los estados aseguren, a través de los mecanismos adecuados, que los estados aseguren que estos ataques, estas amenazas, estas intimidaciones van a ser investigadas, y no solo eso, sino sancionadas. ¿Por qué lo digo? Porque la impunidad es prácticamente del 100%, ¿no? Y lo digo particularmente de México, pero creo que aplica a otras partes y a otras regiones en la tierra. Entonces, este me parece que es un primer reto muy, muy fundamental. En segundo lugar, cómo poder erradicar una violencia que desde nuestro punto de vista es una violencia estructural, y que no solo es así, sino que es generalizada en contra de quienes defienden la riqueza natural. Y entonces, cómo poder asegurar que los defensores de la naturaleza se les respeten efectivamente sus derechos humanos ambientales, situación que no vemos hoy en día, ¿no? Y una cosa que siempre me he preguntado y que pregunto aquí también en la mesa es, ¿quién defiende a los defensores ambientales, ¿no? O sea, ellos defienden la naturaleza, ellos defienden algo de lo que todos dependemos. Pero a ellos, ¿quién los acuerpa? ¿No? A ellos, ¿quién los protege? Y no hay nada que veamos hoy en día que de manera efectiva, de manera eficaz, esté yendo hacia eso. Otro elemento que también veo como un reto es cómo poder asegurar que los estados, cómo poder asegurar que nuestros países van a poder construir, cómo vamos a poder asegurar que van a poder implementar y supervisar una política integral de debida protección a los defensores ambientales. Y en este mismo sentido hay que preguntar cómo poder asegurar que se mejoren y que se fortalezcan los mecanismos públicos oficiales para la protección de los defensores de derechos humanos. Estos mecanismos hoy no dan el ancho, como decimos en México. ¿Por qué? No tienen dinero, no tienen recursos materiales, no tienen personal y en consecuencia su tarea se queda a la mitad del camino. Y entonces, algo que también quiero poner sobre la mesa es cómo prevenir, ¿no? Cómo poder reducir, cómo acabar con estas agresiones que desde mi muy particular punto de vista es algo completamente inaceptable para nuestra región y para otras partes del mundo. Y lo que he dicho a lo largo de esta semana es que algo se nos tiene que ocurrir, ¿no? O sea, no es posible que en esta comunidad internacional en la que pertenecemos nosotros y que estamos en esto, ¿no? No es posible que no hayamos ideado algo, ¿no? Que no tengamos una herramienta, un instrumento, una llave que tenga tanta fuerza y que tenga tanta potencia que nos permita que esto ya no suceda, ¿no? Porque es muy frustrante, en efecto, que todo esto suceda. También hay que decir que un gran reto es que por más que esté muy bien Escazú, por más que estén muy bien las metas, ¿qué tanta voluntad política vamos a tener al nivel o al más alto nivel de nuestros países para efectos de que esto se pueda implementar? Porque si no hay esa voluntad, ese deseo al más alto nivel, no va a pasar absolutamente nada, ¿no? Y esto me lleva también a otro reto que estamos viendo hoy en México como una amenaza, ¿no? Y que es la desaparición de los órganos autónomos. Caso particular, el Instituto Nacional de Acceso a la Información, tal como lo pide Escazú. Hay una propuesta en México para desaparecerlo y el gobierno asumir esas funciones sin que sea un órgano autónomo. Entonces, ¿cómo le vamos a poder hacer, ¿no? Ante un reto de esta naturaleza? Finalmente, decir que nos parece que parte de los retos se pueden resolver si hay una aplicación y un cumplimiento efectivo de la legislación ambiental. Por ejemplo, si el procedimiento de evaluación de impacto ambiental se hace correctamente, ¿no? Se sigue escrupulosamente como lo marca la ley, eso nos podría ayudar a prevenir una gran cantidad de conflictos socioambientales, ¿no? Entonces, pues quería yo hacer estas reflexiones, quería yo hacer estas preguntas para ustedes, para nuestros panelistas, ¿no? Y termino haciendo referencia al tema de las consultas que se tienen que hacer, como ustedes saben, de manera libre, previa, informada, culturalmente adecuada, que en la práctica no sucede. O sea, se hacen por cumplir con un formalismo, por cumplir con algo que dice la ley. Pero en la práctica no estamos realmente haciéndolo cumplir, por ejemplo, de acuerdo con el 169 de la OIT. Y entonces esto también nos genera una preocupación adicional. Entonces, bueno, en estos 8 minutos me pasé uno, Belén, no me puedes castigar. Les aprecio mucho su atención nuevamente y entonces pasamos a las presentaciones, si les parece. Las haremos, Belén, en el orden que los presenté. ¿Sí? Bueno, entonces empezamos con el alto comisionado, por favor. Adelante y muchas gracias nuevamente.
Hola, hola, ahora sí. Muchas gracias por la invitación. Para la oficina del Alto Comisionado es un placer estar aquí y en alianza con IUCN, quien ha sido un actor clave en las acciones de promoción, difusión de acciones alrededor del derecho al medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible. La Oficina de ONU Derechos Humanos ha estado desarrollando estas iniciativas fundamentalmente en el marco de la resolución de la Asamblea General que se emitió el 2022, que reconoció el derecho al medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible como un derecho humano. Y para nosotros es importante este primer espacio para darles un pantallazo de cómo están tan intrínsecamente vinculados tanto las metas del protocolo de Cumí-Montreal con el Acuerdo de Escazú, ¿no? Esto es importante y fundamental, y yo ya lo reiteraba Gustavo con alguna mención de algunas metas que eran fundamentales en ese sentido. Y justamente antes de entrar al espacio, compartí una conversación con una académica de la Universidad de Suecia, no me acuerdo ahorita exactamente el nombre, pero ella viniendo desde la academia, desde un área muy técnica, no entendía cómo los derechos humanos podían tener una función, ¿no? en un tema tan técnico como es el de biodiversidad. Y creo que es fundamental que nosotros entendamos de que son las herramientas que nos permiten hacer efectivos estos procesos, ¿no? Sin un reconocimiento del derecho de participación, ¿no? de las poblaciones, comunidades locales, pueblos indígenas, no se habría hecho posible que diferentes constituencies de observadores estén acá presentes y puedan brindar sus opiniones en estos procesos, ¿no? O sea, es un ejemplo de cómo se puede activar, pero hay muchos otros más, ¿no? Y esta presentación muy cortita la voy a dividir en dos partes. Una parte va a ser funcional en relación a los derechos de acceso, que son los derechos de acceso y cómo conectan con el protocolo Cumí-Montreal. Y la segunda parte va a ir un poco a abordar de manera cortita las preocupaciones que mencionaba Gustavo sobre el contexto de violencia exacerbada que existe en contra de personas defensoras ambientales de la región, ¿no? Que es un tema de gran preocupación. Por un lado, ustedes saben que el Acuerdo de Escazú reconoce el derecho al acceso a información. Esto está muy vinculado con metas específicas del protocolo Cumí-Montreal, como mencionaba Gustavo, la meta 21. Esta meta 21 no solamente habla de la generación de conocimientos científicos, sino de que esta información sea disponible o puesta a disposición de la gente de manera inteligible, de una manera que pueda ser accesible. El derecho de acceso a la información como tal tiene estos dos componentes. Un componente es el de generar los datos o generar esta información de manera activa, y el otro es de difundir esta información, ¿no? Y son retos que tienen los servicios nacionales de información ambiental y que no son capaces actualmente de poder brindar esta información de manera actualizada o de manera urgente o para responder a situaciones de emergencia. Esto lo hemos visto, por ejemplo, con reportes que ha recibido la oficina, con el contexto de incendios y la gran situación de devastación que ha sucedido en Bolivia con la quema de casi 10 millones de hectáreas en el país. Los sistemas de información de la Autoridad de Bosques y Tierras de Bolivia no han sido suficientes para poder brindar información en tiempo real de cuáles eran los focos de calor, qué comunidades estaban siendo impactadas, etcétera, ¿no? Y si un Estado no tiene esta información a la mano de manera urgente para responder a estas situaciones de crisis, pues ocurren situaciones como las que pasó en Bolivia, ¿no? Finalmente, quien tuvo que cubrir ese espacio fue sociedad civil, pero como hay un espacio un poco distante de sociedad civil con el gobierno, entonces las respuestas no fueron muy efectivas. La meta 15 también del protocolo Cumí-Montreal habla de garantizar que las empresas evalúen, den a conocer y reduzcan los riesgos o los impactos negativos que ellos generan producto de sus actividades o en la biodiversidad. La oficina tiene los principios rectores de empresas y derechos humanos, están a disposición de ustedes en medios públicos para que los puedan revisar, los puedan conocer, y estos establecen obligaciones de debida diligencia de las empresas para prevenir daños actuales, pero incluso potenciales a los derechos humanos, ¿no? Y en este caso específico, el derecho ya como tal, un derecho ya reconocido a nivel global, es el derecho de las personas a un a ecosistemas saludables y a una biodiversidad saludable, ¿no? Esto ha sido desarrollado por el relator especial, o por la Relatoría Especial de Medio Ambiente y Derechos Humanos. ¿Y cómo Escazú puede complementar a estos esfuerzos? actualmente los estados tienen la misión de implementar hojas de ruta o planes de implementación nacionales, se llaman PIPs, algunos les dicen, de manera resumida. Y este es el proceso, como la hoja de ruta, el plan que cada estado en el marco del Acuerdo de Escazú va a tener que presentar y decir, yo como estado que he ratificado el acuerdo, me comprometo a realizar estas acciones para poder implementar estas decisiones, ¿no? Y uno específico que quiero traer acá a la mesa es el plan de implementación del país de Santa Lucía en el Caribe. Ellos publicaron recientemente este año este plan y tiene entre sus componentes, por ejemplo, hace un recuento de las políticas nacionales ambientales en las cuales debe existir cooperación intersectorial o interinstitucional para la difusión de esta información, ¿no? Y esto lo hace, por ejemplo, en el marco de una estrategia que ellos tienen en temas de bosques y recursos terrestres. Habla de sensibilizar a la población, incluso en idiomas locales, no explícitamente lo señala el plan de implementación. Y también habla de la creación de registros nacionales de contaminantes, ¿no? Sobre todo en el marco incluso de otros instrumentos regionales en materia de biodiversidad, como por ejemplo la Convención para la Conservación y Desarrollo del Medio Ambiente de la región del medio ambiente marino de la región del Gran Caribe, ¿no? Entonces, este plan de implementación señala incluso que la información tiene que ser traducida en los idiomas locales de la comunidad. Ese es un claro ejemplo de cómo el Acuerdo de Escazú puede llevar a profundizar o ampliar temas de acceso a la información en temas de biodiversidad. Luego también en cuanto al otro derecho, que es el de participación pública, ¿no? Tenemos la meta 14 del protocolo Cumim-Montreal, que habla de poder garantizar la integración plena de la biodiversidad y los múltiples valores que tienen los procesos de toma de decisión del Estado, y esto está muy conectado sobre todo al derecho de participación que está reconocido en instrumentos internacionales de comunidades locales, pueblos indígenas, etcétera, que sufren directamente los impactos de la pérdida de biodiversidad, ¿no? Y bueno, a nivel regional, bueno, también la meta 22, ¿no? Sobre todo, que es como que el elemento central, y actualmente los estados están conversando sobre la formulación de indicadores, ¿no? Y la oficina tiene una posición muy sólida para poder generar indicadores específicos que puedan brindar información sobre los procesos de participación pública en temas de biodiversidad. El reto actual que tenemos es que tema de derechos humanos para los estados es un tema de alerta o alarma ahora. El lenguaje, hay mucha recesión en el lenguaje actualmente. Las negociaciones, ustedes van a escuchar posiciones de estados que incluso han ratificado el acuerdo, que hablan de quitar provisiones o referencias explícitas a derechos humanos, a temas de participación, incluso a personas defensoras ambientales. Es algo que nosotros debemos activamente hacer en las interacciones que tengamos con ellos, ¿no? O sea, en un almuerzo, en cualquier lugar se puede hacer esta interacción, ¿no? Y decirles cómo en realidad esto es posible. En la región tenemos ejemplos, digamos, que ilustran un poco que es posible, ¿no? Hay mecanismos de participación de sociedad civil que se han establecido, perdón, ya me pasé del tiempo casi, y mesas permanentes, ¿no? También, pero el reto que es que estos mecanismos se constituyen, pero no llegan a los espacios de toma de decisión, no se materializan en las políticas o en la legislación, ¿no? Son procesos que se activan, pero no terminan en nada en concreto. Luego, en temas de acceso a la justicia, tenemos un ejemplo el año pasado de cómo el Acuerdo de Escazú orientó una decisión de un tribunal, por ejemplo, la Corte Suprema de Justicia de Panamá. El año pasado, en este contexto de las protestas que hubo por esta empresa minera a cielo abierto que explotaba cobre, ellos emitieron una sentencia en la que se reconoce las obligaciones que ha asumido el Estado de Panamá en el marco del Acuerdo de Escazú. Y explícitamente se refiere a este instrumento para poder reconocer que las actividades de esta empresa minera en Panamá estaban causando un impacto directo al derecho de las personas a un medio ambiente limpio, saludable y sostenible. Esta sentencia está disponible en medios públicos, lo pueden revisar, es una sentencia muy grande, muy amplia, pero que les va a orientar. Y está conectado con la meta 8, ¿no? Lo último que voy a decir sobre personas defensoras es que, bueno, está ahí la meta 22, que tiene una referencia explícita a estas personas defensoras, y el Acuerdo de Escazú actualmente está implementando medidas importantes, por ejemplo, a partir de la adopción de este plan de acción de personas defensoras. Este plan de acción incluso incorpora referencias a generar otras propuestas distintas a los mecanismos de protección que hemos visto que no funcionan, que son sistemas de autoprotección o de autocuidado, ¿no? Y la oficina tiene mucho interés en poder colaborar con esto. Y termino ahí para después ceder la palabra al resto. Perdón.
Muchas gracias por tu intervención. Ahora pasaríamos a la segunda presentación y le pediría yo a Heidi que si es tan amable, por favor. Adelante.
Hola. Hola, ¿qué tal con todas, todos y todes? En serio, me siento muy emocionada de estar aquí en este espacio. Sé de que parezco muy chiquita, pero tengo 23 años, soy parte del equipo del Encuentro de Juventudes por Escazú y creo que una de las mayores muestras de por qué estamos tratando de vincular Escazú con el Marco Global de COP16 es por esto, porque aquí hay una juventud entre tantas personas adultas y poder compartir y también, una palabra que me gusta demasiado, tejer conocimiento entre todas y todos y todes. Entonces, bueno, primero me gustaría empezar y contarles un poquito de lo que es el Encuentro de Juventudes por Escazú. Nosotros somos un proceso organizativo que juntamos las tres, que aplicamos e integramos los 3 derechos de acceso. Y a su vez, aparte de mostrarles a aquellas personas, juventudes que son defensores y activistas ambientales, cómo pueden aplicar los 3 derechos de acceso dentro de sus territorios, también les damos un aprendizaje colectivo y también los organizamos. Todo esto para sumar acciones entre las juventudes de toda la región. Actualmente ya somos más de 15 países y hemos logrado vincular a demasiadas juventudes y ha sido un proceso muy bonito el poder conocer las perspectivas de tantas juventudes que no son personas, muchas no son personas urbanizadas, muchas viven en territorios y han sufrido para estar dentro de los espacios de toma de decisión en sus países, en sus territorios, en sus comunidades. Así de que justamente creo que, y como lo dijo John, vincular el Acuerdo de Escazú con el marco de COP16 tiene varios complementos, varias cosas que las juntan, en especial porque el Acuerdo de Escazú junta mucho lo que es la participación pública, algo que las juventudes necesitamos de manera urgente, y que el marco de biodiversidad, el marco global, se ve reflejada por esta pequeña oportunidad que nos brinda a las juventudes de poder seguir participando por la preservación, la conservación de la biodiversidad, en especial en nuestros territorios. Algo más que me gustaría complementar dentro de todo lo que estoy contándoles es de que en ambos casos es indispensable como juventudes poder posicionarnos claramente dentro de nuestros gobiernos e integrarnos a los mecanismos gubernamentales que tenemos a nivel internacional, a nivel regional, local y en especial a nivel de nuestras comunidades. Y eso es lo que nos permite el Acuerdo de Escazú, el poder saber de que existe ahí el Acuerdo de Escazú y que nosotros como defensores de nuestros territorios podemos exigirlo, es para que nos brinden esta oportunidad de poder sentirnos más seguros y que también nos sentirnos respetados, porque muchas veces en los espacios de tomas de decisiones no nos sentimos seguros, porque las personas adultas no validan lo que nosotros decimos porque piensan de que no tenemos un conocimiento todavía tan amplio de todo lo que son los mecanismos gubernamentales. Entonces, por eso es muy importante el hecho de la participación juvenil dentro de los espacios de toma de decisión. Dentro de todos estos espacios, creo que especialmente estar dentro de la COP de biodiversidad, en la COP de Escazú, nos hace cuestionarnos a todas las juventudes y también darnos cuenta de la importancia de las juventudes dentro de estos espacios, de poder validar todos nuestros conocimientos, y creo que hay que también desde una perspectiva muy adulta aprender a visualizar nuevas perspectivas. Porque una persona de juventud, ahora incluso con la tecnología que tenemos muchas veces sí la oportunidad de informarnos, y creo que también se vincula mucho con el acceso a la información. Van a haber muchas juventudes que no van a tener la oportunidad de acceder a toda la información, y creo que también es muy importante de que las personas adultas podamos facilitar de una mejor manera el espacio para informar de una mejor manera lo que es el Acuerdo de Escazú y también cómo poder acceder a los mecanismos de defensa dentro de las juventudes. Es algo muy importante que se ha visto en especial en personas de territorios, y también hay que visualizar y tener una mira de que dentro de este espacio, las personas aquí que me acompañan, muchas, y yo también me considero muy privilegiada de estar en este espacio, pero creo que sería muy importante de que de aquí a un futuro vinculemos y veamos de que haya una participación pública de más personas que sean de territorio, de comunidades indígenas, quienes tienen la verdadera experiencia y la palpan, porque ellos la viven y tienen una perspectiva que no va tanto a lo técnico dentro del Acuerdo de Escazú, pero sí va dentro de lo vinculado de lo que está sucediendo, de la verdadera historia de lo que pasa. Y las juventudes tratamos de informar eso desde nuestros territorios, pero siempre necesitamos ese empujoncito, una ayuda para poder estar dentro de los espacios de tomas de decisiones. Finalmente, creo que también me gustaría contarles que dentro del Enjuves tenemos, y vinculando esta mira a querer seguir aplicando el Acuerdo de Escazú, no solamente a nivel regional, sino profundizarlo y meterle ahí mucho más profundo a los espacios locales. Estamos viendo la organización de futuros enjuves locales, donde no solamente estamos viendo el hecho de enseñarles y darles el acceso a la información sobre qué es Escazú, sino también brindarles un espacio seguro en el cual puedan dar sus opiniones libremente, en el cual puedan comunicar aquello por lo cual se han sentido tal vez agredidos y por aquellos tal vez opiniones las cuales sienten que no los respetan. Entonces queremos que ese espacio pequeñito que fue el Enjuves en el mes de abril, en el cual vinculamos a... Ay, disculpa, tengo muy poquito tiempo. En el cual vinculamos a tantas personas de tantos países. Ahora lo queremos hacer de manera local en cada uno de los países con los cuales hemos conectado, y así esos 30 jóvenes ya no se van a hacer solamente 30 jóvenes que conocen de Escazú, sino de que de aquí a un futuro van a ser miles de jóvenes defensores que van a estar ya conociendo qué es Escazú y poder aplicarlo y poder defender sus territorios y poder defender la biodiversidad. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Heidi. Ahora pasamos con Ernesto Herrera. Por favor, Ernesto, adelante.
Gracias, Gustavo. Muy buenas noches. A mí me gustaría empezar pues, estos 7 minutos, que creo que sí son 7 minutos, el poder pues, contar una historia de una organización miembro de la IUCN que estaba en Nicaragua y que estaba colaborando a través del Comité Mesoamericano, en el cual pues, somos miembros, Reforestamos, el SEMDA y muchas organizaciones son miembros de la IUCN en la región de Mesoamérica. Y justo Ramir Manzanares, que era el director general de Jóvenes Ambientalistas, decía, ayúdenos, estamos recibiendo muchos ataques, hay una confrontación del gobierno de Nicaragua contra las ONGs, y la verdad es que estamos pues, realmente en peligro. Tuvimos la oportunidad al final de las negociaciones de CUM en Montreal, hubo una reunión del Grupo Global para fortalecer a los comités nacionales y regionales. Entonces, en este grupo se puso sobre la mesa este caso, y en este espacio también invitamos al SEMDA, de hecho, estuvo Anaid Velasco platicándonos los retos mexicanos, contrastándolo con los retos nicaragüenses, y por un lado, Ramir hablaba de este ataque frontal, de la criminalización de las ONGs que están pues, defendiendo la naturaleza, y por otro lado, Anaid posicionando el tema de, oye, pues es que si no hay recursos y si estamos desmantelando las organizaciones y en un entorno de corrupción, en un entorno de alto nivel de crimen organizado, pues es la tormenta perfecta pues, para que las personas que están defendiendo el medio ambiente efectivamente sean muy vulnerables y que terminen siendo, pues en la peor de las circunstancias, muertas. Entonces, a partir de esta iniciativa, a partir de ese diálogo y estas conversaciones, empezamos a platicar más, a conversar más entre diferentes personas, expertos de comisiones, como la Comisión de Derecho Ambiental, como es Gustavo, como la Comisión de Políticas Ambientales, Sociales y Económicas, como es Kristen, y también pues, dándonos cuenta que había habido una idea de moción que fue rechazada, que no pasó, que era justamente que la IUCN tomara un rol para fortalecer a los espacios cívicos. Entonces digo, pues, bueno, ¿qué es este espacio cívico? Entonces lo voy a traducir desde el punto de vista del Acuerdo de Escazú, que si bien el Acuerdo de Escazú habla de esta necesidad de crear las condiciones habilitadoras pues que nos ayuden a que efectivamente toda esa transparencia, participación y protección de las personas defensoras del medio ambiente se realicen, pero pues son condiciones habilitadoras, suena como un poquito amplio. Entonces, ¿qué es eso? Entonces empezamos a darle un poquito de forma y de repente algunas personas dicen, no, es que es un tema de democracia ambiental. Sí, es democracia ambiental, pero ¿cómo hablas de democracia ambiental a un gobierno que no cree en la democracia? Entonces, ya de entrada es un lenguaje que nos causa un poquito de problema. Y entonces el espacio cívico fue algo que pudiera ser más transversalizado, más global, y que pudiera ser algo que nos permita estar penetrando en diferentes países. Entonces, este espacio cívico pues es algo que queremos hacerlo más tangible, que a partir de esta colaboración que está teniendo la IUCN con la cooperación sueca, trabajando para estar implementando algunas iniciativas, podamos empezarle a dar forma. Y uno de los temas que queremos hacer, por un lado, es medir, o sea, generar un índice que nos permita medir si se está implementando el Acuerdo de Escazú. Es algo que vamos a estar trabajando en alianza con el World Justice Project, que también ellos tienen el índice global de justicia y el Estado de Derecho. Entonces también traer a estos actores que no necesariamente hablan del lenguaje de la conservación, sino que están hablando en un lenguaje pues, común. Los traemos, medimos y también, por otro lado, estamos dándole seguimiento a esta conversación, a estos retos que se vivieron en Nicaragua, que de hecho la historia es que efectivamente las 3 organizaciones miembros de Nicaragua fueron anuladas, ya no existen ante los ojos de la autoridad, ya no existe el comité nicaragüense, pero pues entonces tenemos este compromiso a través de este grupo global para fortalecer a los comités nacionales y regionales, ya creamos un task force, un grupo de trabajo que esté impulsando a que más miembros, expertos de comisiones y otras organizaciones externas nos ayuden para crear ahora sí una nueva propuesta de moción que pueda ser votada, que pase todos los procesos y filtros, que tenga los suficientes sponsors y que ahora sí pueda llevarse al próximo Congreso Mundial en Abu Dhabi para que la IUCN vote a favor de que la IUCN tenga una postura sólida que nos permita abordar este tema de una forma más tangible, llevar toda la capacidad de inteligencia de tantas miles de personas expertas para darle forma a estos temas. Si un país no tiene la capacidad para hacerlo, ¿cómo la IUCN puede facilitar con conocimientos, con contactos, para que efectivamente esto se pueda implementar y que a partir digamos, aquí una cosa que me gustaría mucho decir es que hablamos mucho de no tenemos que poner las reglas porque estamos con miedo y estamos hablando de una forma como muy reactiva en base con lo que estamos viviendo. Pero realmente si queremos cumplir las metas, el 30x30 y todos los diferentes metas del marco mundial, tenemos que fortalecer muchísima la confianza de todos los actores. No podemos alcanzar las metas si no colaboramos juntos. Y entonces esta participación cívica es lograr esas conexiones, esas sinergias y toda la innovación que es necesaria, porque tenemos un espacio participativo donde podamos innovar. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Ernesto. Ahora pasamos con Laura, por favor. Adelante. Bienvenida.
Gracias. Buenas tardes a todos. Bueno, yo soy Laura La Palma, vengo de Fundación Ambiente y Recursos Naturales. Y bueno, me toca hablar de género y la pregunta es ¿por qué hablamos de género en temas de biodiversidad y Acuerdo de Escazú? Y partimos de la base de una desigualdad, ¿no? Venimos hablando acá de las distintas dificultades que tenemos en el ejercicio de derechos ciudadanos. Y dentro de estas distintas dificultades tenemos que ir teniendo en cuenta quiénes están en una posición bastante desventajosa. Y ahí tenemos a las mujeres, también como otros grupos, ¿no? Y especialmente las mujeres campesinas e indígenas, que en esta región, en Latinoamérica, son actores muy importantes en la defensa del ambiente y muy especialmente en la defensa de la biodiversidad. ¿Por qué digo esto? Hay un rol que tienen las mujeres en la conservación de la biodiversidad que ha sido históricamente invisibilizado, que es ese rol de la conservación, el cuidado del agua y la conservación de los conocimientos ancestrales que se tiene sobre las semillas, la domesticación de las plantas, por un lado. Y por el otro lado, el rol clave que tienen las mujeres, al cual se ven muy expuestas en su seguridad y en su vida, que es que se encuentran en primera línea en la defensa del ambiente. Cuando hablamos de los defensores, las defensoras y los problemas que tenemos en la región con la seguridad, tenemos que tener muy en cuenta que las mujeres se encuentran en una situación muchísimo más vulnerables porque se ven expuestas a violencias muchísimo mayores que los varones, como son la violencia sexual o la violencia física, y además un tema que se está hablando mucho en esta COP, que es la violencia hacia sus familias. Y acá es importante reconocer este rol clave que tienen las mujeres en el cuidado de su comunidad, el cuidado del agua, el cuidado de sus hijos y de las generaciones futuras. El ataque a su comunidad, a sus recursos, a sus medios de vida, a sus hijos, es un ataque directamente contra las mujeres. Es algo que se viene repitiendo ayer, se trabajó bastante en el foro de mujeres sobre este tema. Entonces acá tenemos un enlace muy importante entre Escazú y el Convenio de Biodiversidad. El Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad ha sido muy fuerte en temas de género, tiene una meta específica de género que llama a la acción a los estados para abordar esta perspectiva, tener en cuenta la desigualdad en la cual se encuentran las mujeres, pero además, junto con el Marco Mundial de Biodiversidad, el convenio emitió lo que es el Plan de Acción de Género. Esto es un hito muy importante, sobre todo para esta región, donde el rol de las mujeres es clave en la conservación de la biodiversidad. Este plan tiene metas muy concretas, puntuales, con objetivos específicos que son obligatorios para los estados partes y que eso llama a la acción a integrar una perspectiva de género en todas las estrategias nacionales de biodiversidad que los países deben adoptar. Y en cuanto a Escazú, Escazú tiene una mención específica de género con lo que es el artículo 7, que es el de participación pública, donde establece la obligatoriedad de generar las condiciones propicias para la participación desde el punto de vista económico, social, político, geográfico y de género. Entonces ahí tenemos esa integración de género que está en Escazú. Este año salió en la COP de Escazú el Plan de Acción de Defensores y Defensoras Ambientales. Es un documento también muy importante para el llamado a la acción a los países, para contemplar la seguridad de las personas defensoras. Pero además también salió una decisión que se adoptó en la última COP3 del Acuerdo de Escazú, que es una propuesta de decisión de transversalización de la perspectiva de género en la implementación de estas hojas de ruta, estos planes de acción que tienen que los países adoptar en relación al Acuerdo de Escazú, ¿no? La obligatoriedad de integrar estas perspectivas considerando el rol que tienen las mujeres en la defensa del medio ambiente. Y como propuesta, cuáles son las líneas a seguir. Esto es un trabajo que con FAN venimos haciendo en distintas instancias, iniciativas que tenemos de trabajo con mujeres en temas de Escazú y de biodiversidad. Y siempre la visión hacia futuro con el tema de género tiene que ver primero por visibilizar la desigualdad, que es un reclamo histórico, visibilizar los impactos desiguales que se tienen de género en relación al cambio climático, impacta diferente para varones y para mujeres, pero además el impacto de la pérdida de la biodiversidad, hay un impacto muchísimo mayor para las mujeres, sobre todo indígenas y campesinas, Y eso hay que visibilizarlo y tenerlo en cuenta. En segundo lugar, poder tener registros de todos los ataques, e intimidaciones y amenazas y violencias de todo tipo que se ejercen sobre las mujeres cuando están en la defensa del ambiente. No se tiene registro de eso. Hay muchísimos registros y sobre todo últimamente, en los últimos años hay más sobre lo que son las amenazas o muertes de defensoras ambientales. Sin embargo, hay un vacío de información sobre las distintas tipos de amenazas que se les realizan a las mujeres en sus hogares, con sus familias, al cual se ven expuestas en esta situación de debilidad y que eso se necesita registrar y poder visibilizar. En tercer lugar, poder considerar que las mujeres necesitan mecanismos de seguridad específicos para las mujeres. Cuando hablamos de este llamado a la acción de Escazú, de que los estados tengan que generar entornos seguros y propicios para la defensa, para que se garanticen los derechos humanos de las personas defensoras del ambiente, hay un llamado específicamente a la acción de que estos mecanismos tienen que tener una perspectiva de género. La seguridad para las mujeres implica otro tipo de retos, porque son distintos los retos al cual se ven expuestas. Y por último, la necesidad siempre de impulsar los mecanismos de redes de contención de las mujeres. Las mujeres cuando actuamos y realizamos nuestras acciones de defensa del ambiente siempre lo hacemos en redes y esas redes necesitan apoyo, necesitan fortalecimiento, crear esos comités de vigilancia, de seguimiento de las distintas dificultades, inseguridades, limitaciones que hay también en cuanto a los derechos de acceso a la información y participación que se tienen en torno al género. Así que esa es la visión a futuro y bueno, y agradezco el espacio.
Muchas gracias, Laura. Y pasamos ahora contigo, Francisco, por favor, adelante.
Muchas gracias, buenas tardes con todos. Muchas gracias a SEMDA por la invitación. Gracias también a IUCN por el espacio para hablar de un tema que desde la SPA nos parece fundamental, que es justamente el Acuerdo de Escazú y los derechos de acceso que busca potenciar el Acuerdo de Escazú. La SPDA es una organización que trabaja en temas ambientales con un enfoque jurídico desde 1985. En ese sentido, nos parece importante mencionarles cómo ha sido el camino para lograr primero la firma del Acuerdo de Escazú en el Perú y en qué estamos actualmente en el Perú. Nosotros hemos acompañado el proceso de firma del acuerdo, se firmó en el año 2018. Sin embargo, para que el acuerdo entre en vigencia en el Perú se necesita que también sea ratificado por el Congreso de la República. Y ese es el primer problema que se ha encontrado para que el acuerdo esté actualmente vigente. No está actualmente vigente, no ha sido ratificado y esto se debe a varios factores. Por mencionarles, uno de ellos es una serie de lo que nosotros llamamos mitos que se tejieron alrededor del acuerdo y sobre el alcance del acuerdo en el Perú y que seguramente también sucedió en sus países. Por ejemplo, que el acuerdo iba a afectar la soberanía de los estados, justamente porque según lo que mencionaban quienes no quieren que se ratifique el acuerdo en el Perú, es que el Perú ya no iba a poder resolver los conflictos a nivel interno y que tendría que acceder a otros mecanismos internacionales, perdiendo soberanía a nivel nacional. Lastimosamente estos mitos calaron muy fuerte a nivel de la ciudadanía, entonces no se ha ratificado, está siendo evaluado todavía en el Congreso, probablemente esté allí todavía un tiempo. Y creemos desde la SPDA que se ha perdido una gran oportunidad para que nuestro país pueda desarrollar proyectos sostenibles y sostenidos en el tiempo, porque nosotros consideramos que el Acuerdo de Escazú fortalece la gobernanza ambiental, la participación ciudadana es importante para evitar los conflictos ambientales y ya yendo un poquito más al tema del panel, que es justamente el Acuerdo de Escazú como catalizador de las metas del Marco Global, Particularmente, además de las metas que mencionaron ustedes hace un momento, el Acuerdo de Escazú suma al cumplimiento de la meta 14, que señala expresamente la necesidad de que se consideren los enfoques de biodiversidad en la participación y en la toma de decisiones. También suma al cumplimiento de la meta 21, y aquí este tema es bastante importante porque consideramos que los tomadores de decisión deben tener información disponible, accesible, y tienen que contar con todas las herramientas para que tomen decisiones. Y no solamente es información científica, ¿no? Tomar decisiones en base a información científica es fundamental, pero también que se consideren los saberes de las organizaciones indígenas, de los pueblos indígenas. Los tomadores de decisión tienen que saber finalmente a quién apuntan las decisiones y quiénes pueden ser los afectados por estas decisiones. Y también suma al cumplimiento de la meta 22, ¿no? Ya lo han mencionado, así que brevemente lo voy a mencionar yo. La meta 22 del Marco Global de la Biodiversidad establece expresamente la necesidad de que se fortalezca la transparencia, el acceso a la información, la participación ciudadana y la justicia ambiental. Y sobre este último punto, creemos nosotros que es fundamental, y ya lo establece el Acuerdo de Escazú, que haya una especialización de la justicia, ¿no? Tanto a nivel de los fiscales, pero también a nivel de los jueces. Bueno, son innumerables los casos que podemos mencionar de proyectos que han afectado a pueblos, a comunidades, y que han tenido que ir a instancias internacionales. Un caso reciente es el caso de La Oroya en Perú, y les podemos mencionar seguramente otros casos más. Bueno, es un reto, entonces, pendiente la ratificación en el Perú. Todavía creo que la ciudadanía tiene muy interiorizados estos mitos, pero desde la sociedad civil estamos trabajando para difundir la información del real alcance del acuerdo y de los beneficios, incluso para la economía del Perú. Nosotros tenemos, la OCDE le ha recomendado al Estado peruano que ratifique el Acuerdo de Escazú, entonces creo que puede ser tomado como una herramienta también por el sector empresarial.
Muchas gracias, Francisco. Y ahora pasamos con María Amparo. Por favor, adelante.
Bueno, gracias, Gustavo, al SPDA, gracias a IUCN, María Belén, a los organizadores por este espacio tan rico. Yo creo que es importante contextualizar la discusión de Escazú hoy en día, quizás haciendo un reconocimiento de la grave crisis que atraviesa la región en los sistemas de representación política. Y estamos viendo cada vez más, Latina un barómetro y algunos otros han mencionado esto. ¿Y por qué es importante reconocer esto que mencionaba Ernesto, que está afectando la calidad de las instituciones? Es porque genera presión cada vez más y amenaza al ejercicio de los derechos humanos en general, particularmente al ejercicio de los derechos de participación. Cuando la democracia representativa, que es lo que nuestros sistemas democráticos han optado, tienen fallas, no tienen mecanismos adecuados, no eligen a sus representantes en primarias, no tienen una capacidad de rendir cuentas a la sociedad, se generan presiones necesariamente a los mecanismos de participación que se vuelven una necesidad, pero asimismo son controlados, reprimidos, y esto genera un círculo vicioso en la participación en general. Es decir, la participación política está vinculada al ejercicio de los derechos ciudadanos de participación ambiental y de otras participaciones a nivel social, y creo que es importante reconocer ese momento en Latinoamérica. También es importante reconocer, y en una visión más positiva, el influjo positivo que ha hecho que Escazú, la firma de Escazú en algunos países, para que confluyan las agendas de protección ambiental, se transparenten los derechos humanos en materia ambiental y vayan buscando ciertos equilibrios. Creo que, como mencionaba el colega de SPDA, el fallo de La Oroya genera para mí parece una brisa fresca muy importante en la región, porque genera esa armonización y reconoce el derecho a la comunidad, la afectación y sobre todo la necesidad de reparación, que es a donde quiero ir ya con el derecho ambiental mismo. no nos podemos quedar solo en el mecanismo de participación. Tenemos que ir después de estas etapas de discusión, aprobación, a la aplicación para buscar la justicia. Y creo que muchos nos hemos quedado, y esto reconozco como autocrítica, en la discusión de la participación, pero tiene que darle esa última fase, ser acompañada por la reparación en derechos humanos, en naturaleza, que en la región no se ve significativamente. Por eso la importancia del fallo de la Corte Interamericana en abril, en la notificación que se hizo a Perú, y creo que eso es algo importante. También es importante en el balance que da con los derechos de la naturaleza. Mi país, Ecuador, es uno de aquellos países que ha traído esta discusión, y creo que es importante la contextualización que le da la participación ambiental también para demandar al cumplimiento de derechos de la naturaleza, pero en la dimensión adecuada. Y aquí digo la dimensión adecuada porque esa discusión de biocentrismo, ecocentrismo, demoró mucho tiempo, y creo que puso en riesgo también a muchos derechos de comunidades. Vimos casos en los que se elaboraban sobre los derechos de naturaleza y quizás sin pensar en necesidades de comunidades. Yo he visto casos puntuales en conservación donde hay comunidades que están dentro de territorios que deben ser conservados, pero no tienen fuentes alternativas para poder subsistir, y eso genera una amenaza a la condición de vida de las poblaciones, sobre todo más limitadas, que tienen bajo su cuidado extensos territorios que se quieren preservar, porque no se les genera fuentes alternas de subsistencia. Y creo que eso es importante porque esta visión ecocéntrica que reconoce la Corte armoniza estos dos derechos, el derecho humano al ambiente con los derechos y las obligaciones de protección de la naturaleza, y creo que tienen que estar como eje central de la participación y la consulta ambiental. Creo que es importante en esta etapa de aplicación que se encuentran los países reconocer qué necesitamos para avanzar en esa etapa. Algunos nos encontramos trabajando en capacitación judicial hace varios años. Creemos que es necesario fortalecer las capacidades y conocimientos de los jueces que están día a día enfrentando procesos, medidas, tutelas, acciones de protección, etcétera, en todos los países, porque ciertamente son derechos nuevos, a pesar de que vamos décadas discutiendo a nivel procesal, a nivel de cómo procesar las causas, de qué tipo de pruebas, cómo se maneja la cadena de custodia si es que es daño, y en control abstracto de la constitucionalidad en algunos países donde estos temas son resueltos por las altas instancias o las salas constitucionales o las cortes. También hay necesidad de ilustrar y construir más capacidades. Creo que ahí hay una oportunidad para seguir creciendo. Pero sobre todo, y ya para terminar, creo que tenemos que pensar que tenemos que no solo trabajar la cultura política, la cultura social, sino que necesitamos darnos cuenta que los cambios de conducta requieren de esfuerzos de todos los miembros de una colectividad para reprogramarnos culturalmente. Hay un deterioro significativo de los mecanismos que se usan para alcanzar acuerdos. Hay cada vez menos disposición a nivel social de alcanzar acuerdos, más polarización, más intervención violenta, y no solo por redes sociales, en general. Estamos cayendo en un vicio sistemático de no buscar consensos. Entonces, si bien tenemos mecanismos legales, tenemos que judicializar estas acciones, tenemos que lograr no olvidarnos de poder construir sobre los mecanismos de diálogo social. Creo que esto es quizás lo más importante. El exceso de rigurosidad, y quizás los abogados, el hecho de que tengamos acciones, nos han hecho olvidarnos de los sistemas de construcción, de solución de conflictos que durante los 90 y después de la cumbre de Río en los 2000 fueron base central de la discusión de desarrollo sostenible. Hoy casi están invisibilizados porque estamos queriendo, quizás con más efectivismo, buscar alternativas que deben suceder, pero que tienen como supuesto y sustrato una cultura de paz y una cultura de diálogo que creo que es consustancial al avance de los derechos de participación y al cumplimiento y aplicación del Convenio de Escazú y de los derechos de participación.
Muchas gracias, María Amparo, y gracias a todas y a todos por sus intervenciones. Ahora vamos a pasar a una siguiente etapa. No sé cuánto tiempo tenemos todavía. Pero bueno, también parte de la riqueza de estos encuentros es que ustedes puedan intervenir, comentar, preguntar a los panelistas y poder hacer un intercambio de un lado para otro. Entonces, quisiera yo abrir, como dicen los americanos, the floor is open. Entonces, pues, quien quisiera hacer uso de la palabra, por favor, si nos indican, para poder acercarles el micrófono. Claro.
No necesitamos, en realidad es un espacio súper caluroso. Esta es la Casa de la Unión y por ahí va mi rompehielos. Hemos trabajado quizás un año con muchos de quienes están aquí para poder hacer efectiva la resolución del Congreso Mundial de la Naturaleza de apoyo al Acuerdo de Escazú. Y aquí está la red de Escazú y nos sentimos en realidad desde el secretariado, desde IUCN ORMAC, muy satisfechos de haber sostenido una relación con muchos de ustedes durante este año. La pregunta es cómo seguimos, cómo caminamos hacia adelante, cómo el Congreso Mundial de la Naturaleza del 2025 se convierte en un hito también para la región en tema de defensa, de defensores ambientales y del Acuerdo de Escazú, cómo la Comisión Mundial de Derecho Ambiental tiene un rol todavía más fuerte del que ya tiene para poder generar eso que dice María Amparo, ¿no? Cómo incorporar a los operadores judiciales desde una perspectiva de cultura de paz y no solamente desde la judicialización de los derechos, la justiciabilidad de los derechos que estamos mirando ahora. Entonces dejo esto sentado a los miembros, a eso quiero agradecer. Tenemos aquí a los miembros de Sudamérica y a los miembros de Mesoamérica de la IUCN súper comprometidos con Escazú y entonces nosotros desde el secretariado no tenemos más que apoyarles y seguir tejiendo estas redes. Les dejo a los miembros de esas preguntas.
Muchas gracias, Belén. Y yo creo que una de las cosas que quisiéramos ver hacia el próximo año, ¿no? Hacia el Congreso, es cómo poder fortalecer la moción de los defensores ambientales. No sé si se acuerden, pero hace 3 años que estuvimos en Marsella, salió una moción de defensores que a mí me dejó muy insatisfecho. Lo digo con desesperanza en ese momento. Pero no hubo manera de corregir. Pero tenemos oportunidad el año que entra. Entonces, ese podría ser uno de los objetivos, ¿no? De poder asegurar que entre todos los que están aquí y están interesados, podamos agarrar esa moción, complementarla y fortalecerla.
Bueno, hola a todos, muchas gracias por darme la palabra. Yo soy Alice Piva, trabajo con los temas del Acuerdo de Escazú desde Brasil. Y bueno, allá vamos con una ratificación muy lejana, ¿no? Este sueño de la ratificación de Escazú va muy lejos. Y bueno, ya hace unos 2-3 años que voy trabajando con ese tema, soy una de las champions del acuerdo actualmente. Y una consulta que tengo para ustedes es, ¿cuáles son sus recomendaciones, ¿no? Para comunicar el Acuerdo de Escazú? Porque allá en Brasil, muchas veces cuando dijimos, ¿no?, sobre qué se trata el acuerdo, acceso a la información, acceso a la participación y justicia, la gente de Brasil suele decirme, pero Brasil ya tiene esto, ¿sabes? Entonces, sería como explicitar cuál es la innovación que tener el Acuerdo de Escazú trae, y bueno, recomendaciones generales para impulsar la ratificación, dado que el contexto de Brasil es que tenemos una resistencia muy grande de nuestros legisladores, una dependencia muy fuerte de la industria extractivista con la política. Y de paso les la palabra, igual invitoles a que colaboremos para lograr esto. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias. Vamos a tener otra intervención y entonces ya pasamos al panel para que hagan cualquier comentario, observación, como un closing remarks, ¿no?
Sí.
Okay.
Aquí hay otra.
Con
Buenas tardes, soy Olimpia Castillo Blanco. Mi organización se llama Comunicación y Educación Ambiental y quiero tomar la palabra en 2 líneas. Por un lado, algo que se ha estado discutiendo todos estos días en los distintos escenarios es, para el caso particular de las defensoras y defensores, pues la necesidad de que su pensar, su sentir, su vida llegue a estos espacios de toma de decisiones. Pero cuando esto llega aquí, ya todo viene planchado y precocinado, ya nada más es para tomar la decisión y sacarse la foto de aprobado. Entonces, se requiere un trabajo importante a nivel territorios, pero para ir haciendo y llevando todas estas voces a los niveles nacionales para que cuando aquí lleguen ya vengan incorporadas esas voces, porque aquí ya es el final del tubo, ¿no? Entonces, ahí sí creo que, no sé, IUCN tendría esa oportunidad de poder hacer este trabajo territorial, de ir subiendo todas las voces de juventudes, de defensoras y de defensores, de mujeres, y de esas combinaciones que en todas aplican, ¿no? Es mujer, es joven, es indígena, trabaja en territorio, ¿no? Ese tipo de combinaciones que elevan la complejidad. Ahorita pues se nos viene una oportunidad pronta, está programado a abril del próximo año el siguiente foro de defensoras y defensores del Acuerdo de Escazú, así que creo que hay un escenario muy próximo para poder llevar todas estas voces en estos territorios. Y por el otro lado, pues indudablemente lo que tiene que ver con el no plan de acción de género, o sea, en la COP3 de Escazú no pasó nuestra propuesta de contar con un plan de acción de género. Hay una decisión, ya pasaron cuántos meses, ¿no? Abril, mayo, junio, julio, agosto, septiembre, octubre. ¿Alguien tiene noticias de lo que ha pasado con esa decisión? Si hay alguna noticia me la cuentan, porque no sabemos si ha pasado algo en torno a esa decisión. Algo tiene que pasar, y si no, lo que va a ocurrir es que por ahí de enero o febrero del 2026, correr para presentar algo en la siguiente COP. Entonces, tenemos que movilizar algo en torno a esa decisión para que algo suceda y algo se esté haciendo en torno a esa decisión. Y pues que no bajaremos la guardia, seguiremos insistiendo, porque un plan de acción, como tú lo dijiste, tiene metas, tiene indicadores, tiene pasos a cumplir, pero requiere presupuesto. Entonces, como todo eso se necesita, necesitamos no bajar la guardia y seguir, disculpen el término, enchinchando hasta que tengamos un plan de acción de género en el Acuerdo de Escazú. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. Yo soy Oscar Rivas, de Sobrevivencia Amigos de la Tierra Paraguay. Estoy siguiendo este tema desde el principio 10 de Río. Pasaron 30 y pico de años. En Río más, ¿cuánto? Más 20. En Río más 20 logramos con Alicia los 10 países signatarios para poder arrancar el proceso que después ocurre con Escazú. Río más 20... Pasaron varios años. Tenemos 3 COPs ya del acuerdo vigente. Obviamente en países como el mío, Paraguay, que firmó pero no ratificó por las mismas razones, y ahí quiero hacer tengo una pequeña diferencia con el compa de Perú, no es la ciudadanía la que está convencida con el negacionismo de los políticos. Son los políticos que toman las decisiones, es el Parlamento. Pasa en Brasil. La gente está gritando la necesidad de mayor defensa de los defensores ambientales. Los políticos no responden a estos gritos, ¿verdad? Pero la pregunta mía viene por aquí. ¿Cómo ven ustedes en los países que ya han ratificado, donde está vigente este compromiso vinculante? Siguen habiendo crímenes, siguen las persecuciones. 3 COPs. ¿Cuánto tiempo vamos a esperar para que de verdad aquellos defensores de los bienes comunes de la naturaleza y de los derechos humanos sean verdaderamente defendidos por los estados? Estados signatarios, ratificantes. No es falta de fondos, es falta de voluntad política, definitivamente. Y quizás tengamos que dar un giro de tuerca más de un nivel de exigencia ciudadana en el cumplimiento de los compromisos. Pasa con todas las convenciones, pero este es clave.
Buenas tardes. Yo solamente quería complementar que en el Congreso de Santa Marta, hace unas pocas semanas, más de 16 miembros y organizaciones de la IUCN asumimos el compromiso de revisar las mociones vinculadas a defensores y darles más fuerzas para tratar de ir hacia el Congreso Mundial con una nueva moción mucho más fuerte vinculada a defensores, mujeres defensoras, con enfoque de género y enfoque intercultural. Hay un compromiso de 16 organizaciones de trabajarla, de revisar lo que ya está y de tratar de mejorarla. Todos están invitados a participar para tratar de mejorar y llegar con una moción y una propuesta mucho más actual y con más herramientas para la protección de los defensores. Esto es, se está trabajando en parte desde el Comité Peruano, también con Vitalis y con varias organizaciones. Entonces, cualquier institución que esté involucrada, bienvenida. Nació en el marco del Congreso de Santa Marta hace unas pocas semanas. Entonces, recién se va a comenzar a trabajar cuando pase un poco la locura de la COP, para llegar en los plazos que nos dieron.
Muchas gracias y nosotros nos apuntamos para estar ahí. Bueno, el tiempo, como saben, es una guillotina. ¿Es rápido? Claro, adelante.
Hola, mi nombre es Soledad Espínola, también del Enjubes, y me gustaría preguntarles cómo aprovechamos este momento de la COP, cómo aprovechamos el lema de nuestra COP, que es paz con la naturaleza, que es lo que nos está atravesando a todos, para realmente que dentro de los NBSAP, que son las estrategias nacionales del marco mundial, que en cada país se pueda abordar estos elementos de Escazú. ¿Cómo podemos aprovechar que todos los países tienen esta obligación y llevar a la mesa y a la discusión nuestros elementos de Escazú?
Muchas gracias. Y entonces vamos a hacer un cierre final. Entonces les voy a pedir, vamos a empezar ahora de este lado con María Amparo y nos vamos hacia allá. Y en 2-3 minutos, si nos pueden dar sus conclusiones, alguna respuesta, algún comentario sobre lo que aquí se dijo, por favor. Gracias.
Gracias, Gustavo. Yo quisiera referirme a la pregunta que hizo los compañeros de Brasil y de Paraguay también, porque creo que se relacionan. La pregunta es ¿por qué los estados no están avanzando con la agenda de implementación, no están ratificando? Yo creo que estamos en un momento muy particular en el cual existe una resistencia, y eso ya se está hablando en varios foros, al multilateralismo, al adquirir obligaciones y compromisos supranacionales que obliguen a los estados a foros y controles que exceden su jurisdicción. Y esto permea todos los ámbitos de las negociaciones y se ve esto cada vez más precisamente cuando más integrados están los sectores de la sociedad civil a nivel global y la comunicación es mucho más ágil. Y yo pienso que se debe a que los estados y el diseño institucional no está previsto para lidiar con estos elementos, ¿no? Con el empoderamiento de las voces sociales, de las voces ambientales, en un sistema político cada vez más deteriorado. Es decir, son causas que yo personalmente estoy analizando y en general se ven en todos los estados similares temores, ¿no? Pero básicamente son, y esto quizás telón de fondo, son momentos muy complicados que están atravesando los sistemas democráticos como diseño institucional en un cambio de época en el cual tenemos cada vez más acceso a información, cada vez más capacidad de comunicarse entre sectores, pero una deteriorada, yo diría, jerarquía a nivel de implementación de normas, de instituciones y una crisis, como mencionaba antes, de los sistemas de representación política. Creo que eso es uno de los temas subyacentes a los temores, porque en aquellos estados, y esto responde a la última pregunta, en los que ya se ha adoptado Escazú, en el caso de Ecuador quizás permiten comentar porque tenemos varias sentencias de Corte Constitucional que están regulando la necesidad de normativizar a través de leyes específicos para determinar el cumplimiento de los requisitos que mencionaba Gustavo, que sea previa, que sea de buena fe, que sea flexible, etcétera, todas las condiciones para tener sistemas de control, ¿no? Pero esto después de luchas intestinas, ¿no? Esto es el resultado de muchas paralizaciones, muchos desencuentros a nivel social que han dejado muy lastimado el diálogo social. Entonces, yo reivindico el tema de la cultura de paz porque es una necesidad de nuestras democracias hoy en día. Está bien judicializar, está bien si además pedimos la restauración y remediación ambiental de los distintos daños que se cometen y la prevención de aquellos que no queremos que se cometan, pero también no olvidarnos de los métodos alternativos de solución y sobre todo de la construcción de culturas de paz que tanto necesitamos.
Bueno, yo quiero suscribir lo que dijo la compañera sobre la falta de un plan de acción de género en la última COP de Escazú. Es una deuda aún pendiente, se logró tener un instrumento con una mirada a futuro, pero sí es una deuda aún pendiente porque es el plan de acción de género tiene el convenio de diversidad, el convenio de certificación, el convenio de cambio climático. Escazú debe tener su plan de acción de género y bueno, sigue siendo una deuda pendiente. Y suscribiendo con lo que dice la compañera, desde el punto de vista institucional hay una necesidad de un cambio de cultura institucional que Escazú interpela fuertemente. Y en este sentido, Argentina tiene una ratificación muy temprana del Acuerdo de Escazú. Sin embargo, el camino no termina con la ratificación. Ahí se abre otra puerta y gran parte del trabajo que hacemos en FAR tiene que ver con capacitar en Escazú. Y eso es un trabajo que, por ejemplo, en Argentina, que es un país federal, donde tenemos las instituciones nacionales, las instituciones provinciales, que tienen su independencia, su autonomía y demás, y las instituciones municipales, ahí hay un trabajo institucional que requiere muchísimo esfuerzo en capacitar. Muchísimos agentes estatales que desconocen Escazú al día de hoy, y eso que Argentina tiene una ratificación que ya tiene su tiempo, tiene su plan de implementación del Acuerdo de Escazú, y aún así se necesita capacitar muchísimo. Y a veces pareciera que implementar Escazú a nivel institucional requiere cambios enormes, y a veces el cambio está muy fácil, es un cambio de cultura institucional que a veces es muy cercano y eso requiere muchísimo trabajo de capacitación, de fortalecimiento y de difundir Escazú, sobre todo.
Sí. Yo creo que ese tema del Acuerdo de Escazú es algo que tenemos que sacar del sector ambiental y llevarlo a otros sectores. Entonces, estuve en una reunión del Steering Committee de la Comisión de Políticas Ambientales, Sociales y Económicas, y ahí estuvo participando Krimer, ahorita se apellida Krimer, pero gracias Pablo Krimer, y se me hizo muy interesante lo que cuando estábamos discutiendo ese tema del espacio cívico, me dijo, muy interesante, a eso le puede interesar al sector privado. Digo, si pensamos muchas veces el sector privado, el malo, el de la minería, pero hay muchas empresas que dicen, es que yo sí quiero un espacio cívico seguro, porque si voy a estar invirtiendo en algo y quiero tener una muy buena relación con las comunidades, y de esta manera pudiéramos estar realmente garantizando el futuro de estas inversiones. Entonces, a lo mejor en Brasil es eso, llevar hacia el sector privado, y así rápidamente es también a la agenda de jóvenes. En Canadá, el Comité Nacional son miembros personas. Eso no sucede en la Unión. O sea, solamente Canadá tienen miembros. En su Comité Nacional son personas. Creo que es empezar si queremos cambiar una cultura, tenemos que hacer esto más democrático y empezar a meter a más personas de diferentes sombreros para poder estar impulsando en diferentes lenguajes. Gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Me gustaría a mí resaltar rápidamente de que yo soy comunicadora en el equipo del Enjuves y me gusta mucho el hecho de que quieran, tanto en el caso de Brasil y en el caso de aquí de la hermana, el querer comunicar e involucrar a más personas. En ese mismo sentido, me gustaría antes que nada también darles la invitación de que nosotros queremos hacer un trabajo mucho más conjunto y que nos gustaría también trabajar con ustedes desde el Enjuves para involucrar a más juventudes dentro de este trabajo y proceso colaborativo. Y dentro de ese punto yo creo de que el espacio a nivel de redes sociales, el comunicar lo que es Escazú a través de estos, involucra también a que más personas vengan. Nosotros de la nada nos botamos un video anunciando lo que les conté del espacio de los enjuves locales y de la nada recibimos demasiadas notificaciones que no esperábamos porque nosotros era, oigan, solamente vamos a hacerlo de aquí a un futuro, pero de la nada, ¡pam!, nos llegaron muchas juventudes interesadas en querer participar, en querer aprender y querer poder ejercer todo lo que dice el Acuerdo de Escazú. Entonces, creo que desde ese punto, el proceso de estrategias de comunicación que se deben usar no solamente a nivel de hoy estamos haciendo esto en redes sociales, también es algo que desde otras organizaciones como los Hermanos de Paraguay también es sugerible que vayan también empezándolo a usar. porque también este proceso es también de las juventudes y puede involucrar con ello. Por otra parte, algo que también quería apoyar demasiado, yo también soy de Perú, creo que aquí el otro compañero lo sabe, entonces coordino completamente con esto de que hay muy poca voluntad política y que el pueblo está gritando, literalmente. Y creo que algo que no hay que perder y que ha pasado, yo soy de Puno, soy de Juliaca, una de las personas que más ha sufrido con estos problemas políticos que han sucedido, y es que la gente se agota cuando lucha y lucha. Entonces creo que hay que crear más espacios seguros, como lo hacemos en el Enjuves, tanto para personas adultas, tanto para juventudes, para que no nos agotemos de tanto luchar y podamos conseguir esos espacios seguros.
Buenísimo. Bueno, yo voy a tratar de referirme muy cortito a 3 temas. Uno, ¿cómo hacemos con los estados que tienen todavía resistencia para poder ratificar el acuerdo? Y voy a tratar de compartir una experiencia y una invitación. Por un lado, el tema de comunicación, como mencionaba Heidi, es fundamental. Hay muchas teorías de la conspiración que han surgido alrededor de Escazú en muchos de los países que no quieren ratificarlo. Y eso está fundamentalmente debido a los altos niveles de desinformación que hay alrededor del acuerdo. Hay una iniciativa muy positiva de Colombia que se llama Escazú Ahora. Ellos tienen una página web que la pueden ver. Ellos hacen campañas muy sólidas de difusión a la población sobre qué es el acuerdo, cuáles son los mitos y las verdades, qué preguntas se recibe del público, ¿no? Y cuáles podemos responder. Y creo que el trabajo que hacen Juves es fundamental en ese sentido también, porque a partir de los vínculos que tiene, incluso con estados, con sociedad civil, con otros actores, ellos están levantando la voz, mostrando de que realmente el Acuerdo de Escazú tiene un resultado práctico en la política pública nacional, ¿no? Eso por un lado. Y lo otro que sucedió es que, perdón, ya termino. Es que para el caso de Granada, ¿qué pasó? Granada ratificó este año el acuerdo. La experiencia de la oficina fue que hubo una estrategia conjunta que se activó con CEPAL para poderles brindar en concreto a mí como Estado cómo me puede favorecer el acuerdo, ¿no? Los estados ya no quieren asumir más obligaciones, es una realidad. El lenguaje hay mucha regresión en ese sentido. Entonces, creo que lo que podemos hacer es un poco mostrar de que hay instrumentos u órganos como el Comité de Apoyo a la Aplicación y el Cumplimiento, que es un órgano de asesoría para los estados que tiene la función de brindar asesoría técnica, orientación. También el acuerdo puede servir un espacio para intercambio de oportunidades, de conocimientos, de experiencias, para poder canalizar fondos, ¿no? A través de organizaciones, fundaciones, etcétera, para fortalecer los procesos de acceso a la información, en fin, de los estados. Hay procesos también para fortalecer los sistemas de diseño de indicadores a nivel nacional sobre derechos de acceso. Y creo que hay que empezar a hablar en lenguajes, hablar de un lenguaje de derecho, pero hablar de derechos humanos tal vez también en otro tipo de lenguajes. ¿No pueden ustedes hablar de transparencia? Es un tema ahí que se puede activar. Y bueno, ya me quedo ahí porque ya no tengo tiempo.
Bueno, gracias. Yo voy a tratar de ser súper breve. Me voy a referir a Champions de Escazú. Es una iniciativa que creo que es un ejemplo de cómo la ciudadanía y los jóvenes pueden tomar un tema tan importante como el Acuerdo de Escazú y tal vez para algunos tan técnico para hacerlo suyo. Champions de Escazú es una iniciativa, de hecho, que ha sido impulsada por la Sociedad Peruana de Derecho Ambiental y Ambiente y Sociedad, que es una ONG colombiana. Los invito también a que puedan revisar la página web. ¿Y qué adicionalidad nos da el Acuerdo de Escazú? Bueno, el Acuerdo de Escazú es el primer tratado de derecho ambiental de la región y es el único que señala y establece cláusulas específicas para la protección de las personas defensoras de derechos humanos, pero más allá de lo simbólico hay otras cláusulas que ya lo han comentado los panelistas, y específicamente el tema de la cooperación es fundamental, ¿no? En el Acuerdo de Escazú. Intercambiar información de cómo se está avanzando en Perú, cómo se está avanzando en Brasil, qué se podría hacer, cómo se podría mejorar, y finalmente creo que salir de nuestra zona de confort y trabajar con el sector privado, por ejemplo, aprovechar estos espacios y estos procesos de empresas y derechos humanos, creo que es bastante importante para que el Acuerdo de Escazú sea ratificado en los países que aún no. Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Para cerrar el evento le voy a pedir a Tomás Severino de la organización Cultura Ecológica si puede pasar aquí y darnos unas palabras de clausura, por favor. Gracias.
Gracias a todos, buenas noches. A mí me pidieron que hiciera las conclusiones y eso es muy fácil, pues es muy importante que se ratifique Escazú y ya nos podemos ir para la casa, ¿no? Pero no, en realidad decir algunas cosas muy breves, rescatando algunos de los puntos que han dicho acá. Lo primero es, qué bonito que estemos teniendo esta discusión finalmente de poder integrar Escazú a los demás instrumentos, porque si no estamos hablando en canales separados, a lo mejor paralelos, pero que tendrían que estar juntos y deberían estar juntos desde Río 92 o desde Estocolmo 72, si nos vamos un poco más a la historia. Bueno, tiene que ver todo con el marco global, ya lo dijeron, las metas 21, 22, 23, 14, 15, pero también con el 8J, ¿no? Eso que no se nos olvide, eso tiene que quedarnos ahí, no hay que sacar el dedo del renglón. Ya nos platicaron desde la Oficina de Derechos Humanos que, pues, estamos hablando de derechos consagrados en distintos instrumentos, que están los principios rectores de empresas y derechos humanos, que hay una gran oportunidad en las hojas nacionales de implementación y que hay que aprovechar este respaldo que da la Secretaría del Acuerdo de Escazú a través de la CEPAL, ¿no? Para poderlo hacer. Ahí están los ejemplos. Santa Lucía, hablaron del PIPE de Chile, el Plan de Implementación Participativa de Escazú. Y también cómo lo podemos relacionar con estos instrumentos subregionales también, ¿no? En el caso del Caribe, que tiene ahí ya sus propias dinámicas y sus propios mecanismos. La formulación de indicadores es otro tema que ha salido reiteradamente, no solo en este panel, sino a lo largo de todo lo que va de la semana. Y efectivamente hay un contexto en donde los derechos humanos no son los más populares entre los gobiernos en la actualidad y por tanto los compromisos públicos que de ahí salen, pues ya está. Vimos que ayer se borraron este texto que decía buscando el respeto más amplio, ¿no?, de la gama de los derechos humanos y se lo desaparecieron a solicitud de Brasil y Argentina. Bueno, en fin, tenemos eso, ahí está. Tenemos el tema de los defensores y también se habló de la cosa, de lo que nos dijo, de lo que había pasado en Panamá. Bueno, Heidi nos habló de fortalecer y capacitar a las juventudes en 15 países, el esfuerzo que ellos han hecho y cómo desde esto que se llama la adultez necesitamos escucharlos más. Y necesitamos apoyarlos. No se trata de acompañarlos ni nada, sino de estar simple y sencillamente juntos haciendo, porque todos vamos al mismo camino y la verdad es eso, muchas de las juventudes en Escazú han sido los impulsores de esto y hay que hacerle caso a las juventudes en territorio, como nos dijo ella. Bueno, Ernesto nos habló de los ataques al espacio cívico, de lo que ha pasado en Nicaragua, que es particularmente grave y que hay pues algunos visos en varios países de que pues están siguiendo el manual, ¿no?, de los Ortega Murillo, y eso pues está muy mal. Entornos que generan mucha vulnerabilidad y cierre de espacio cívico, y hablar de democracia ambiental es importante, es necesario y no tampoco tenemos que quitar ahí el dedo del renglón. Pues ahí está otra vez los índices para la implementación de Escazú y ojalá que efectivamente esto que mencionaste tú, de la moción para que la IUCN también le entre al tema de indicadores y al tema de personas defensoras, será un gran respaldo, así como lo fue en su momento en la moción para apoyar el Acuerdo de Escazú en general. Bueno, Laura de Far nos habló pues de estas cosas de género y biodiversidad y las desigualdades, ¿no? Cuáles son la posición muchas veces desventajosa donde se encuentran las mujeres que son, en sus propias palabras, actores centrales y cuyo rol ha sido profundamente invisibilizado, pero que no olvidemos que son ellas las que están en la primera línea de defensa, ¿no? Y que además están sujetas a violencias mucho más tremendas que las de los hombres, violencias físicas, violencias sexuales, violencias familiares, ¿no? Y eso pues es algo que tenemos que también tener grabado en este contexto de desigualdad. Bueno, pues ojalá podamos sacar el plan de acción de género. Pero por lo pronto, bueno, vamos a tener, con que saquemos los lineamientos, vamos a empezar con algo, me parece que es importante. Las mujeres además nos han enseñado esto, que tienen mecanismos de defensa colectiva y de protección de los cuales hay que aprender, y tampoco hay que ventilarlos mucho, porque si no le estamos dando la receta a los malos y a las malas, ¿no? También, pero es importante que se mencionen estos y sus redes de contención. Después, bueno, la SPDA, que acompañaba este proceso desde hace mucho tiempo también, mitos en contra de Escazú. Yo más que mitos diría mentiras abiertamente, campañas de mentiras, de falsedades. Haber escuchado los debates del Congreso de Perú era una cosa que dolía la cabeza de horror, de espanto, ¿no? Ideología de género, la CEPAL utilizando el dinero de Soros para apoderarse de la soberanía y de la Amazonía peruana, por piedad. Bueno, en Colombia también estuvieron más o menos por el estilo. Paraguay, ahorita le vamos a entrar, pero en Paraguay, a través del arzobispado, se sacó, del arzobispo de Asunción se sacó y se logró que se sacara del Congreso el acuerdo que ya había sido metido para la instrumentación, y al final, y eso sí lo tengo que decir yo, es una conclusión no dicha, pero no es el sector privado, no es todo el sector privado, en particular es el sector agroindustrial. Aquel que hace la piña, la hoja de palma, la soya, aquel que le gusta deforestar y que no le digan nada. Entonces, nada más eso lo teníamos que decir. Justicia ambiental, ¿no? También, pues ahí el caso del oro ya está claro, y qué bueno que hay unas recomendaciones de la OSD, porque eso también interpela al buen empresariado, o al empresariado sostenible, o al que quiera hacer las cosas distintas. Por último, yo agregaría en el caso de Perú, sí, Perú necesita Escazú, pero en el caso de personas defensoras, Escazú necesita a los peruanos, que han hecho muchísimo, la verdad, ahí en protocolos, en investigaciones, hace mucho tiempo. Bueno, y lo que nos comentaba Mario Amparo de la crisis de sistemas de representación política y derechos humanos, y en particular cómo merma eso los derechos de participación, ¿no? Y pues cómo hace que tengamos sociedades más controladas y reprimidas. Lo hemos vivido en México, lo estamos también empezando a padecer. Que confluyan todas las agendas es una necesidad, y que no nos olvidemos de la reparación, no solo de las personas y de la naturaleza. Me parece que es un punto también muy importante. Porque además las personas defensoras son los que cuidan la naturaleza, ¿no? Tú lo dijiste, o cuidan la vida, y quién los cuida a ellos, y tenemos que... y a las comunidades, ¿no? No tenemos que abandonarlas, porque de pronto les tiramos, como dicen los abogados, toda la carga de la prueba sin echarles la mano, ¿no? Capacitación del Poder Judicial, pero también de muchos funcionarios a nivel subnacional, México, que hemos hecho. Hay gente que en los ministerios de Ambiente o de Agua pues todavía no conoce el acuerdo, digamos que tendría que ser normal, pero es necesario para poder también hacer este cambio conductual que también nos hablaban, de alcanzar los acuerdos y el diálogo social, y ojalá que el Congreso, en el siguiente Congreso, ustedes puedan también darnos herramientas. Por último, nada más decir que, bueno, pues sí, ahí está el caso de Brasil, que no es el único Congreso que tiene Escazú tomado, digamos, o amarrado, ¿no? Va a salir muy cara si se logra esa victoria en ese y en varios congresos, porque hay oposiciones fuertes al tema de Escazú. Y por último decir, bueno, ya dijimos que era la agroindustria, hay mucho trabajo a nivel subnacional, a nivel judicial. Yo también, me parece muy importante eso que se dijo, sacarlo del sector ambiental, primero porque Escazú habla de impactos y riesgos potenciales a la salud de las personas y del medio ambiente, y eso en automático ya nos saca solamente de la agenda estrictamente verde, ¿no? E incluye a muchas más personas, y es regresar a los orígenes de los temas ambientales en los 70s, lo cual me parece también muy importante, y aprendamos de qué nos ha servido en la comunicación. Ahí hay mucho que las juventudes nos han enseñado, pero también los gobiernos, pero también las instancias multilaterales. Y bueno, yo ya no les voy a robar más tiempo, pero solo quería decir que es fundamental que tengamos estas discusiones, que se sigan tejiendo estos espacios, porque así como decimos, sí, el cambio climático nos afecta a todos y todos dependemos de la biodiversidad, en realidad también todos somos muy dependientes del ejercicio de los derechos democráticos de acceso a la información, participación, justicia, y ahí Escazú nos da muchas herramientas para cooperar y fortalecer nuestras capacidades. Y bueno, pues gracias por la chancecita de echar este resumen rápido y atropellado.
Muchas gracias, Tomás. Y pues con esto cerramos esta mesa. ¿Quieres comentar algo? Por favor, Belén.
Solo que no se levanten para hacer una foto de familia. Y otra vez agradecerles mucho por justamente darnos su tiempo un sábado para seguir hablando sobre Escazú.
Gracias a todos ustedes que están aquí y gracias a los panelistas. Gracias, Belén, a todo tu equipo, a IUCN y gracias a la Embajada Sueca o al gobierno sueco. Gracias.
Okay. So, firstly, leadership and legacy. This is real leadership. Dedicating Saturday nights in Cali, where there's a lot happening in the town right now, okay? There's a lot of music, a lot of celebration, a lot of things. But we're here, and we're in the IUCN Pavilion. Not quite as good as some of the stuff I've heard in the green zone. Leadership, and we're going to be here this evening. It's a reception style. We do really want to communicate some key messages, but we also want to have a drink and have the chance just to, make sure that our Saturday night does, we go home with a smile and we think, yeah, that was fun, that was good. So I'm just going to introduce briefly, and then I'll really pass to the panel here for some very brief stories, brief perspectives, and insights into what it is that we can celebrate in terms of the legacy of BioPalmer in particular, but the other collaborations we have between European Commission, between IUCN, and the whole range of members and partners that we both have and that others in our community have, and then how the leadership from BioPalmer in a lot of the initiatives, a lot of the programs, a lot of the connections, how that's actually leading into new opportunities, new collaborations, and in the context of the CBD and the move to implementation 2 years since the big, you've heard this a few times. So really we have some opportunities to put the resources, put the knowledge, put the learning into some programs that will help the parties to carry forward on their commitments. So I think and I was just reflecting with Thierry and Nadia and a couple of others outside. BioPalmer has a significant legacy. I mean, you have more than 10 years and you have that amount of financing. And with all those partners, of course, you should have some great stories. And we do. And you're going to hear some of them this evening. But I think that quite often when we look at the log frame and we look at the impact and evaluation, there's one thing on the impact of the program, but some of the outcomes. And I just wanted to reflect on a couple of stories just very briefly. The first one is from the Pacific, and we really appreciate that we have the presence of representatives from the Pacific. The Pacific Islands are here. They're kind of outnumbered. There's a lot of islands, and each one has one representative if they're lucky. They have a lot of events. So just a call for next week when the ministers are here. Let's go and get behind them and actually support and show some solidarity. But in the Pacific, one of the areas that BioPalmer was really supporting was around not just protected areas, but the customary areas, the conserved areas, like kind of the broader forms of governance and how they can be valued and recognized for the biodiversity contribution. And one of these areas that was supported by BioPalmer is called Takatumu. And it's a community customary conserved area. And just recently, the Cook Islands declared it as an other effective conservation measure. And it made quite a big impact because it's the first kind of official one by a government, reported to WCMC, reported to the WDPA, World Database on Protected Areas. And this has come up in different sessions here. And we're recalling that through BioPalmer, a lot of the technical thinking around what is another effective area-based conservation measure came through, and we had the CBD decision 14.8, back a few years ago now, which really defined, and CBD adopted a decision. So it's really good to see the work of BioPalmer informing major decisions, which are now being implemented and being reported back. But of course, you won't see BioPalmer flag or logo on that, and I think a lot of the fingerprints of BioPalmer are on many of these examples. So with the link between action grants on the ground, and then how those actions are informing, learning, knowledge exchange, helping build capacity, which then BioPalmer is able to, through those observatories and through the different mechanisms, reflect back up. From the Caribbean, which was another major area, and of course there were the different regions that BioPalmer was focused in. But I have an island heart. So from the Caribbean, we have the example of the Cayman Crown, in Belize with the organization Tide, which was supported through BioPalmer, and a lot of the investment there, the learning, And actually the measuring the impact, like the actual metrics that we use to measure the impact, were picked up by the Belize Blue Bond, the big financing mechanism supported, through the Debt for Nature swap. And the metrics from BioPalmer, the fingerprints of BioPalmer, are in quite a large financing initiative, which you again hear a lot about. You might not hear it was BioPalmer, but we know, that connection. So I think just through those couple of stories, I'd like to just, hand over to our panel, just to give us a few more words, but just also to say that we're at the launching of a new period of collaboration, which will help consolidate BioPalmer. And we've called this project Colors. It's an acronym, but it's also colors. It reflects the diversity of the different types of actors and who they are and where they're working. And it also is bright and it's full of opportunity. And the Colors program has three major components. One is to really support the Pacific and the Caribbean, the two that I picked on, in being able to continue that legacy from BioPalmer and show the leadership in terms of capacity development, knowledge exchange, knowledge management, learning, and continuing to focus on the countries achieving that impact that we want to see. The second piece is something that's also really important to IUCN and to a lot of the language in the CBD, especially Target 3, indigenous peoples, local communities, traditional territories, respect for rights, inclusive conservation, that whole piece. So we have a component on inclusive conservation, indigenous peoples and local communities, which will be global. It will really land in flagship countries in the different regions, including Papua New Guinea, including Suriname, including Cameroon, Democratic Republic of Congo. C'est super qu'on a le participant d'Alex et autres ce soir. And so through the Colors collaboration, we're going to be able to really demonstrate how these really, really important tenets of the global biodiversity framework, all the resolutions you can think of in IUCN saying how to do conservation equitably and inclusive, we're going to be able to show how that can be done and provide some new guidance across the board. And the third element of this new Colors program is around nature positive, which is again looking at that diversity of actors and looking at how we as IUCN and through this collaboration with the European Commission can encourage more commitments to nature positive, help us define what nature positive is, and help us bring the concept down again to the national level so that we can start to see more diverse actors, especially the private sector, making those contributions that we need to achieve the goals. So we have here, I'm going to hand over to Stuart to just give us a little bit more of that framing around the legacy and the leadership. We have Aurélie from the European Commission. We have Chamberlain from the beautiful country of St. Lucia. We have Rahul from the equally beautiful country of Fiji. And we have Joseph from the God's own country of Democratic Republic of Congo. And then Suzanne from Denmark. Which is also really beautiful and has a lot of shit. Sorry about that. I didn't mean it to come out like that. It's late, it's Saturday night. I'll get you a drink later. Suzanne is really going to give us some insights into that nature positive element, and it's really, really nice of you to be here as well, to join us. So with that, over to Stuart.
Thanks, James. You want us sitting, yeah? Yep, great, okay, fine. So thanks very much. First and foremost, I want to say it's a real pleasure, actually, a real pleasure to be here tonight, to be with you in the IUCN Pavilion, even though it's a Saturday night and there are other things, but nothing could be as good. Nothing could. James talked about all this exciting stuff that's happening in Cali, but nothing could be as good for us to be together, friends together, to really celebrate a valuable, long-standing partnership that has supported local organisations through grant making and capacity building, regionalisation of data collection, and really, as James has mentioned, advancing policy making for the conservation of nature and for securing and enhancing local livelihoods. There's obviously, as James said, between BEST and between BioPalmer, there's been over 80 million. that's been invested in locally driven solutions for biodiversity conservation. And I think one thing that really sort of speaks to me, that really excites me, that at the heart of this collaboration lies the recognition of the agency and the importance of respecting that and empowering that of the local actors around protected and conserved areas. For us in IUCN, this is really important as a membership-based organisation, with a focus on capacity building, generating science and knowledge, and supporting local action. Again, as I'm really driving this idea of getting support down to the grassroots to really recognise the agency and the innovation that's there already, and being able to support and unleash that really will deliver quality conservation and improvements and tangible improvements in livelihoods. So there's been over 350 conservation actors engaged. There's been strengthening of the regional hubs for biodiversity data and capacity building in 5 regions, spanning Africa, Caribbean, the Pacific regions, and the EU's outermost regions in overseas countries and territories. And one thing we've been talking about legacy, and I'm going to come back to this point. These 5 centres are precursors. If we're talking about legacy and what this has left behind, these 5 centres are precursors to the 18 CBD regional centres announced in May earlier this year, and it builds on the innovation that came through BioPAMA 1 and 2, and of course things continue because we've now in September Best Life 2030. Announced a further 5.5 million in grants that'll go to continue this work supporting biodiversity conservation in the EU outermost regions and overseas countries and territories. What does this look like? And so it's all great, but as I say, it's about getting down onto the ground. And so, so the team, I asked the team, would give me a couple of stories that really sort of show what this looks like. So in the northern province in New Caledonia, BEST supported a transformative initiative that to restore a degraded watershed through assisted habitat regeneration. But again, as I said, worked with the local knowledge and the agency of 2 local tribes there, the Poi and the Tiwi, to use their knowledge to deploy innovative solutions using 11 local species, including 3 endemics, to rejuvenate the environment and empower the community. And the really interesting thing is, by using this and empowering and tapping into that local innovation, it was able to not only build the capacity, leave behind some real transferable skills, but to reduce the costs of restoration by 80% compared to conventional means. We've said already, and obviously we're celebrating leadership and legacy tonight, but BioPAMA's legacy really is far-reaching. And I think that's not just in the scale, James, you mentioned the scale of funding, the extent of the network and the partners we have. Those are great, but it's not just that. I think it's also the idea and the commitment behind what BioPAMA stood for. It really was an initiative that truly was ahead of its time in laying the groundwork for enhancing the capacity of regions, really now to be able to hit the ground running when Target 3 was agreed as part of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And as James has noted, its fingerprints are everywhere, from local action to new financing arrangements to new policies. And it is extensive. The 3 regions cover 79 countries with 9,000 protected areas that really encompass some of the most diverse areas, some of the most important ecological areas, important cultural landscapes as well. And again, with this real commitment, as I said, it's the idea and commitment of driving, of recognizing, supporting, and enabling local agency to be able to do really effective conservation. As I mentioned this before, but I think it is worthwhile reinforcing this point. BioPAMA's 5 regional observatories were way ahead of their time, and they've laid the groundwork for the CBD's technical and scientific capacity development centres, and therefore it's not surprising that all 5 have been incorporated into this new structure to advance the implementation of the GBF through developing up robust MB SAPs and really enabling that implementation. So again, by putting those 160 grants out to local actors and making sure that there's a real good distribution, so 40 of those grants going to indigenous community areas. Just another example, the Mbam and the Jerem National Park in Cameroon helped put in place new income generating activities reaching over 400 households, half of whom really were women, female-led households, and giving new lively opportunities that would safeguard the area and safeguard its natural resources while enhancing the opportunities. So, in conclusion, I really want to say that this IUCN EU partnership is a real success story. And I think that's, sometimes we focus on the crises, but we've also got to celebrate the successes as well. And it has put in place lasting legacies that I think that are standing the test of time and are really equipping us now to move forward purposefully into the implementation of the Kunming-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. And critically equipping, as I've said a couple of times, but I think this is really worthwhile emphasizing, equipping local players, local actors to use their agency to put in place long-term conservation outcomes. So, to conclude, big thank you to our friends and colleagues at the European Commission, the JRC, all the regional observatories, and then the many collaborators and partners who have made this a success. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. And again, we are in competition with the food that is arriving, as well as the semi-final of the salsa competition of Cali tonight. So thanks for being here. It's a big pleasure for me to be here together with you to celebrate this great cooperation we have with our IUCN team. We've been working for years together on many projects, actually BioPAMA, of course, a big one, but also SOS and BEST. So again, very long-term and fruitful collaboration together. These programs are part of EU's engagement for biodiversity. You know that we're very committed. We have the Green Deal, which high ambition on how to reverse biodiversity loss, on climate neutrality as well, on zero pollution, in the EU, but also with our partner countries. And we've taken the commitment to double our financing, external financing for biodiversity, and we are on track for that. We are taking it seriously. And maybe you noticed that yesterday we announced a big package of support programs, including capacity building, ocean, and also wildlife trafficking for 160 million euro. So we are delivering on commitment and providing the support that is necessary for the partner to implement effectively the GBF. So Colors is part of this support that we are very pleased to launch tonight. It's a very interesting program. You see the 3 pillars, which looks in a way quite different, but they are very complementary, and they are actually really looking at what is important to implement the GBF, as you really well explained. So, of course, first aspect is really IPLCs. They are key to implement the GBF. They are very much recognized for their stewardship and really integrating in target D of the GBF, but also we are discussing this week Article 8G as well. So very important to get a strong recognition of their right and their essential role. So with these programs, we really want to do 2 things. So first, to look at capacity building, which remain an issue, and empowerment.
So working on advocacy, making sure that their voice are heard, including at global level. And secondly, to look also at policy change at national level, and for example, working on recommendations through consultative processes to make change happen also at national level. So this is very important, and we really believe that we can make things change. And secondly, of course, capacity building. It was mentioned, continuation of BioPAMA, working to strengthen the capacity of the regional centers in the Pacific and Caribbean. So, of course, we've been very happy that those centers have been selected and recognized by the CBD to support the parties. This is a key role. So with this support, we would like, of course, to make, to enable them to continue their key role. So first on providing data and information, so continue this essential work, but also to help inform policy decisions. This is very important, to go from the data to inform policy decisions so that, of course, this can be used also by government and have impact in the decision-making processes. And third, of course, working on biodiversity, positive metrics and methodology, including on piloting. We think this is a very important part also of the GBF. There's a lot of debates all around this week on this concept. MDBs are also working on their methodologies. Companies are very interested as well. So it's important that we enable partners to really understand the concepts. We can look at the methodology so that they are really strong, and we help to pilot that to make our contribution to this key concept. So very pleased to be able to, again, support those different pieces of the puzzle that are part of the GBF landscape. So I would like, of course, to thank you all for the efforts and the continued good cooperation. Thanks a lot.
Okay, good evening, everyone. Yes, I am from St. Lucia, but also here representing the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, which consists of 11, soon to be 12 of the smallest islands in the chain of the Eastern Caribbean, and also sort of a subgroup of the broader Caribbean community. And thanks for the opportunity to be here. As small islands in the Caribbean, you could think of us as a region of vulnerability and opportunity. And that is shown clearly in terms of vulnerability in the issues of climate change, opportunity with our ocean space. However, that's, although it's not often spoken about, but it's very clear that biodiversity is at the center of both of these, both in terms of vulnerability and opportunity. It's at the center of our livelihoods, and it's also, under threat in terms of biodiversity loss. What's also key for us is that the approach to managing our environment takes into consideration, foundational for us, what we refer to as the island systems management approach. That is recognizing that islands, because of our size and scale, we need to keep in mind, issues of very close ecosystems, the fact that, everything is interconnected. Whatever happens on the land quickly impacts the coast and vice versa. And also that we really do not have the luxury of making mistakes or making bad decisions. Because of the scale, one bad decision can be catastrophic. And so in order for us to be able to be positioned to make those good decisions, data is at the center of it. However, the Caribbean is well known as being data deficient for multiple reasons. And so it's really a critical issue. And we would have received a mandate from our Council of Ministers, which is one of our governance frameworks where we work with our member states to really develop some sort of sustainable system for collecting, processing, and analyzing data, for not just for reporting, but for proper decision making and advising of policy and projects, etc. As we went along that journey, working with partners such as UNECLAC and others, in doing the assessment of the landscape, we realized that we do have platforms and systems that attempt to process, collect and process data. But one of the issues at the center of it is the whole issue of sustainability. Start, stop. When you get project funds, develop a beautiful system, project ends, the system goes into the freezer. So that has been a recurring issue. So the approach we sought to take is more of building on successes and working more with a regional environmental information ecosystem, where work with what works and help and seek to improve it, and critically work with partners who are interested in a long-term relationship in helping to support that. So in doing the assessment of the landscape, it was very clear that the Caribbean Protected Areas Gateway, as a CPAG, which was developed through the BioPharma, really represented, probably the strongest, tool that we had in the region that we could build on. And so, along with another system that we would have developed in partnership with UNEP, the REMDAP, we see them now as forming the hub of that regional ecosystem, that regional data ecosystem. So as the BioPharma program was coming to an end, which was, and the CPAG was done in collaboration with the University of the West Indies, we thought it was critical that we leverage the CPAG, do not allow it to go to the freezer as normally happens. And so we agreed to embrace CPAG and continue to host and support. And through this new Colors program, partnering with IUCN, then we'll be able to build on that to continue the process for data collection, data processing, capacity building, advocacy, and providing tools necessary for our stakeholders and decision makers. Our Council of Ministers would have also approved to enter an agreement with IUCN. So that was signed, I think, a couple of years ago with Ursula. And thanks to Hyacinth and the others who did excellent work, and we really look forward to that long-term relationship. And I also need to signal and commend also the support from the EU. While all this is happening, we also have through the EU our biospace program, which is supporting biodiversity and ecosystem support in the region. And the two together are now collaborating to ensure that we can have that capacity for data and decision making and capacity building in working with biodiversity priorities. So we look forward to the work ahead. And again, thanks for the partnership, and we open also to additional aligned partners to ensure that the sustainability is assured.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to apologize on behalf of the Pacific Island countries. Most of them wanted to be here, but it has been a very difficult time of the day. They have been having meetings. As we all know, small delegations, lots of pressure to ensure that they have visibility. Also apologies from the Director General for SPREP He was very keen to come. He has shared that he's very disappointed he cannot make it. Also understanding that we are really very far from our home, and it's very difficult to first of all adjust. We are all still trying to adjust to the time zone. We wake up at 1 o'clock and then you're up until morning, come to the meeting, and midday you fall sleepy, and then you go back at 9, 11, 10, and then you don't have enough rest. So everyone is trying to deal with that problem as well. So we do apologize. I thank my colleague from the government of Vanuatu to be here. Some of them are also trying their way to be here. Let's see whether they can make it or they're caught. Myself, my name is Rahul. I work for IUCN as a program coordinator for protected and conserved areas, but I work very closely with our regional observatory in the Pacific Islands, which is SPREP. And so while I'm on the official delegation with Vanuatu, I'm working for IUCN. I'm representing here as SPREP, and I am from Fiji. So four different roles, and sometimes we get strain in the neck because you have to twist 360 degrees, which is impossible. So we have to do the impossibilities and make it very, very difficult, but we are trying our best. And with that, I would like to open up my sort of an intervention in terms of sharing the stories of the Pacific Island countries. I think one of the most striking story that we heard a couple of 2-3 years back, when we went with the Biopharma team and we were having this country consultation. In fact, it was a Melanesian country consultation, so we had about 4 or 5 countries there, and we went up to a big protected area with a big group of people, and then we were all climbing up the cliff, the highest mountain peak of the island. And there's this guy who was a local guide, and he was taking us through the trek. And while everyone had left and I was still stuck there, I was trying to look around for some stuff. And then he sat on the rock next to me and he started having a chat. And then he asked me, what do you do? And I started talking about all this conservation, planning, policy support, and the targets that we talk about. And he got very emotional. He had tears in his eyes, and he was much younger than me of age. And then so in the Pacific, when we talk, when you really get close to someone, we say, brother. So I said, what happened, brother? And then he said, look, you're talking about these things. And he had knowledge of everything, every flora and fauna in that forest. You touch, he knows it. He knows the local name, what time they are born, what time they die, what is their life expectancy, their life cycle, everything. So I asked him, what happened? Why are you so emotional? He said, I have never, not even once, seen how school looks like. I've never been to a school. I'm totally uneducated. I can't read English, anything. So whatever I have learned is the visitors, when they come, I learn from them. It's my interest to learn. Every species that I know of is only because of my father. His father was a tour guide, and they hardly come down from the forest range. They live on the top of the peak, and they get everything there. So he lived his life observing his father doing the tour guide work, and he learned everything from his dad. He said, when you talk about these targets, these conservation programs and policy support, I don't know why the world has disconnected us. We are not connected to all this decision-making process. And it touched me because these are the local people who have everything in them, and we have still failed to connect them to the rest of the world in terms of knowledge. So when we came back to the office, the first thing that we discussed was we need to empower these people who have so much rich knowledge about traditional knowledge, local knowledge, about plants and animals around them, more than what we talk about. So we said, what can we do? He said, all I want is to be connected to the rest of those people who are planning and programming so that I can also share this knowledge. Just 2 days ago, we were doing this side event, and someone asked me a question about traditional knowledge and whether we are doing database or not. There's another very interesting story in Fiji. They did a cultural mapping. So many places we talk about trying to do databases, storing information. Many traditional knowledge in the Pacific is very sacred. They don't share. So you can't even capture them into a database. And that is only because they feel that if they share it, it no longer becomes traditional. It's a public knowledge. Everyone is accessing it. And they would only share this knowledge, these stories from father to son to father to son in a generational way. So how do we really work with these communities to protect their knowledge, but also learn from what they have to give to the world? So these are very interesting stories. And if you go to Samoa, yesterday Samoa showed a video about how just one tropical cyclone basically closes the whole country for months. My friend from Vanuatu, we cannot, even if we have projects, the projects doesn't move for months only because the country is shut down and they are under state of national emergency, trying to recover from what has happened in their country. No other priority remains. It's about their health. It's about their survivability. So these are the real issues that the Pacific Island countries face, and we are very thankful that under the EU's leadership in terms of financing through the BioPharma program, we have done a lot of good work in terms of getting the data, information, knowledge, and stories. So we would like to work on that and build up as we go into the future of the global biodiversity framework. One area of work that we have noticed is the ability for countries to conduct research, get information, and develop some sort of a analysis which feeds into their policy programming, or at least moving towards development of new policies, which is based on data and science. And we are hopeful that under the new program, under the colors, we will be doing this. We will be supporting them based on data, information, and science, which is an informed decision. When we talk about new standards, we talk about tools, about the resources that we are developing. Those information, resources, whatever form of technical assistance is there, doesn't make any sense if they are not able to connect on the ground in terms of what they have. So we are hopeful that under the new program that we will connect all this information in terms of looking at what international standards are, what their current status is. We can improve on what we have already started through the BioPharma program. We will continue to work, as our Deputy Director General mentioned, on capacity building areas, and also trying to get the youth involved in the program, get the gender involved into that, ensuring that gender is mainstreamed, and build a true partnership with SPREP, which is a very unique setup in the Pacific Island countries. We have the technical expertise, we have every sort of resource that we can pull together, but the convening power still remains with Secretariat of the Pacific Regional Environment Program. Long time ago, under a regional treaty, the Pacific ministers has sort of got a regional treaty under which the SPREP convenes all the countries from the Pacific Island countries to provide that coordination support. So our regional observatory is well positioned to provide that, to convene together, and then we bring the support in terms of expertise, knowledge, and information to help achieve the global biodiversity framework. So once again, I'd like to express my gratitude to EU for having considered this, and we hope that the next journey, the phase 3, I would say, or leading from where we have left, will be building up on what we have achieved so far, and we hope that it will be going to greater heights. Thank you once again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
So, thank you very much. I apologize for my my weak English, but I come from Democratic Republic of Congo. Thank you to be part of this important event this evening, and I now acknowledge that the work that AISA do in DRC and in Central Africa region. So I am Joseph Itongwa. I am national, I had the head national, regional level, but I will now stay for the set of national region level. I lead an organization that we call the ANAPAC. ANAPAC is an organization, national organization, who promotes the indigenous community conservation area in Democratic Republic of Congo. So also we work with IUCN already. We are part of the big program of an inclusive conservation initiative that led by IUCN and Conservation International, founded by Jeff Seven. So now we we work with 15 communities to help them to mapping 15 community conserved area around the Democratic Republic of Congo, in east of Congo, central and west of DRC. So I think that thank also this program, new collaboration, that I can say that it is a good opportunity for us. So we are here for global level and we push something. Today in morning in the caucus, we have a good news. Our co-chair says that, some indicator is now accepted by government, by state, such as the land use, traditional knowledge. It's good that in global level, what happened in national, how can now implement that? It's good to celebrate its success on the global level, but how we follow that in national level and local level. That is why this new collaboration for us is a good opportunity for us. So, ANAPAC led also a network of IP, indigenous people, and civil society organization, which are involved in biodiversity in DRC. So we do a lot of work. We are influenced NBSAP in DRC. You know that DRC adopted the global biodiversity framework in Kunming, Montreal. DRC launched a big program to revise the NBSAP, and that I recognize the support of IUCN for that, because we have a task force of indigenous people and civil society who fall as to design the national objective in linking of global biodiversity framework. So in implementation, we must now see how we can now do, how the government can take account or our rights, how to take account our governance, how to take account our rights, traditional knowledge is good. Now we want to reinforce capacity. How we can now be the capacity need found, capacity need support. That is why this project is good for us. Can now be linking how to can now follow this a lot of issue. So I think also we connect in regional level with the COMIFAC. COMIFAC, I think, is led one center of excellence for biodiversity, because 2 years ago we have a regional assembly of ICC, because ANAPAC lead also the coordination of ICCA consortium in eight countries, especially in Congo Basin, in 5 countries of Congo Basin, Cameroon, Gabon, Central African Republic, Congo, and Democratic Republic of Congo. We are help some indigenous network which promote the community conservation area. I think that it is also opportunity how we can link this work with a regional level work of COMIFAC. And COMIFAC 2 years ago we proposed to integrate COMIFAC has program that we call Observatory of Forests in Central Africa, which produce I think 2 years, each 2 years, the state of protected area and forests in Central Africa. Last year, COMIFAC invite ANAPAC how now we can now give the data of the state of indigenous community conservation area. So I think that it will be for us a good opportunity how we can now implement this project and to provide data for traditional knowledge, rights, and also governance. Yes, all things we have in a global level, we must now follow that in a national level, especially in target 3. You know, target 3, we have 3 options. With a protector area, with OSM, and indigenous traditional territory. So, how we can now implement that? We must now to help us to mapping, to provide, to show evidence of protector by community. I think that to demand the support. How you know the Democratic Republic of Congo is a big continent. Even if we have the support of IC, but we are not cover all the national level. So thank you, EU, for this big opportunity. And you know that every time state of Central Africa, they speak of lack of funding. The funding go to other region, but they lack funding in Central Africa. I think that it's a big opportunity. Thank you for this part of lunch. Thank you.
Well, thank you, everyone. It's a bit ungrateful to be here at the end Saturday evening with no legacy projects or any exciting things to share. Ours is a bit more out at the final component of our collaboration is a bit more the underlying sort of science and deploying the IUCN's nature positive approach through advancing the methodology on the ground. And we hope, of course, that leadership at least is something that we will end up providing in this area. And it builds on a methodology that we have worked on for about 2 years, trying to really develop, let's say, a methodology that can deliver guidance for, of course, initially companies, but also governments and other partner institutions. And we will, in this particular project, really develop, let's say, guidance and pilot methods and metrics to allow partner institutions in key biodiversity areas in the global south, including businesses and non-state actors, the means to measure their progress towards delivering nature-positive outcomes at the site level. And at the site level, we will definitely look at the species-specific impacts and ecosystem-level impacts, and then try to hopefully develop some good practices that we can do knowledge sharing and capacity building and help scaling up investments in this area. And it builds on our approach that we had really developed to be a pathway for companies to make rapid, high-integrity contributions to the DBF, allowing companies to screen and implement actions to reduce species extinction risk and contribute to ecosystems recovery in places where they work, including reducing threats caused by invasive species and other things. And this approach we've worked on and shared and tried to align with other stakeholders like the Nature Positive approach, Nature Positive initiative, also working with organizations that align and line processes for companies so they can make disclosures through instruments such as the TNFD, SBTN, GRI, etc. And we will, through this project, not only pilot our approach, but further the approach and share the approach, and then hopefully get those lessons learned that will make it an even stronger approach and also applicable for hopefully companies in the global south as well. So if we can get that from this project, then maybe the leadership we will hopefully show can provide legacy that we can work on later on. So thank you very much.
Good. So I don't think I need the mic to say that there is some food and some drink, and we have the time just to chat, network, discuss, and let's see if we can upstage the salsa competition. Let's see. Some music? Yes. So there's the wine is actually just outside. You have to go out for a drink, but